everyone. I forget what I'm seeing in chat. Love my boy Hutch. That stream was wild amounts of cope. That I can't even talk about. Whatever about that. Holy shit, if there's any live and learn enjoyers in chat, today very might well be the farewell episode of Live and Learn. They don't even know this yet, but it actually might be the end. This actually might be. Everybody's talking about the MAGA civil war. Unbeknownst to them, there is a rift even bigger that is afoot. And it's not between Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. It's actually between Hutch, IRI, Pisco, and Soypill. And we will see who prevails. Yeah, the Live Civil War will be very real, exactly. Live and Learn gonna be steamy tonight. It's one way to put it. I can't really say that obviously I'm disappointed by what's happened. Am I surprised? No. I'd never underestimate the Democrats' ability to fuck things up. And the only thing that's like shocking to me here is like, wow, this is spectacularly impressive. Even for Dems, this is like a whole other level. I didn't even it's one of those, like you look at it and you're like, I wasn't familiar with your game, like seeing a fumble this big. They have truly outdone themselves. And it's like so strategic how they have done it as well, which we're going to get into. Let me pull it up. So, an Axios article drops last night. Deal to end government shutdown in reach. Oh, okay. Okay, fuck you then. Everything has a fucking paywall. Okay. Deal to end government shutdown in reach. Senate Democrats on Sunday indicated that they are ready to advance a package of bills that could end the government shutdown, multiple sources told Axios. Why it matters, it is the most significant movement towards a bipartisan breakthrough in the talks to reopen the government in over a month. At least 10 Senate Democrats are expected to support a procedural motion to advance a package of spending bills and a short-term funding measure, multiple sources from both parties told Axios. The deal would include a promised vote on extending Obamacare tax credit in December, the sources said. So let's read that again. The deal would include a promised vote on extending Obamacare tax credits in December, the sources said. So literally what they got in exchange for this is not actually any true concession. You got the Republicans' word, which means F-U-C-K all, always. But in 2025, it doesn't just mean F-U-C-K all. It also means like, fuck you. It also means they're going to be laughing behind your back to your face, taking victory laps for years over this, because they're holding a vote, and they're not even going to hold that vote. They're probably not going to bring it to the floor. They have no mechanism to enforce this. They are not going to make good on it. If they do, nobody's going to give a fuck. They got literally nothing in exchange for this. And I thought yesterday, I was like, they succumbed to pressure. But then I was thinking, like, what pressure? Because they just had an unprecedented blue wave and did extremely well in the states some of the states that are the most affected by this, like Virginia. But they gave their word. That was literally the cope from the fucking traitors that went on the media and were talking about this, saying that, and if they don't follow through on this, then shame on them. And Americans won't forget. Yes, they will forget. Two, this party is shameless. That's kind of their whole thing. That is kind of their whole brand at this point, is literally just being evil. Does the vote even matter? They aren't going to get Republican support. So what is it? It literally doesn't matter. And they're not even going to get that. Mark my words, that vote is probably not happening because Obamacare, like it or not, for Republicans, is broadly popular with the American public. That includes their own constituents. And so they don't want to hold a vote on that because then Republicans are going to have to answer to their constituents as to why they are not funding this program that is broadly popular. Yeah, I don't expect to ever hear about it again. It's not going to happen. Do we think they gave up because of the blue wave? Like they were only holding out to win voters in the first place? It certainly looks that way. Even if that's not what they were doing, how can anybody who is rational and is paying any attention to the media at all sees it as a cynical move by Democratic leadership that really this is actually on Democrats, because the entire point, it like was to hold the line, and the American public already understood that MAGA is to blame for this. MAGA occupies all three branches of government. They control Congress, they control the Senate, they control the executive branch, and the Supreme Court is a right-wing MAGA Supreme Court. So when they're at a moment of a crescendo as far as public pressure that is being put on Donald Trump, when Donald Trump has already had his cope session on Truth Social following this blue wave that Democrats didn't predict, Republicans didn't predict, he's already said, this is causing issues for us. We need to get rid of the filibuster so we can end this shutdown. Of course, they weren't actually going to be alleviating any of the reasons why Republicans are also tanking with respect to popularity on this issue, favorability in the fucking toilet. It's not just because the government is shut down. Just simply reopening the government is not going to make, the approval rating's going to tick back up, because all of the critical services that need to be funded are set to expire and not going to be funded properly. So that's reported. And then actually I probably need to head back to remove paywall. Fuck the ACA subsidies. The Medicaid cuts are way more significant. Yeah, but the Medicaid cuts already happened with the big beautiful bill. And this is a way, this was a way to draw attention to the fact that you were going to start feeling the ACA subsidies go away, because they were set to expire because of legislation that was passed under Biden, but he didn't have enough votes to make it like a permanent fixture of Obamacare or something like that. And so Republicans are not going to want to re-up the spending on that, but they also can't be seen as like not doing that because, again, it's popular with their constituents. Dems accept shutdown deal without ACA guarantee, which was the whole fucking point. Enough Senate Democrats are poised to accept a deal to reopen the government without a concrete agreement to extend Affordable Care Act subsidies, but with the promise of a showdown vote on the assistance next month. Again, and that showdown vote is probably not going to fucking happen. And all it's going to do is, Republicans opposed this thing that we knew that they opposed? No way. Because their best case scenario is that, Republicans are going to, we're going to have this vote. That's not happening. We have this vote, though. Let's grant that. And then Americans see that Republicans don't like Obamacare. They don't like the ACA. Did you know that? Did you know the Republicans that run on repealing and replacing Obamacare, that have concepts of a plan? They've had over 10 years to come up with a replacement to Obamacare. They've never, ever, ever talked about a serious alternative to it. Did you know that they don't want to fund Obamacare? And then from there, there's more chaos, and then people vote, and people will blame the Republicans and not the Democrats, and then they win. And then they get this power to do what exactly? Not sure, because they get in power, and then they bend the knee to MAGA and Trump. Tons and tons of hospitals are going to close. Them didn't even bother to negotiate any restoration. It's like, it was just total capitulation. And for what? Does anybody like the shutdown? No. Whose fault is the shutdown? GOP. Everyone understands this because they are in charge. So they have no one else to point to. When you have the mandate of power and you brag about, we even won the popular vote, it's all on you, okay? Everything that's happening now, you can't say, foiled again because the Democrats, unless the Democrats help you do that, which they did in this instance. But this has already been in the works. And the thing is that institutionalists like Schumer, all of these people that cross the line to do this shit, if it hadn't been them, it probably would have been other Democrats, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised. There's plenty of feckless, moderate, institutional, corporate-backed Dems that would love to take the fall for this shit. Even though it's literally not noble, it's unpopular, it's ridiculously stupid, it's hypocritical, it's cynical, it's bad strategy because MAGA was flailing. The only argument that I've heard is that, but those ACA subsidies are expiring no matter what. They can't force them to. So, but it's why are you going to be an accomplice to legitimize them gutting a program that is ridiculously important to Americans? You don't need to help them do that. Just let them fucking fail. That's what they voted for, right? I mean, Democrats are trying to save this program, but now they can't even say, we fought for it because you literally gave the fight up. So what was the point? All you did was put the American, like, this is how it's understood by people that pay not so much attention that they realize, like, what happened here, but, like, enough attention that it's like, hey, so it's true that the Democrats were the ones holding up the government being reopened. So what Republicans said was actually true. And that's literally what ghouls like Scott Jennings are already going on CNN and saying. Like, oh, so we just did that whole government shutdown thing for, like, the hell of it, for funsies? TSA closing, like Snap, like all of that. That was just for the hell of it. Yeah, like, okay. You could have opened it at any time, and then you finally open it after you've already won all of your elections and you ran on this. But you didn't just run on reopening the government. It was reopening the government with the promise of fighting for these wins, getting these subsidies back, not just completely capitulating to unpopular Republican minoritarian demands. I saw a Dem on CNN literally say, we learned we can't. Oh, we're going to watch that. The thought of Endgame should have been something they considered in advance or just not even had done it. I already saw, there was a Vox article, and we're going to learn the ways of the liberal cope on this. We're going to study every dimension of it, because you know what the right is going to say. They're going to say, see, it was Democrats all along because these people crossed the picket line finally after they get their election wins, and then they reopened it. But they were actually the ones that were holding you hostage and forcing you to be in long TSA lines and preventing you from getting WIC and SNAP and all of these other fucking programs that we openly despise and hate, but we're going to pretend like we don't. Yeah, that's Dem's fault. And I mean, this is how it goes. Anybody who's like mad because it's still overwhelmingly Republicans that voted to reopen this government without making good on, they're making good on the fact that they're not going to subsidize Obamacare. But being an accomplice to that, even if it is, again, it's like what happened with John McCain. You know, John McCain opposed Obamacare every single step of the way. He opposed this right-wing health insurance plan. It's the landmark piece of legislation from the Obama administration. And then at the last second, he saves it, right? Did he really save it, though? Because this is what triggers me, is because it's like he only did the right thing after he'd done everything else, and he was literally about to die. So he saves Obamacare, even though he spent his career opposing it, even though he hated it. But really, when you look at it, it's like he was the tie-breaking vote, sure. But it was all Democrats that were actually voting to save it, and all the Republicans voting against it except him. But he gets the credit for saving it, right? Because he was the straw that didn't break the camel's back in that case. It didn't end they didn't repeal Obamacare because of him. Similarly, when you have these fucking traitorous Democrats crossing the picket line to help MAGA and their scheme to gut all of these important programs, that you're going to get blamed for that too. The same way he gets the credit for saving Obamacare because he's like the tie-breaking vote, pretty much, or the one that pushed over the edge to make sure that it doesn't actually get repealed. These people are the ones that made sure that all of that was for like nothing. It was for nothing. What was it for? Did you see that 3 of the Senate Dems who voted yes are retiring? Oh yeah, there's people that were like calling for the primary, and I'm like, Durbin had already announced that he was not going to be seeking re-election. DNC buildings and Dem Congress member houses should be egged and TP'd every day from now on. In a video game, of course. Except eggs cost too much. That would be a pricey venture. Why it matters: if a bill to temporarily fund the government passes this week, it would be a relief to much of the country, but a major letdown. But it wouldn't, though. It would be the illusion of relief. Because all of the things that need to be funded to keep the country going, all of the critical social services, it's like, they're not, like, again, the Obamacare premiums alone, the like health insurance premiums alone that are going to fucking skyrocket. But a major letdown for many Democrats who made ACA financial assistance a centerpiece of the shutdown fight. The promised Senate vote on the ACA on a bill of Democrats' choosing is set to occur by the end of the second week in December, per a source familiar. That sets up a crucial period during which senators could delink the enhanced tax credits from government funding and try to reach a deal on eligibility changes that are more acceptable to Republicans. This was like the only bit of leverage that they had. Literally the only bit, and they just gave it up for nothing. The source, speaking on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the discussions, said Dems will move swiftly to take Republicans up on their pledges to negotiate once the government is reopened and hold them accountable in the public eye if they refuse to engage in good faith. my God. It's like, I know that this is the stupid tactic that they're pursuing for the millionth time that never fucking works. But the fact that, like, again, you said this Democrat, whoever the fuck this is, on the condition of anonymity, stating out loud this stupid shit, thinking that this, like this just must hit so good if you're fucking stupid. Like, okay, yeah, we're going to expose that the Republicans are liars. Yeah, we're going to expose that the people who couldn't accept that their daddy lost in 2020, yeah, we're going to expose them as liars. People didn't know that. They lie a lot. Until now. And then they're going to refuse to do this, and then the people will rise up and punish them. But an ACA deal still faces difficult odds, especially now that President Trump has weighed in against an extension and proposed sending the money directly to consumers to spend on healthcare as they choose. Yeah. Okay. We're going to get into, like, the $2,000 fucking stimulus check that Donald Trump's definitely going to give Americans. Between the lines, the decision by 8 moderate senators, including, is it Jan? Shaheen, Democrat of New Hampshire, Maggie Hassan, Democrat from New Hampshire, Tim Kaine, Democrat from Virginia. Again, Virginia, who just picked up like 13 seats in their state elections. Virginia that just elected a guy who had leaked texts saying that he's completely fine with, like, unaliving MAGA a couple of years ago or whatever. People still voted for Democrats over MAGA because of how pissed they are. And Angus King, independent from Maine, to support reopening the government without concrete action on the subsidies prompted blowback from other Democrats. That's not a deal. It's an unconditional surrender that abandons the 24 million Americans whose health care premiums are about to double. Representative Richie Torres, love that they quote him, wrote on X, but I mean, this is correct. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries also said he is opposed to the agreement, saying any government funding deal must extend the ACA tax credits. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer also told reporters he would vote no. We will get into this bullshit. The emerging agreement includes a temporary bill to fund the government until late January, as well as a package of 3 full year spending bills designed to show progress through the annual appropriations process. On Sunday night, the Senate voted 60-40 to advance a procedural motion on the deal, with the 8 Democrats in favor. The full year spending bills include one to fund the Food and Drug Administration, aka the FDA. Even if the Senate backs extending the subsidies, Speaker Mike Johnson has not given a similar commitment for House vote. Yes, but there are some vulnerable Republicans in both chambers who support action on the subsidies. If there are changes like capping the income of eligible recipients or anti-fraud measures, Republicans in tight re-election races are wary of the prospect of ACA premiums more than doubling in an election year. They were already wary about this in this fucking blue wave. It was so clear that this was a referendum at a time that Trump was doing all of the most unpopular shit. It was coinciding with these fucking elections. What was he doing? He's pro-tariffs. Okay, the tariffs are unpopular with Americans. The government shut down. Longest government in United States history. American public holds him in contempt. Blames the GOP for that. He's off in Venezuela. He's off having his fucking parties. He's off measuring the drapes and picking tapestries for the new White House ballroom. Okay, all of that is like going on in the background. Right? That's what's happening. That's the backdrop for the election that goes terribly for Republicans. Blue wave. And this is what they do with all of that. This is what they do in response to people literally showing and rewarding Democrats for holding the line, actually opposing Trump, and trying to stick it to MAGA. If they send 2K checks, they'll probably wait a month before the midterms. Trump made GOP switch to vote for the second stimulus checks, thinking it'll help him win in 20. But I just don't even know that that's gonna. I don't think that we're not getting those checks. That's not real. I don't think it's happening. So let's look at who did this. Which Senate Democrats voted to end the shutdown? Oh my God. Why? Who is paying for Axios in this world? So 7 Senate Democrats and 1 independent broke ranks, but that independent caucus is with Democrats, my understanding, broke ranks Sunday night, handing Republicans a 60-40 vote to advance a deal to end the record 40-day shutdown. Why it matters, the vote allowed Republicans to break the impasse, but infuriated other Democrats who had demanded a renewal of ACA premium tax credits as part of any deal. It also signaled the mounting pain of the shutdown, which has furloughed federal workers, halted food aid, and threatened travel disruption ahead of Thanksgiving. That's the other thing. Now Trump trying to, withhold funding to SNAP, even though, like, The Supreme Court weighing in on this. You had courts weighing in on this. He was defying their orders. Where's that going to go? Like, he was at a real fucking conundrum because he could do that and he was choosing not to. He was being directed to by different courts. He was not. He was flagrantly ignoring them. That pressure is gone. And then travel disruption ahead of Thanksgiving. The defection exposed the party's deep split between those demanding a fight against President Trump and GOP leadership and centrists willing to compromise to keep the government open. But for, like, this is literally, like, them trying to, like, somebody, again, it's like somebody running on, like, oh, I'm going to end the war in Ukraine. Like, Ukraine, Russia. And their plan for ending it is just total capitulation on the part of Ukraine. Oh. I mean, yeah, if you totally capitulate, you will technically end the war. State of play, the deal funds the government through January. In exchange for reopening the government, Senate Majority Leader John Thune promised a December vote on extending the ACA tax credit, so the deal didn't guarantee such a measure would pass. They're not even guaranteed that they're going to hold this vote. They could totally renege on it, and they absolutely will renege on it. The intrigue. None of the lawmakers who voted to advance the deal will face voters in 2026. Wow, what are the odds of that? 6 are not up for election and 2 are retiring. All of these fucking people, they're not up for re-election until like 2028 or 2030. Like, at least past 2028. There are dumb leftists who actually hold that position on Ukraine. Oh, believe me, I know. And there's dumb libs who hold that position with respect to this. And they're in our government and they just voted to reopen the government, and they're trying to call this a fucking win. So Senator Angus King, independent from Maine, independent who caucuses with Dems and a former Maine governor, said his effort to broker a compromise wasn't working. Literally not true. Blue wave evidence of that. All polling suggests that Americans correctly identified and blamed MAGA and the GOP for all of this. So by wasn't working, not sure what is meant here. He said Republicans had made it clear they wouldn't discuss extending Affordable Care Act credits until the shutdown ended. Okay, so why do you need to be a party to that then? King had previously voted to advance the GOP stopgap proposal and voted in March to avoid a government shutdown. He said in a Monday MSNBC interview that the shutdown gave President Trump more power, citing the chaos surrounding federal food assistance. He added, standing up to Donald Trump didn't work. Let me repeat that. He said, standing up to Donald Trump didn't work. That is a thing that came out of his mouth that he proudly and openly stated. Dick Durbin, Democrat from Illinois. Senate Democratic whip was the only member of the party's leadership to break ranks on the vote. He also voted to break a filibuster of a separate funding bill back in March. Durbin announced his retirement in April, meaning he is not up for re-election in 2026. This bill is not perfect. Okay, like this bill shouldn't even have been voted on. He acknowledged in a statement, but he said it takes important steps to reduce their shutdown's hurt, like funding SNAP and reversing firings initiated during the government shutdown. Yeah, they're definitely going to reverse the firings. This corrupt administration that doesn't care about the rule of law, that ignores and defies the Supreme Court, federal courts with Trump appointees, Reagan appointees. Yeah, they're definitely going to follow the law because you wrote it down and you passed it. Yeah. Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, I guess a Democrat from Nevada, had repeatedly backed the GOP stopgap proposal to end the shutdown and voted to clear the way for the March spending bill. She said in a Sunday statement that she had consistently voted against elongating the shutdown because I know the pain it is causing working families. Like, why? Okay, why did you wait this long to do it then? Why? Like, why? If you were just going to capitulate, why did you wait at all? What was the point of that? Like, so that first, like, again, the last 40 days, 40 nights, that was just for the hell of it? For the fun of it? Senator Jackie Rosen, Democrat from Nevada. Rosen, fellow Democrat and Nevada senator, said in a statement that it had become clear Republicans were weaponizing their power in alarming ways to inflict shutdown pain. Correct. It was Republicans doing that. So why are you helping them? Why did you help them? It was Republicans doing that. Voters blamed Republicans, not Democrats, because they're doing it. She framed the vote on ACA tax credits as a concession Democrats were able to extract. This was no concession. You got a pinky promise that they're not going to make good on. Let me be clear. I will keep fighting like hell to ensure we force Republicans to get this done. How are you going to do that? This was the only leverage that you have. You just gave it up. Fetterman. Anybody surprised? Fetterman has repeatedly voted to fund the government. In a Sunday social media post, he called the shutdown a failure and apologized to the military. Yes, sir. SNAP recipients, government workers, and Capitol Police. Axios' Holly Otterbein recently reported that Pennsylvania Democrats are already plotting to run against Fetterman in a 2028 contest. So he's just evil maxing because he knows he's like going to be voted out anyway. Senator Maggie Hassan, Democrat from New Hampshire. Hassan, the top Democrat on the Congressional Joint Economic Committee, said on X that with the government reopening shortly, Senate Republicans must finally come to the table. She also, which again, they're not going to do. She also urged Americans to continue to speak out about the importance of affordable health care. So literally just lip service and virtue signal and keep talking. Just keep talking about it. Don't let's stop actually exerting the pressure and the small bit of leverage that we have. And we're going to keep talking about this thing that is not going to happen. Okay. Senator Jan Shaheen, in a statement on X, Shaheen wrote that waiting longer to end the shutdown would only prolong the pain Americans are feeling. So why didn't you just end it sooner then? If you weren't actually going to hold the line, what was the point? Why is 40 days of pain okay, but not 41, not 42, not 43? Also, it's not your problem. It was the Republicans doing this. That was the whole thing, remember? There is no one in the Senate who wants to see these tax credits extended more than me. I think there's literally every other Democrat except you guys actually means it when they say that because, as far as we know, I'm a big proponent of rotating villain theory. So again, if it hadn't been these people, I'm sure it would have been somebody else, but to make it happen, because again, I don't think most Democrats, they don't want to end the filibuster. Neither party wants to end the filibuster because then they would actually be expected to do things. And that's not going to be popular with their base is what they fear. But weeks of negotiations with Republicans have made it clear that they will not address healthcare as part of shutdown talks. Okay? So why did you reopen? What? If you know that, then why didn't you make them own up to their fucking mistake? If they want to reopen the government, then this was the condition. She also said at a news conference that the legislation is our best path forward towards reopening the government and extending healthcare tax credits. Shaheen has represented New Hampshire since 2009, announcing earlier this year that she would not seek re-election next year, a blow to Democrats' bid to retake the majority during midterms. And then Tim Kaine, Democrat from Virginia. If his name sounds familiar, it's because he is the white guy that joined Hillary Clinton on her ticket in 2016 when she unsuccessfully ran for president against Trump. Kaine, in a Sunday statement, said the legislation will protect federal workers. No, it won't. Ensure they receive back pay. Definitely going to happen under this administration. After an administration memo argued that they weren't guaranteed compensation. He also touted the deal's guarantee for a vote on ACA premium tax credit, suggesting the floor could become fodder for future elections. And again, talking about elections already. After the blue wave, you reopen it. Literally so transparently obvious to people what impression they were going to get. Lawmakers know their constituents expect them to vote for it, and if they don't, they could very well be replaced at the ballot box by someone who will. Insane. This sends the message that another shutdown after the CR expires in January will be fucking toothless. I mean, yeah. Because they know that eventually if they just cave, they just have to wait long enough. Democrats will cave. You'll have some that cross the picket line because they get uncomfortable. By who exactly? I'm not sure. Because everybody that was mad was blaming Republicans, not Democrats, because they understand that they're the minority. So this is the fossil that said, we tried opposing this president. We have no choice to appease him because that didn't work.
Independent Senator Angus King of Maine, he was among the group of moderates who broke ranks and voted with Republicans in the legislation to fund the government and hold a later vote on extending Affordable Care Act tax subsidies that expire January 1st. Senator, thanks so much for being with us. Why did you decide to vote with Republicans to open the government?
Well, Joe, you have to go back to what the strategy was at the beginning of the shutdown. There were two goals, both of which I support. One was standing up to Donald Trump. The other was getting some resolution on the ACA premium tax credit issue. The problem was the shutdown wasn't accomplishing either goals, and there was there was zero likelihood that it was going to. In terms of
but that was Republicans' fault. Now people think it's your fault because you helped cross the picket line to reopen this government without extracting the concession that you were attempting to by not collaborating with them and bending the knee to Trump.
Standing up to Donald Trump, the shutdown actually gave him more power. Exhibit A being what he's done with SNAP and SNAP benefits across the country. Oh, by the way, Joe, you're going to love this. Guess who's getting paid during the shutdown? Not the park rangers or air traffic controllers. The ICE agents. under special law, under that big awful bill that they passed last summer, the ICE agents are being paid. Nobody else is.
Whoa. Okay. Again, federal workers know this. They're not getting paid now either. It all assumes that Republicans are going to make good on this, even though they've been arguing that there are legal loopholes around giving them the back pay.
So standing up to Donald Trump didn't work. It actually gave him more power. And then secondly,
standing up to Trump didn't work. What is the point of view? What is they're still TOS on Twitch and YouTube. So I'm not going to, keep talking, but just let that sink in. What he just said.
Standing up to Donald Trump didn't work. It actually gave him more power. And then secondly, and I've been a big...
Did you know that by opposing the president, you're actually helping him more? Checkmate.
Supporter of the ACA. The idea of forcing...
Again, this is somebody who is ostensibly opposed to Donald Trump. This is not controlled opposition, apparently.
The Republicans to the table to negotiate on that issue by virtue of a shutdown didn't work. It's now the longest shutdown in American history, and there was no prospect that it was going
and it was Republicans' fault
to work. I've talked to a lot of my Republican colleagues. The chances of negotiating a settlement in the midst of the shutdown were zero. As of last night, we now have a guaranteed vote on a bill on the ACA subsidies, something that is unprecedented in my experience in the Senate. And so we have a shot at it.
This guy's so full of shit. He's worse than useless. He's actively making things worse and trying to make Dems shoulder the blame. This is the thing, is that what good is it to be an independent if you just fall in line with MAGA? At that point, and then you pay lip service to not wanting to do the MAGA agenda, but in action and in practice, you help them. Just be MAGA at that point.
Right.
I'll take
run as a fucking Republican.
Odds any day.
But even Donald Trump admitted that the government shutdown is what caused Democrats to win the election in historic...
Multiple times Trump admitted this, that they're going to get roasted in the fucking midterms because voters are clearly fucking pissed and correctly blaming them for the government shutdown, which is why he and Vance were flirting with ending the fucking filibuster so they could force Republicans to end it.
Fashion last week.
Well, I think it's a question of, at some point, there's diminishing returns. And as I say, the strategy was, let's bring the Republicans to the table. It didn't happen. It wasn't going to happen. And in the meantime, if this was just...
If it wasn't going to happen, why do you have to help them?
Dispute between politicians in the Senate and whether we had to hang around for the weekend, that would be one thing. But, Joe, there's tremendous collateral damage from this. 42 million Americans...
From what he's not talking about what he did. He's talking about not doing what he did.
Benefits are at risk and are being lost. People aren't being paid for the work that they're doing.
Again, all of this
I
is
don't want to land at
Trump's fault, Trump's problem, Mike Johnson's problem, MAGA's problem. Everybody knows all of this shit is bad. All polling, all data, the election last week, all showed it was clearly Republicans' fault.
At an airport in the United States with a sleepy air traffic controller because they're working double shifts. So any good general, if the strategy isn't working, you change tactics, and particularly you change tactics if your own troops are at risk. And that's really what's happening.
And when he says this, again, general, you're not even like a Democrat, not even a Democrat, just helping MAGA, right? I can't even say wolf in sheep's clothing because when you look at his record, he was opposed to this from the beginning and then went along for it and then stopped at the most critical moment for some reason. So this is just a wolf in wolf's clothing. But the idea that, again, Schumer clearly knew about this, clearly was fine with it, and there's reporting to support that.
Happening here.
Just because he voted no does not mean... It means one of two things. Either Schumer has lost control of his party, which means he needs to go, or Schumer was okay with it, but didn't want to take the fall for it. So he had these people do it. And because they're not going to be up for re-election for a minute, or they were already going to retire. Lose-lose for him. Severin Mall, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1.
There was collateral damage to the American people. At the same time, the goal wasn't being achieved. So we're going to change. We're going to change the narrative, and now we have a guaranteed vote within the next month on the ACA tax credits, drafted by the Democrats, that the majority leader has agreed to bring to the floor. That's a big deal, and it gives us a chance to put the Republicans to the test.
That's a big deal. Wow.
going to work with us on this issue or not?
They're not. Spoiler. We all know that they're not. They're not going to do it. They don't even make good on their own fucking promises. Why would they make good on a promise that they made to fucking Dems who have no ability to actually enforce it?
To the shutdown, they just weren't talking.
So Bernie Sanders
and there's like no pushback from this motherfucker, just letting him ramble.
Other progressive leaders have said that that you and other moderates that have voted to reopen the government going to cause great damage to the Democratic Party, and many will see it as a betrayal, and that voters will remember next November. What do you say to Bernie Sanders?
Well, I think what I'm saying is, what was your...
Voters will only remember if Democrats actually bother to stand up to all of these fucking feckless losers, traitors, actually incorporate it into their messaging, actually support and endorse primary challengers to all these people when the time comes. Because again, you're going to have to hold this grudge for quite a minute to be able to make sure that it actually lands when it comes to their re-election bids in 2028, 2030, and so on.
Your strategy, man. What was your end game? If we're going to extend the shutdown another week, another month, through Christmas, Thanksgiving, is that...
It's not you who's extending it. It was Republicans. Now it is you.
Get us anywhere? The point is, they're
responsible.
Never was an end game if the initial strategy didn't work. And now we have one. We're going to have, as I say, a guaranteed vote on the ACA. And it may not succeed. I grant that. But
it may not succeed. So you already know that vote's not going anywhere. He can't even say a bold, like, he even draws the line at lying that brazenly that, like, oh yeah, but like something could, like, there's hope now. No, there's not. You know that they're not going to even hold a vote on that, let alone vote for the ACA tax credits.
But a reasonable chance, 10, 20%, 30% is a lot better than 0%, which is where we were as of yesterday morning. So I understand everybody wants to stand up to Donald Trump. Everybody wants to deal with the ACA tax credit.
Do you, though? Do you understand that?
I do, too. The question is this the right tool to do it? And it's becoming counterproductive.
Are you saying Congress won't vote on the ACA in December, or Republicans won't support the ACA extensions? Yes. Both. Yes to both. They are not going to hold that vote. They have there's no reason why, or there's no reason to think that they're actually going to follow through on this promise that they made, because if a Republican is talking, they're lying. They're not going to follow through on that. Even if they did, they're going to vote against it, a thing that we all knew that they would have done. They just voted to get Medicare, Medicaid, and they have all run on trying to repeal Obamacare.
And you can't ignore 42 million people not getting their SNAP.
That party hating Obamacare, hating the ACA, hating their constituents and life itself, that is not news.
Benefits.
That's not some huge expose. That's not anything.
Stay with us for a minute, Senator Claire McCaskill.
And they could shut down again at the end of January for a vote because it's only a 60. Yeah, but why would they do that? If they shut down again, all the Republicans have learned now is that, oh, if we wait long enough, even though it's our fault, the Democrats will eventually cave. So it'll be fucking pointless because there's no reason to think that the party will hold the line, because there's always defectors who end up going and working with MAGA to reopen it. So they're not going to do it. And even in the press conferences last night, I'd have to find the clips, they were like, we'll consider it. But they don't want to shut down the government again.
This was going to have a question for you, but I want to go to Claire first. Claire,
I'm done with electoral politics, at least on a federal level. This shit's too much. No, you can't be done with it. You must channel this rage into something productive. Otherwise, it really, really is nihilism. And I understand that feeling entirely. But again, if you should always be prepared for, that MAGA is evil. So you're halfway there. But always be prepared for Democratic leadership and most Dems who do the bidding of their donors. Always be prepared for them to let you down and disappoint you. This should be news to no one. If it's news to people, I have not been doing my job to adequately prepare you for the disappointments that Democrats can and will always bring consistently.
Been through this, and we reopened the government before I wanted the government to be reopened. But what I found during that government shutdown is we framed the debate in a way that drew focus to Washington, and a way that helped us win elections, certainly in the House for the next 4 to 6 years, actually 8 to 10 years. I'm curious your thoughts before you take a question to Senator King on looking at the election this past week, looking at the contradictions that we saw coming out of the White House, looking at
So your theory is a shutdown done properly. What do you mean by shutdown done properly? We'll do what? Create Armageddon and do what? Impeach Trump? Patriot Pete, would you like to get into the Discord? Because I can explain this so much better over voice and you can explain your perspective to me. Because I'm so curious, people who defend this, like what they're smoking and what their arguments are.
At Republicans who gleefully were passing tax cuts for the richest billionaires on the planet, but fighting like hell to not get SNAP benefits to their own people. I'm curious how you think this shutdown ends. Is it a plus for Democrats, or do you share Bernie Sanders' concerns?
Defectors, are you saying it's not just about winning seats and it actually matters who is on those seats? No way. F you, Ezra. Coward has yet to say anything about this that proves his strategy is BS. I've seen Matt Iglesias say something, but he supports ending the filibuster at the very least, even though he's one of these fucking cringe abundocrats. The thing is that, like, the filibuster just incentivizes there to be really no party unity and to just make celebrities, like for individual senators to try to make themselves a fucking celebrity because of how it works. That's literally what it incentivizes. I called Chuck last night, even though I'm from Kansas. I feel like he orchestrated this whole thing and shutdown thing with the convenience of nobody voting for it is up for re-election year. Yeah, for sure. I mean, this was all happening out in the open. Just I didn't notice. Nobody was noticing because, again, they literally came and convened a vote on a Sunday fucking night, trying to do this as quietly as possible, as if Americans aren't going to fucking notice. The thing is that, like Republicans, the messaging from this, like, justifying it in this way, dropping the fight entirely. What's so demoralizing about that is that Republicans objectively make the lives of their constituents worse. You can speak to MAGA supporters, voters, people that like Trump or whatever, and they could probably you could probably ask them and get them to admit to several different ways that Donald Trump and this administration has directly negatively impacted their life. But of course, they always see that as incidental, like, oh, that wasn't supposed to happen, or it's just like a bad side effect, but it's all in the service of this righteous cause, right? Some righteous, nebulous cause of destroying woke or destroying Democrats or defeating the deep state or something, even though, again, they are left and right passing the most unpopular legislation, like the big, beautiful bill, and negatively impacting everybody. Like all of these people, but yet they still march on. They still support dear leader because there's a cult of personality. But Democrats don't have like a cult of personality. And their base, unfortunately, is smarter than the base of Republicans. And I say unfortunately for them because this bullshit that they're trying to spoon feed to their constituents, nobody is buying it. You're seeing outrage not just from constituents, but also from Democratic leadership. Gavin Newsom is pissed off. Even fucking Harry Sisson Jr. is pissed off. Okay, Brian Tyler Cohen is pissed off. Okay, these people are like through and through true, like vote blue no matter who, Dem, ride or die partisans. And even they have negative words for this. Okay, like they're not buying these pathetic excuses. And it's not even framed as like, this is part of some like larger fight or whatever. What they're saying it's part of is for a strategy that's DOA. And everybody knows is DOA. This fucking vote that's never going to happen to expose the Republicans for voting against Obamacare, a thing that they didn't want to do in the first place. Like, it's Democrats constantly just explaining to people why they can't have things that are broadly popular, why Republicans, you have to negotiate with terrorists, why you have to be held hostage by MAGA, why you have to negotiate with these fucking people, even though they have the fringe position, they have the unpopular policies. And Democrats are convinced that their agenda is not popular and caved.
I think definitely it was a plus for Democrats. We have framed the issue for the country now. It is very clear what the Democrats are fighting.
But just like, Republicans never say you're not getting what you want. It's just like, oh, this is like a hiccup and like, you know, we may have lost the battle, but we won the war. That's always kind of like the vibe that you get from what they're talking about.
And what they're fighting against. And we've got Trump tearing down the White House and figuring out ways to get tax breaks to billionaires in the back door. And we're arguing.
Ezra's critical about Dems caving, but if you keep electing the type of Dems he likes, they will do shit like this. Like, it's no coincidence. You know, these are the same Democrats that he is saying there needs to be more of. The more that'll compromise, more that'll capitulate. So, like, even though he'll say that, like, yeah, like Schumer was wrong to not hold the line back in March on the cloture vote, Like, it's all crying over spilled milk. It makes no sense. It doesn't follow from anything else that he argues. It's completely contradictory and incoherent. Because time and time again, these Democrats, he's like, you need to win numbers and more places to be able to actually enact your will. Well, no, you don't, because you just need to be able to use leverage to be able to accomplish what you want, which is how a bunch of anti-choice Republicans were able to hold the Obamacare hostage until they capitulated to their demands. You got the whole party to move to cater to these like 10, 15 anti-choice Democrats when they were trying to get the ACA off the ground, and successfully did so. But they didn't have the numbers. They're just throwing in Republicans who also don't have the numbers, as we learned, when it comes to that issue. It's about leverage. It's about doing politics right. Like, it doesn't always involve like having numbers.
About the best way to fight for most Americans, for their healthcare costs and for other costs that they're facing every day. And listen, I mean, are there disagreements within the party about how best to do this? Yeah. There are. But, you know, our party, the Democratic Party, is fighting how we best fight for everyday Americans. And you know what
There's no fight anymore. You can't even run saying that you thought that's a lie.
Republicans are fighting about? The Republicans are fighting about whether or not they should platform Nazis. So, I mean, I like that we have a disagreement about the best way to do it. And I think overall, and this is one thing I want to ask Angus about. Angus?
I like when there's division so deep in the party that 10 people are able to fuck over the rest of the party and country. I love that.
This really just moves the ball down the field for 2 months. And under these...
Correct. It just kicks the can down the road, except now you don't have any leverage.
Critical days of holidays and families reuniting and have wonderful memories together. You've ensured that the skies will be safe. And
why don't you fucking bring at this point, just do, you're already doing MAGA's dirty work for them. Why don't you bring up that, oh, did you know that Walmart's Thanksgiving thing is like the cheapest that it's ever been? Trump keeps going around touting this as some fucking win when you actually read one. Yeah, let's use like a big box retailer as like a metric to measure the health of the economy. But even if I granted that, he's like bragging about the fact that like if I put like Trump, Walmart, Thanksgiving meal cheap, it's this. There's a real thing that he's going around doing. There's literally like a .gov thing that, look, for like they're bringing up Walmart's Thanksgiving meal costs 25% less than last year. Americans are paying less this Thanksgiving. Turkey emoji. This is on the government website. Published November 6th of this year. President Donald J. Trump promised to crush inflation and lower prices, and he's delivering this Thanksgiving with the classic holiday feast about 3% cheaper than last year, according to a brand new report. Americans are seeing across-the-board price declines for the holiday staples, with dinner rolls down 22%, frozen vegetables down 15%, and items like turkey, stuffing, gravy mix, fresh cranberries, and pumpkin pies all costing less. Okay. So we gutted Medicare, Medicaid. We're funding the border wall. Groceries on average are not actually cheaper, despite what this fucking report says. But did you know that the Walmart Thanksgiving meal package is 25% less costly than last year? Groundbreaking. Stunning. That was definitely worth it. It's proof that under President Trump's leadership, this reads like North Korea level shit. It's crazy, man. America is winning the war on high prices, even as Democrats grind the country to a halt with their deranged, reckless government shutdown. Meanwhile, retailers are offering their cheapest Thanksgiving meal in years. Walmart's Thanksgiving meal costs 25% less than last year, with its lowest turkey price since 2019. The meal feeds 10 people, which works out to just under $4 per person. Lidl's Thanksgiving meal costs $10 less than last year, which I'm guessing is still expensive. That's why they didn't use like a percentage. They used $10 less. The meal feeds 10 people, which works out to just $3.60 per person. Aldi's Thanksgiving meal costs $7 less than last year, its lowest price since 2019. This, I mean, like, again, all of this is because cost of living has only increased under Donald Trump. Unemployment is fucking rising and skyrocketing in some areas. And they are trying to meet consumers where they're at as far as their budget. It's not indicative of like, oh, prices are coming down. The meal feeds 10 people, which works out to $4 per person. Target's Thanksgiving meal is at its lowest price ever. The meal feeds 4 people, which works out to less than $5 per person. Schnucks is selling frozen turkeys at the lowest price in over 15 years. The retailer is one of the largest privately held supermarket chains in the nation. Turkey equals healthcare. It's literally half the size and 25% less. Do the math. We're like a worse off version than the movie Idiocracy. I haven't seen. I don't know. Are you guys ready for my Idiocracy hot take? There was a. It's not even a hot take. It's not really mine. If I put Idiocracy, Patricia Taxon. I've never seen this movie. This Idiocracy and Why Misanthropy is for Dummies. This came out 5 years ago. This is a really, really good video talking about like why there's like eugenics in this movie. I'm not a huge fan of it because there's different like I've seen clips of it and it makes fun of the fact that like on average poor people like have more kids, and then they show more educated people like declining to have kids, and you're supposed to look at this and think like that's really bad or whatever, but then that's, you know, kind of fucking evil, no? You'd enjoy it. You should see it. I probably would enjoy it. I just I find it in the same way that like I enjoy The Incredibles and Sky High, but if you watch those movies, they're like objectivist propaganda. No, I will not elaborate right now. But so the breakdown of this Walmart thing that keeps touting or whatever, Trump touts cost of Walmart's Thanksgiving meal to vindicate his policies, ignoring a key detail. Since Tuesday's election, Trump has repeatedly boasted that Walmart's Thanksgiving meal bundle is cheaper than it was under President Joe Biden, but there's also less food in it. This is reminding me, like, I need to find this, there was a survey once taken of Americans, apparently, where they asked, is the quarter pounder heavier than, like, a half pound burger? And, like, majority, or at least a plurality of people that they polled said, yeah, the quarter pounder is heavier than the half pounder. If I had to guess what they were thinking, quarter in their mind, they're thinking, oh, that 25 is a big number. It's like, you know, when it comes to change, a quarter is like the biggest that you can get besides like a $50, so must be heavier than the half pound. In the wake of Republicans' heavy election losses on Tuesday, President Donald Trump has responded to voters' growing concerns by insisting the economy is actually experiencing a golden age. As tangible proof, he has pointed to the cost of Walmart's Thanksgiving meal bundle, which is roughly 25% less expensive this year than it was last year. Grocery prices are way down, and Walmart just announced that the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal, this is the greatest, their greatest, Trump said in a speech to the American Business Forum on Wednesday, adding, it is 25% lower than 1 year ago. That's a big deal. Again, this is leaving out what they'll probably not even mention is the fact that like a majority of like Walmart employees are on government assistance, and then they go and they spend the government assistance at Walmart because they don't pay them enough. How do I don't even know how to look that stat up though. Walmart employees more likely to be on government assistance and then spend it at Walmart. Literally just like privatizing the gains and then socializing the losses. Trump is right, but the 2025 Thanksgiving bundle is also smaller than the 2024 package. This year's package at less than $40 contains 23 items. Last year, there were 29. The missing items this year include onion, celery, sweet potatoes, chicken broth, poultry seasoning, muffin mix, marshmallows, whipped topping, and pecan pie. This year's meal comes with the standard dinner rolls and fresh cranberries, which both currently cost less at Walmart than the sweet Hawaiian rolls and cranberry sauce in last year's edition. The 2025 meal also just includes 1 can of cream of mushroom soup, down from 2 in 2024. Do they even mention the fact that, like, I saw a breakdown that said, like, the difference also is that, like, a lot of it's, like, now Great Value, and it used to not be Great Value brand. It used to be, like, name brands. In 2024, like... Yeah, so it's smaller. And it's like, okay. The turkey, 13.5 pounds. But last year, it included 10 to 16 pounds. Great value, but they had like Ocean Spray, French's, Campbell's, two cans of soup, Marie Callender's, Jet Puffed marshmallows, Jiffy Corn muffin mix, Swanson chicken broth, and then fresh vegetables, and then some like Great Value in there. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like 7 or 8 Great Value things. And now like most of it's Great Value. It's way smaller. You can totally see the fucking difference in quality. Where is it though? Walmart did make some additions to its new package, including a twin pack of turkey stuffing, baby carrots, and 3 boxes of macaroni and cheese. Wow, living large. Last year, Walmart included ingredients to make stuffing from scratch. This year, Walmart is raising the standard even higher with the most affordable holiday meal yet. Like, this is a fucking, like, recession indicator as far as I'm concerned. It's not, you should not look at it and see that's a fucking measure of, like, how healthy the economy is. Walmart said in a release, Walmart's 2025 abundant meal, oh my God, I'm so sorry that I lost my place. Abundant? Are they doing Walmart? This is Walmart on the abundance agenda, you guys. It's a sick reference to the abundance agenda from Walmart there. Love that. Meal baskets offer traditional favorites across national and private brands for a full holiday feast, serving 10 people for under $4 per person. The lowest since Walmart started the program. Like it's like government assistance or something. The Ezra Klein. Yeah, it should be dubbed like the Ezra Klein Walmart Thanksgiving meal. Ezra Klein edition, something in there to give him credit. The White House did not respond to a request for comment, while Walmart declined to comment. I mean, they already said everything that they need to say on this fucking propaganda release. Who are you with? Trump continued. Fake news. Since his speech Wednesday, the president has referred to the Walmart deal at least 3 more times publicly. That evening, Trump posted on Truth Social that Republicans needed to start hyping up Walmart's Thanksgiving deal. Jesus Christ, is he getting like fucking like a kickback every time he fucking mentions this shit? This is a more recent thing, okay? Like, UN decries Amazon, Walmart, DoorDash for shameful wages and union busting. Human rights expert says U.S. companies trap workers in poverty, forcing them to rely on food stamps and Medicaid, which they then spend at these fucking companies. This was reported November 2nd, 2023. This has been like a stat that's been bouncing around for years and years, but it's still true. It's still true. Like, they are, like, so many of their workers rely on like SNAP benefits, Medicaid. What's this? Report, Walmart workers cost taxpayers $6.2 billion in public assistance. Walmart's low-wage workers cost U.S. taxpayers an estimated $6.2 billion in public assistance, including food stamps, Medicaid, and subsidized housing, according to a report published by Americans for Tax Fairness, a coalition of 400 national and state-level progressive groups. Love that. Let's see. Let's see more of the backlash. So this was Tim Kaine justifying his bullshit. I'm not making things up. MSNBC's Katie Tur snaps at Tim Kaine for accusing her of over-dramatizing Dem split. So let's see how this goes.
Between work, parenting,
MSNBC's Katie Tur snapped back at Senator Tim Kaine Monday after he accused her of over-dramatizing a rift in the Dem Party following the Senate vote that paved the way for an end to the government shutdown. Kaine was one of 8 Democratic senators who voted with Republicans Sunday night to approve the House's continuing resolution to reopen the government. Tur asked the senator why he trusted the White House to make good on any promises to negotiate better health care for Americans, and I guess he explains here.
To any fix on health care with the government closed. So I supported the Democratic position in this from the very beginning until middle of last week. We had a big win in elections in Virginia, and Donald Trump woke up Wednesday morning and decided finally to engage and negotiate. And as I predicted, within a matter of a few days, if the president engages, you can find a path forward. Here's where we were last Wednesday. We had no path forward on health care because the Republicans said we will not talk about health care with the government shutdown. And we had SNAP beneficiaries and those relying on other important services who were losing benefits because of the shutdown. So no path to a health care fix, SNAP beneficiaries suffering.
And still no path.
I got into the negotiation Wednesday. I realized we needed to help turn this around. And so now we have full funding for a year for the 45 million Americans, 1 in 8, our most vulnerable people, for SNAP, repairing some of the damage that the Republicans did last summer. We've got a path to a health care debate and vote within a month on the Democratic proposal to fix health care.
Right. The path that you paved is a pinky promise from Mike Johnson that he's already saying. I didn't say that.
Where we will have a fight with Republicans and see who stands up for Americans. And then what I got in the deal was protection for federal workers. All furloughed workers and all those who've been riffed recently come back with back pay. And I got the White House to guarantee, as the last element of the deal to get me on board, that there would be no massive firings, rifts going forward. I have 320,000 federal employees in Virginia. There's 2 million statewide. That was enough to get me to yes. And now I'm going to fight like hell to make sure we succeed on the health care vote.
Why do you trust the White House?
I'm sorry?
Why do you trust the White House?
Like he didn't hear that fucking thing in the first place. Give me a break. $10 in super chat. Ezra Kirkpatrick, thank you so much for the $10. Klein is such a joke. So tired of him being representative of my first name. Either see the writing. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Every single time that I see you in chat, I think that like, oh, it's like it's a username making fun of Ezra Klein's name, but then I'm like, oh no, it's just your name. Either see the writing on the wall or go away. The moderate Republican is a myth. Go away, Ezra Klein. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. These people, like, it's not even, again, if you, all they care about is getting people with D's next to their name, but they don't want, they what they call being pragmatic and not having any purity tests or whatever. It's like the purity test in question is if they adhere to the Democratic platform, if they're truly a Democrat, which you should support. At that point, just support abolishing the two-party duopoly. If you just want it to come down to everybody's individual ideology and you don't think that there should be any sort of broader strategy for the party, if you're always going to allow room for a bunch of individual people to buck the main agenda. And like not buck it by pressing it to be further left, but like entirely undercutting it.
Oh, I don't trust the White House. I don't trust the White House.
I don't trust the White House. That's why I just collaborated with Maga and made this deal. Even though I don't trust them. And no one should. And Americans don't. But I worked with them. Why? Next question, please.
Commitments I've told you are now written into statute. I trust my Senate Republican colleagues that we will have a vote. It's not on a guaranteed outcome.
Oh, they wrote it down. Guys, they wrote down the commitment that they're going to break. They wrote it down.
But we were not getting a vote. We were not even getting a chance to have a debate about health care as long as government was shut down. So now we're going to pay federal work.
What debate? There is no debate. Nobody wants these tax credits to not be refunded again. Not even Republicans. The debate on that is settled. The only debate about healthcare that we should be having is whether or not, like how far Medicare for All is going to go. That's what the next debate should be. And that really is the only silver lining is Obamacare is a right-wing market solution to something that is a human fucking right and should be universal. The only silver lining is I hope that there is a Dem candidate in 2028 that runs on this issue, makes healthcare a centerpiece of their platform, and says this is why we should never have embraced private health insurance subsidies over universal access to healthcare. That's the only benefit.
First, we're going to untangle the chaos in air traffic. We're going to make sure SNAP beneficiaries get what they desperately need every day. And then we'll have a fight, Katie, about health care on the main stage, in the spotlight, without the background noise of all the shutdown effects and consequences drowning out the high stakes of the health care fight. I think it's a fight we can win.
So you mentioned the elections on Tuesday, and in Virginia, which, as you well know, I don't need to tell you this, highly affected by the government shutdown, a lot of federal workers. Those Virginians went out and voted overwhelmingly for the Democrats.
Yes, literally. This state that was disproportionately impacted because they have a bunch of federal workers overwhelmingly supported Dems. Flipped a ton of House seats, over a dozen. 2 Democrats voted for fucking, a CIA agent and a guy who has leaked messages saying we should unalive MAGA kids because that's they need it to personally affect them so they'll move on policy. You have the mandate of the people, and what do you do with this? Literally just a huge fuck you.
Democrat. They voted for Abigail Spanberger for governor, and they voted for the Democrats down the ballot as well. You said the president saw this and took notice. I don't know. I guess the question for a lot of people is, why did you read that as a reason to end the shutdown and not a reason to continue and to force the Republicans on the issue of the ACA? Because You can have a separate vote on it. They've always said they could have a separate vote on it, but there's no leverage any longer. The president can veto it. The House cannot pass it. So you're going to lose.
The J. Jones dude is a nut job. Yeah, but he's a nut job who at least seems to believe in things. It's actually nice to see an expose on somebody that's not showing that they're actually disingenuously holding positions on things and that they're actually kind of fucking insane about their political beliefs and how far they're willing to go to get them done and the things that they're saying about them. Like, at least it signaled to me, like, okay, that's fucking crazy. But also, he believes it, at least, and it's not him saying, yeah, I actually sympathize with MAGA a lot more, but I can't say that publicly.
Lose those healthcare subsidies,
Katie, you asked me
more than likely.
You asked me a funny question. Why did I read the results as suggesting we should find a path out of shutdown? It wasn't the results. It's that I talk to Virginians every day. My state has been uniquely...
No, you talked to Chuck Schumer, and you got the go-ahead from him. That's what happened here. And you also talked to MAGA and then collaborated with them.
Uniquely hurt by this shutdown. Uniquely hurt by the mischief in the reconciliation bill.
Mischief.
My governor-elect, who won by 15 points, Abigail Spanberger, the first thing she said was, please find us a path out of the shutdown. She took to her own media last night giving me thanks for finding the path forward. I know what Virginians think. I know some of my colleagues are critical, but I feel very confident that this is a good deal for Virginians and a good deal for Americans. And you're right, we're going to have this vote, and Democrats will show who we are when it comes to protecting
the Virginians here in the room with us right now, Tim.
Healthcare, and Republicans will show who they are.
But you could have done that 40 days ago.
Not agree, but hold on.
What's the answer to this question? Very curious.
Hold on a second, but I wouldn't have gotten full funding for SNAP, and I wouldn't have gotten protection for federal workers.
Yeah, you would have, because a court already fucking said that he can't do that and that he needed to fund it. That was a thing that you already had in the fucking bag. You just needed to let it play out.
Because I needed the president to do that, and he only engaged a couple of days ago.
It doesn't seem like some of the party is just angry about this. It seems like this is ripping the party apart at a time where it felt like the party was coming back together post-elections. How do you convince your fellow Democrats to stay together on this? And how do you convince voters across the country?
I mean, the Democrats had no issue staying together on this for the most part. It was these fucking traitors that did.
To believe in the Democrats again.
Can I just say...
Go ahead.
Can I just say...
Dems didn't need to do anything to secure SNAP. Trump was breaking the law for not funding it. Like, this is actually worse, seeing like what the blue version of this looks like, because what Republicans will do is break something and then do a fix that's even worse and then give themselves an award for it. Like Israel-Iran war. Again, Trump, first term, withdraws from the JCPOA, ends up leading to Iran trying to enrich uranium, potentially pursuing a nuclear weapon is what they claim, even though there's not really evidence of that, but whatever, even if I granted that. And then he wants a Nobel Peace Prize for obliterating their alleged nuclear bomb program, even though you were the reason why they even started enriching uranium again, because you withdrew from the deal, and the deal that you were trying to secure from them was basically the same terms of the JCPOA, plus more that were never going to be extracted from Iran in the first place. That's what the red version of that looks like. What it looks like for Dems is what Tim Kaine just said here.
And he only engaged Republicans will show who they are.
But you could have done that 40 days ago.
When she's like, hey, you're kind of like patting yourself on the back for like a thing that you either could have done 40 days ago or probably should have stuck to as far as like holding the line. Like, why did you do this stupid half measure that everybody fucking hates?
But hold on a second. But I wouldn't have gotten full funding for SNAP. And I wouldn't have gotten protection for federal workers because I needed the president to do that, and he only engaged a couple of days ago.
Yeah, pat us on the back for the SNAP funding that Donald Trump was illegally withholding and already being ordered to by federal courts to fund. But give us credit for that, even though, again, that's already just the law.
It doesn't seem like some of the party is just angry about this. It seems like this is ripping the party apart at a time where it felt like the party was coming back together post-elections. How do you convince your fellow Democrats to stay together on this? And how do you convince voters across the country to believe in the Democrats again?
Can I just say...
Of course, go ahead.
Can I just say, ripping the party apart? I think you're over dramatizing this. I mean, I know the news business is to try to make everything like
I think she's underselling it, frankly.
the biggest crisis since
let me
the Cuban Missile Crisis
hold on.
or something.
Don't say it's me.
There's differences of opinion.
I will quote your
There's
fellow
differences
Democrats.
of opinion.
Gavin Newsom calls it pathetic.
Please
Hakeem
go ahead.
Jeffries, complete BS. AOC says this is not about a base of voters. This is about
and Katie,
This fucking pathetic response from AOC. The average monthly SNAP benefit is $177 a person. The average ACA benefit is up to $550 a person per month. People want us to hold the line for a reason. This is not a matter of appealing to the base. It's about people's lives. Fine with this. And then she says, working people want leaders whose word means something. Like, why won't you call out Dem leadership, AOC? I don't get it. Don't you want Chuck Schumer's seat? There is literally no poll showing that Chuck Schumer is popular. Even before this, why won't you call him out? Why won't you call out any of these people by name in this huge tweet where you had the opportunity to shit on them and show that they are fucking traitors that need to be primaried, which you're probably going to support anyway and probably going to endorse candidates that are primarying these fucking people. So why not say it now?
people's lives. Chris
Katie,
Murphy
guess
says
what?
it makes Donald Trump
You could have
stronger.
found-
This is a moment that demands.
She is absolutely allergic to criticizing establishment Dems, and for nothing. What does it get you? What does it fucking get you to cozy up to Chuck Schumer, whose word means fuck all? Who's unpopular, who's a fucking loser, who's a massive Zionist, who just needs to fucking go.
Fighters, not
Okay,
folders.
yeah.
I mean, this is me quoting Democrats. I'm not making things up.
Right.
You know, it's reading what people are saying and reporting it.
I know it. And you would have said this, you could have read the same quotes last month, a month ago. Will Rogers, 100 years ago. I don't believe in organized politics. That's why I'm a Democrat. We're a big tent. We have different points of view.
AOC has never been an aggressive progressive. I feel like she was for 2 seconds, and then around the time that she voted president for the Iron Dome funding, that's when like the writing was on the wall that like, yeah, no, she's gonna conform to kind of politics as usual, business as usual, and is like eyeing for a higher office, higher aspirations, and there are ceilings to what she's willing to do. I'm not saying you need to tank all of your relationships and stuff like that, but time and time again, what has it gotten her? They fucking put that guy who had cancer and then fucking died in office in that leadership position over her. So she does all of this shit, and it's not even getting her anything. It's just getting her more flack from her own fucking base.
I've been doing this for 31 years. This is by far a minor league issue within the Democratic Party. We're going to unify around having the healthcare fight within a month, and people are going to see where Democrats.
And I was actually hoping that there were some Republicans that would actually tank this, because there was language in this bill that they passed that says like, you also can't fire the federal workers like later, even though they can do whatever the fuck they want. But I was like, please, we just need one of these fucking like insane white nationalists, which again, name a fucking senator, MAGA senator, as far as like, you know, who that could be, that is unwilling to sign on or vote for something that takes away any power from the executive branch at this point.
Democrats are and see where Republicans are. And I'll be glad to come back and talk to you about it once we've done that.
Between
What
work,
a fucking smarmy asshole, man. And I cannot believe that man was still the better alternative to Donald Trump in 2016, because he was on the ticket with Hillary Clinton. Like, this is where they were at. This was reported November 6th. 4 days ago. GOP support for eliminating filibuster picks up steam after Trump pressure. Let's do nice 240.
President Trump is turning up the pressure on Senate Republicans to end the filibuster and give themselves the power to bypass Democratic opposition and reopen the government. Once they do away with the 60-vote threshold required to pass most legislation in the Senate, Trump says Republicans can enact sweeping, controversial legislation on party line votes. Trump reiterated his stance during an event for breakfast this morning with Republicans.
Which is, of course, the last thing that Republicans and Democrats want, because once you don't have the filibuster, you have no excuse to not push through your legislative agenda. And your legislative agenda at sometimes is at odds with either your base or the donors, okay? Or even though you ran on it, even though that's what you promised, but you were like crossing your fingers that like, oh, but it's like never going to happen or whatever. So I can just run on this get into office, do the tax cuts for the wealthy, and fund Israel. But I'm never going to have to actually do the things that would benefit my constituents. Not really. So I don't need to worry about that. But if you get rid of the filibuster, you're actually going to be expected to do things, especially when you have power. So all of these Republicans that are closer to like purple districts or whatever, they actually can't, even if they have run on it, even if they do rhetorically posture as though that they would hold the line on this. They don't want to be made to vote to fucking gut all, like, additional federal programs and shit that's going to piss off their constituents. And they're held hostage by their own extremists. I mean, like, there's only different degrees of fealty to Donald Trump in that party. But there are people that it's the difference between somebody who is like anti-choice, but they keep their line at like, it's a states' rights issue, right? Classic like Heritage Foundation line of like 10 years ago, versus somebody like Pence that's like, no, we want to push forward the federal abortion ban now. They don't want to have to vote on stuff like that because they'd have to vote no. And that's going to split their own base.
And senators at the White House. White House correspondent Brett Samuels joins us to discuss. Hey, Brett, so any word out of this meeting? How are the senators responding?
Let's see. Yeah, Senate Republican support for eliminating the filibuster is picking up momentum after President Trump invited members of the Senate GOP conference to a breakfast to demand that they do it, changing the Senate's rules with a simple majority to vote to eliminate the 60-vote threshold for advancing most legislation would be very controversial, so controversial that it's called the nuclear option, but a growing number of Senate Republicans are calling for a review of the matter. And again, look into the history of the fucking filibuster. It has been used as a stopgap to progress far more than it's ever been used to hold the excesses at bay. We kind of just need to be comfortable with the fact that, like, yeah, when they're in charge, they're going to do evil shit, but at least when we're in charge, you can at least try to push through, push through legislation that is good for people and hard to reverse. As of now, there aren't 50 Republican senators who would vote to change the rules to reopen the government and speed the rest of Trump's agenda through Congress. What is Trump's agenda? Trump's agenda is figuring out ways to consolidate power even further, gutting the Voting Rights Act, gerrymandering the shit out of additional states. That way they can rig the midterms in their favors even more because of how unpopular they are now. Mass deportation, they're already underway. They already have the funding for the big, beautiful bill. They already got Medicare, Medicaid. What is next? Senator Jim Banks, Republican from Indiana, who was elected to the Senate last year and previously served 4 terms in the majority-run House, said he agrees with Trump. I do agree with him. I understand why he's frustrated. The government shutdown is the Democrats' fault. It's unacceptable. This is a guy who's part of the party that's in charge. We have a short period window of time to do the things that we promised our voters that we would do. The filibuster is standing in the way of balanced budgets and cutting spending on top of things like passing voter ID laws. Exactly. It's literally just this. This is the only other part of their agenda that they haven't really pushed through. When you look at like how much of Project 2025 is underway, let's see. There were these, what is it? Oh, I should have saved one of these articles that I saw a couple of weeks ago showing it's like already 50% done. 48% done. I was close. So they track 319 objectives. There's 34 agencies involved. And progress by agency, USAID cuts 100%. Gutting like this, I guess this has to do with like Doge and shit like that. Stuff related to the interior. Like, this is all stuff that they have accomplished that was in Project 2025 that they are making good on or is currently underway. This is like the last stuff that they haven't gotten to. Federal Trade Commission, FTC, Federal Election Commission, which they would push for, fucking with the Federal Reserve, the National Institutes of Health, and the FDA. Yeah, so the FDA thing that they haven't gotten done is reverse FDA approval of the abortion pill or ban telehealth prescriptions and mailing of the abortion pill. How do I go back? End or limit fetal stem cell research / use, so more stuff related to abortion. Which, again, Ezra Klein thinks that there should be more anti-choice Dems winning. And, like, running in elections. And they will definitely help with this shit. Federal Reserve. Eliminate the Federal Reserve mission of full employment, which they haven't done yet. and abolish the Federal Reserve and move to a free banking system. They haven't started this yet either. Consider if the FTC should enforce antitrust or even continue to exist. That's on Project 2025. Outsource some of FTC's authorities to state attorney generals. Awesome. This is like the next stuff up. But they've gotten 48% of their shit done, and we're barely, like, Trump hasn't even been in office for a year. He's been elected. It's been a year since the election, but since he's held office, they've gotten, in year one, 48% of Project 2025 done. Senator Roger Marshall, a Republican from Kansas, told The Hill after meeting with Trump that he doesn't want to terminate the filibuster, but asserted desperate times call for desperate measures. This is not something I want to do, but the Democrats are almost pushing us to do it. Obviously, the president calling this meeting shows how large of a priority it is to him as well. Marshall said Wednesday's meeting at the White House was entirely devoted to the president pressing for filibuster reform and nothing else. This is why they did this shit. Democrats didn't want the filibuster to go away either. Trump has been running on a full court press on eliminating the filibuster for the better part of a week. He warned on social media Tuesday that Democrats are far more likely to win the midterms and the next presidential election if we don't do the termination of the filibuster. This was him openly admitting that, yes, we are in jeopardy. We are vulnerable because Americans correctly blame us. He doesn't say that part, but for the shutdown that we're doing. If we just do the filibuster, though, we don't need their help to have a new budget and end the filibuster. He predicted that if we terminate the filibuster, we can get everything approved like no Congress in history, and warned the Democrats are sure to end the filibuster once they regain power to pass their own agenda through the Senate. He has more hope in Democrats than I do. They absolutely do not want to do this. Like, when Tim Kaine is being asked, like, what's changed? Because why didn't you just do this 40 days ago? Well, 40 days ago, Trump, J.D. Vance, and all of these other MAGA toadies were not running around saying that they wanted to get rid of the fucking filibuster. Trump started doing this. The week he starts doing it, they start moving to make a fucking deal with these ghouls. His entreaties have changed the minds of Republican senators such as Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama, who declared during last year's Senate Republican leadership election that he wanted the filibuster preserved by the next GOP leader. No. We need to keep the filibuster, Tuberville told NBC News in November. After meeting with Trump on Wednesday, however, Tuberville said the nuclear option needs to be on the table. He's searching for ways to get it done. If that's the way to do it, so be it, Tuberville said. He now said he supports Trump's call to eliminate the filibuster. At the end of the day, if we're going to get anything done the next 3 years, like they haven't gotten a fuck ton done, we've got to get some kind of path forward. Democrats are not going to vote for anything. It's like insane how devoted they are to actually getting shit that they want to get done. Senator Josh Hawley said hundreds of thousands of constituents in Missouri face going hungry because of the imminent expiration of Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits, aka SNAP. He said he would support ending the filibuster to reopen the government, warning that otherwise the country faces a humanitarian crisis because of hunger. This is real suffering and it needs to end. It needs to end as quickly as possible. The president must have said that 20 times today, Hawley said after meeting with Trump. We've got to end this ASAP, he added. I will just say this to my Democrat colleagues. If you're going to put me personally to the choice between providing food assistance to 42 million needy Americans or defending some arcane rule of the Senate, I'm going to choose people. If that were actually true, you would just end this and you would sit down with Democrats and negotiate the ACA tax credit subsidies. Even Senator John Cornyn, who has long resisted calls to eliminate the filibuster, opened the door a crack to considering rules reform Tuesday. There's many good reasons to preserve the filibuster, he said, warning of what Democrats would do once they regain power if unchecked by the 60-vote threshold for passing legislation through the Senate. Believe me, he does not need to be scared about that because Democrats will not do this either. They're not going to do it. He cited statehood for Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia, packing the Supreme Court and undermining the Second Amendment. I honestly think that the most ambitious thing that they would do is maybe a constitutional amendment to get rid of pardons. Maybe Puerto Rico statehood. I don't see them using this to pass through something with like a federal minimum wage. I don't see them using it to fund a public option. It would just be another expansion of Obamacare. I don't see them actually right now with the current makeup of the Democratic Party in the Senate. Like that's what they would do. It would definitely be a moderate agenda. It would be better than what Republicans are going to fucking do with it, but it's not anything fucking ambitious or crazy. He said Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer is causing some question about preserving the filibuster because of his intransigence about reopening the government. I think we ought to consider all options, he said. My position hasn't really changed, but I'm willing to listen. While sentiment is shifting within the Senate Republican conference in favor of eliminating the filibuster, Senate Majority Leader John Thune said Wednesday there aren't enough votes to do so. I think the president's view on the filibuster has been long held. It's not like it's a surprise to anybody. It's what he honestly believes, Thune told reporters after meeting. Yeah, but like, just because he's held this for a long time, he has not been pushing it aggressively until now. As I've said before, there are not the votes there, he said. The main thing we have to be focused on right now, in my view, is get the government opened up again. My hope and expectation is that in the course of the next few days, we'll have a shot of doing that. He wasn't wrong. Senator Rand Paul, a Republican from Kentucky, a libertarian-leaning conservative who attended Wednesday's meeting at the White House, defended the filibuster and said it's an important tool to keep the growth of government in check. On balance, more legislation over the history of country restricts your liberty than enhances your liberty. Making legislation more difficult to pass, requiring a supermajority kind of helps to encourage compromise, helps to encourage solutions that aren't too far to one extreme. There's extremism in this country. There's absolutely none coming from the Democratic side, and all of it comes from Maga. I think the filibuster is useful in that way, he said. Sure, we could pass some things that we want that would be helpful, but there are many things the Democrats are proposing to do without the filibuster, he said. Adding states to the union, nationalizing elections, he said. God forbid. I think if we went to a simple majority system, we'd be very sorry. These people are all terrified of the unwashed masses. I mean, this is like in the tradition of like the founding fathers. Like they were also obviously very, very skeptical of just average working class people, you know, the majority of people in this country having access to any levers of power. That's why there's the Senate, which is fundamentally undemocratic to begin with. And the Supreme Court, also undemocratic. We don't elect any of those people. They have these lifelong tenures or, you know, until they fucking die. That's when they get to sit. And there's like no transparency really, or any like code of ethics that they're actually held to. They can do whatever they want. Other hard Republican no's on ending the filibuster include Senator Tom Tillis, Mitch McConnell, Ted Cruz, and Lisa Murkowski. Cruz said Tuesday there's zero chance that Senate Republicans will get rid of the filibuster. There is not the support for doing so in the Senate, he said. Thune and Senate Republican Policy Committee Chair James Lankford, Republican from Oklahoma, have also expressed opposition to eliminating the 60 vote threshold for advancing legislation. Senate Republicans hold 53 seats. So this is, what is it? These were other Dem reactions to what had happened. Oh, fuck off. Democrats rage at pathetic shutdown betrayal and mass backlash. So this was reported yesterday or today. 8 members of the Democratic caucus who backed a late-night deal aimed at reopening the government and ending the 40-day shutdown have ignited backlash from inside their own coalition, with critics slamming the move as pathetic surrender. The shutdown, the longest in U.S. history, has been framed by Dems as a last stand over healthcare. They claim they were holding out to force the extension of ACA subsidies that lapse at the end of the year. Instead, the agreement clinched last night. The agreement clinched last night punts the entire issue to a separate vote next month, which many believe will fail. Which is true. They're not going to hold that vote. The reaction from top Democrats across the country was fury. We saw AOC's. This is Chris Murphy.
The vote hasn't closed, but it looks like 8 Democrats have joined Republicans to vote for a temporary reopening of the government for about 2 months, but a bill with no protections to stop the coming healthcare disaster in this country caused by Donald Trump's premium increases, nor any provisions to meaningfully stop Trump's corruption and his illegality. You can see how tired I am. I've been here all weekend, have been working throughout the past few weeks to try to prevent this moment. After the elections on Tuesday, it just became absolutely clear that the American people do not want Democrats to be bullied into submission. They want Democrats to fight for their health care. They want Democrats to fight Trump's illegality. Bullies gain power when righteous people...
That's my dipshit senator. I mean, this is like, I take this any day over any of the fucking traitors that voted last night.
Yield in the face of their wrongdoing. I didn't want this shutdown. I want it to end, but not at any cost. And of course, I wish that there was a path to saving this democracy.
He looks tired as fuck. He looks exhausted, truly.
Saving people's health care that didn't involve pain. This shutdown hurt. It did. But unfortunately, I don't think there is a way to save this country, to save our democracy, without there being some difficult, hard moments along the way. The people came out on Tuesday in huge numbers, and yes, it was a referendum on Trump, but it was also a referendum on us, and I think there's going to be a lot of very angry people. out there in this country. I know there will be a lot of angry people out there in this country, having watched just a handful of Democrats join with Republicans. And we still have fights ahead where we've got to be able to unite as Democrats. This won't be the only.
I thought he was going to off himself at the end. I don't blame you. He's like, his voice was like cracking and trailing off there. This man is like seeing some shit.
Only consequential moment between now and next November. But there's no way to defend this. And you are right to be angry about it. I'm angry about it. And I'm just going to get up tomorrow and go to work to try to convince all of my colleagues that this is a unique moment and the necessity to stand and fight, even when it's hard, even when it involves pain.
This is like, it's not hard for those fucking senators. It's hard for people that have to face the excesses of this, obviously, but it's Republicans' fault. It's not on Democrats. Not until last night.
Is necessary, more necessary today than at any point during any of our political careers.
Ugh. So, who's this? Tallarico? From Texas, official statement on shutdown negotiations. Any quote-unquote deal that kicks 1.7 million Texans off their health insurance isn't compromise, it's surrender. If I had to guess, this is probably Cornyn's challenger. California Governor Gavin Newsom summed up his disgust in a one-word tweet. Pathetic. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker echoed him. This is not a deal. It's an empty promise. Trump and his Republican Congress are making healthcare more expensive for the middle class and ending it for working families. Time for Democrats to stand tall for affordable healthcare. Well, too late. Progressives in Congress have now widened their fire, not only at Republicans, but at their own leaders. Representative Ro Khanna, Democrat from California, even called for Senate Dems to replace Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, which is not going to happen because Ro Khanna is not a senator. He's a congressional representative, but there should be more of this. Senator Schumer is no longer effective and should be replaced. If you can't lead the fight to stop healthcare premiums from skyrocketing for Americans, what will you fight for? Israel, nothing else. The sentiment was echoed by some Democratic activists online. Time to pass the torch, Chuck. That was from Chris D. Jackson. Others incandescent accused their party of folding. Those Democrats who publicly defended the compromise now find themselves swimming against a tide of anger. This is, who are you? Former DNC National Field Director, Hillary advisor, and more. Dem strategist dad to Cameron Paxton, Moose and Simba. I hope Moose and Simba are dogs. But Adam Parham Menko. You put, oh, fuck off, Shaheen. This is Ron Filipkowski. This guy is like a co-founder of Midas Touch. The only political accomplishment out of this for Dems is that when healthcare insurance skyrockets for 22 million Americans in 42 days, it will be clear to even low information voters that Republicans are the ones responsible. Whether that makes all this worth it remains to be seen. It absolutely does not. But he's not incorrect that I think voters consistently will blame the parties that are in power, but it doesn't look good that all of this happened right after the blue wave, because then it's going to be used relentlessly in attack ads that you will, because they helped legitimize the Republican lie that Democrats are responsible for this. Twin girls? No way. He did not name. It was Simba and what? I already forgot. What was it? Moose and Simba. Maybe. An all-time, this is from Brett Meisles, who's also like a Midas Touch co-founder. An all-time fumble by the Democrats. After finally starting to rebuild trust with voters following the election, Democrats had momentum on their side. During the shutdown fight, Americans were beginning to believe they could actually hold firm. Republicans were the ones sinking fast, their approval plummeting. Trump hitting his lowest numbers ever. But instead of finishing the job and standing strong for the people, too many Democrats chose to dive right into the GOP's hole in a way that feels orchestrated. Anytime I see an M-dash, you use ChatGPT. I'm sorry. I have never seen more uses of M-dashes until now. He probably wrote the majority of it, but he threw it into ChatGPT and said, clean this up for me or something like that. People like that. And I agree. I shouldn't be even saying that because I agree with everything that he said so far. It just like sticks out like a sore thumb to me that they've done that. No, I love M dashes. I do as well, but now it's like it's entirely poisoned by AI. People like to say that Democratic messaging is bad, but it's not really about that. People won't support people who they don't think are fighting for them. I will never blindly support and cheerlead a party. I don't know about that. Your entire channel is kind of that. My allegiance is with the people, and the people are pissed. Well, I agree with this at least. Harry Sisson, absolutely pathetic. I cannot believe he cave to this wannabe dictator and his goons. Thanks to the Democrats who voted no. We'll remember who bent the knee. I'm not so sure about that. I hope that is the case. But yeah, when you've even pissed off Harry Sisson Jr., who is basically a Democratic like talking point generator, that's how you know you fucked up. The hostage taking the White House engaged in these last few weeks worked. This is my takeaway. Senator Tim Kaine, who voted yes on the resolution, posted a statement online to rationalize his decision, only to be met with a brutal pile-on. So he has his bullshit. Nina Turner, betrayal to working class Americans, true. Keith Olbermann saying resign. This is some weak shit senator from Harry Sisson. So yeah, people are pissed. ChatGPT will be president in 2032. I mean, like, this is either going to demoralize people to the point that they, you're going to see like less participation, unfortunately, because they show up to vote and what do Democrats do? This shit. Or you're going to get like a Bane type candidate with a D next to his name. Bane's going to run as a Democrat. Like, will this turn them into like blue Maoists? If it does, is this going to be like a radicalizing moment, or will it just make them capitulate and moderate even more? I know what I prefer, but I know it's probably going to fucking happen. Let's see. So this is a Vox article. Oh wait, before I get to that, actually, while we're on the subject of like libs reacting, they were upset. This is Matt Iglesias. The subtext of this whole fight is the filibuster. Dems were winning the blame game and could have held out indefinitely, but they weren't going to win adequate policy concessions from Trump. Eventually, ours would have been forced to nuke. Fine by me, but many senators disagree. I think the decision to cave is dumb, but people should understand what was really in play and not take every politician's outrage statement too seriously or literally. To me, this whole idea that the filibuster benefits one party or the other is a little childish. If Democrats' most popular priorities and Republicans' most popular priorities both passed over the next Congresses, that's not good for America. This is fucking stupid. If anything from the Republican agenda were to pass, that would not be a net good. But it's one that I'm willing to take because they're passing it anyway. If it means that when Democrats are in power, they can at least get more of their legislative agenda done. But Brian Tyler Cohen also going hard in the paint. Pay attention to what Democratic candidates are saying right now. Find and support the fighters. Having a spine must be a litmus test in 2026 and beyond. So when even Brian Tyler Cohen, co-founder of Chorus, is saying this is too much, this is fucking bullshit, you know, he fucked up. Two House Dems who got elected in Trump's district come out against the Senate deal. This is Representative Derek Tron. My statement on the proposed spending agreement. I was sent to Washington to challenge a broken system, not rubber stamp the status quo. The agreement proposed by the Senate fails to meet the urgent needs of our communities, including protecting affordable health care, enhancing public safety, and reining in the reckless tariffs hurting California's small businesses. President Trump has consistently broken the trust of the American people, using congressionally appropriated funds to serve his partisan political agenda instead of putting our tax dollars back into our communities. I cannot trust the pledge for a future vote to address health care while the American people continue to bear the burden of his administration's broken promises. Any deal that does not immediately meet the critical needs of the American people, especially protecting health care, is a betrayal of our constituents. If this deal comes to the House, I will vote no. And then Congresswoman Kristen McDonald from not sure where, Maga forced the healthcare affordability crisis on Michigan families. After $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts and gutting the ACA, insurance premiums are out of control and people can't get basic care. We urgently need a bipartisan budget with real solutions to fix these costs and open the government. I remain ready to work on it, but caving without healthcare solutions would fail countless working families who are struggling to get by. Perfect. This is what they were all saying until they nuked it last night. It's a game to them. Yeah, because it doesn't actually personally affect them. It's just chess. We're not going to fix the Democrats' brand by doing TikToks or launching podcasts. The brand is a direct reflection of the strength of our elected officials. If we want to purge our weak branding, we have to purge the weak Democrats. I'm looking forward to a robust primary cycle and ushering in a new era of Democrats who actually know how to fight. Here's the thing is that, like, I don't know about him being willing to actually usher in those Democrats when you look at, like, who he has supported in the past. But, you know, nominally, I agree with this. I just don't agree with the way he would choose to apply it, Mr. Cohen over here. And this is what fucking Johnson was saying last night.
He's offered them a vote. You know what they told him in response? No, we need you to guarantee the outcome of that vote. Well, that's ridiculous. That can't be done.
From the Senate, will you assure the House members that they'll get a vote? House Democrats, they'll get a vote on ACA subsidies by date certain?
No, because we did our job, and I'm not part of the negotiation. The House did its job on September 19th. I'm not promising anybody anything. I'm going to let this process play out. I'll tell you what they wanted. I'll tell you what Schumer and Jeffries wanted. In fact, Chuck
he's not going to do it.
Schumer said it publicly and decried that Thune and I would not go in a back room with them and make a four corners agreement on Obamacare subsidies. And I said, there's no way. That it was never possible or appropriate for that to be. He's offered them a vote.
They hate you. They just hate you. Do not trust these people when they offer you pinky promises. I mean, like, they know better. That's the thing. It's like they are just lying. All of these Democrats that are complicit in ending this by collaborating with Maga, they know all of this. They're just lying, and they think that you're fucking stupid. Why should he? Why buy the cow when you get the milk for free, as the archaic saying goes. Literally, they just gave them what they wanted. Like, as far as, like, this is not speaking, obviously, to the righteousness of it. Obviously, he's, like, a fucking MAGA dipshit, and he's evil. But as far as, like, what a Democrat should be doing if they were in that position, yeah, that's what they should be doing. Which is that, I didn't agree to that. I'm not going to fucking do that. And this is where it was, like, already in the works. Just under our noses. Why does Schumer keep trying to cave? How the Senate Democratic leader and his gang of eight keep trying to snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory? This was reported 2 days ago by the American Prospect. Most commentators, including me, concluded that the Tuesday election victory saved Dems from capitulating to Republican demands to pass a simple continuing resolution to reopen the government in exchange for vague assurances of a vote on ACA subsidies that amount to nothing. But my reporting finds that at the Thursday meeting of the Senate Democratic Caucus, 2 days after the election, Democrats very nearly capitulated once again. Again, this was reported 2 days ago. Here's what occurred. It has been widely assumed that the group of eight, mostly centrist Senate Democrats, who have been looking to broker a hollow deal on Republican terms, were freelancing. In fact, they were acting with the express approval of Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer and were reporting to him daily. At Thursday's meeting, they told their caucus colleagues that they now had 10 votes to reopen the government in exchange for no real Republican concessions. At that, much of the rest of the caucus went ballistic, and some of the supposed 10 said that, in fact, they were not willing to vote for any such deal. The leaders of the proposed Democratic cave-ins, Senators Maggie Hassan and Jeanne Shaheen, both of New Hampshire, and Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, then backed down. Only after that did Schumer go public with his proposal to reopen the government in exchange for a one-year extension of the ACA subsidies, along with a bipartisan commission to figure out a long-term solution. Republican Senate Leader John Thune, a Republican from South Dakota who had been led to expect a Democratic capitulation, first accused Schumer of browbeating his colleagues, but then said later Saturdays that talks were continuing. President Trump, meanwhile, who had urged the Senate to stay in weekend session to reach a deal, reverted to his usual rants on Truth Social Saturday morning, declaring, "I am recommending to Senate Republicans that the hundreds of billions of dollars currently being sent to money-sucking insurance companies in order to save the bad healthcare promised by Obamacare be sent directly to the people so that they can purchase their own much better healthcare and have money left over." He once again called for an end of the filibuster. Senator Bill Cassidy, a Republican of Louisiana, I assume, chair of the committee with jurisdiction over healthcare, pitched a related scheme that would turn the enhanced ACA subsidies into a flexible spending account, or FSA, which would likely push people into high deductible plans and complicate the maddening healthcare system even further. Informed observers tell me that the obvious compromise deal, which would allow each side to claim a partial victory, is either a shorter extension of the ACA subsidies for less than a year or an extension with a partial cut at higher incomes. It remains to be seen whether both sides can get to a yes. well, we know what happens now, obviously, in retrospect. The mystery is why Schumer keeps flirting with capitulation in exchange for nothing. Democrats have the political momentum, Republicans are divided, and a majority of voters blame the Republicans for the shutdown. Schumer himself faces a likely primary challenge for his own Senate seat. He's even more vulnerable if he presides over Democratic capitulation. Equally bizarre is Shaheen's game, since she is not even running for re-election when her term expires in 2026. She's on the Appropriations Committee, and part of the weak Republican offer is to pass the appropriations bill that have gone through the committee on a bipartisan basis. Clearly, Shaheen is more concerned with getting those bills done than using important leverage to protect the signature Democratic legislative achievement of the century. Even when Schumer and centrist Democrats who have been dealt a strong hand, these are the sorts of player who would fold a royal flush. Literally, all of that came true. All of that came true. So what is the fucking... Let's see. And then this is like, you have useful idiots over at Vox penning pieces like this to further justify it. So this was published today. Democrats were never going to win the shutdown fight. Yes, polls showed more people blaming Trump, but on their substantive demands, the party was drawing dead. This is by Andrew Prokop today. Or probably Prokop, right? Is that how you say that? Andrew Prokop? After forcing the longest U.S. government shutdown in history, Senate Democrats threw in the towel Sunday night. 8 Democratic senators voted with the Republicans Sunday to advance a deal to reopen the government, even though the deal includes no significant concessions from the GOP or President Donald Trump. The turnabout came as a shock to many highly engaged online progressives who had believed their party was quote-unquote winning the politics of the shutdown fight, meaning polls showed more people blamed Trump than Democrats for the shutdown's impact. So, to many on the left, a cave like this, which on its face just involved 8 Democrats, but is widely believed to have won the tacit assent of many others in the caucus, seemed infuriating and inexplicable. But the reality is that Democrats never had a plausible strategy to get what they wanted, to get what they said they wanted, an extension of expiring ACA subsidies out of the shutdown fight. And after 40, okay, so like, even if you can't, then why help them? Why help them at all? Don't be an accomplice. You don't have to do that part. And after 40 days, they may have been winning the politics of the shutdown, but they had made no apparent progress towards getting Trump or Republicans to give in to their substantive demands. Okay, they probably would have capitulated to avoid having to get rid of the filibuster. They don't want to get rid of the filibuster. That's why they would have caved. That was the leverage. And the fact that all of their favorability is tanking, their constituents were angry because they blamed them for the shutdown. That was the fucking leverage. It was like they showed no signs of caving until they do. That was the hope. Indeed, rather than negotiate, Trump has in recent days started pressuring Senate Republicans to abolish the filibuster, but they wouldn't have done that. Removing the tool Democrats have used to cause the shutdown and letting the GOP pass laws with the party's votes alone. Senate Republicans initially stuck by their refusal to do this, but the longer the shutdown stretched on, the more the pressure on them would intensify. Furthermore, the pain caused by the shutdown for ordinary Americans was about to ramp up. Federal workers have already been going without pay since last month, but and now that was pointless. All of that was useless. But SNAP beneficiaries were now losing benefits, and air travel was about to become a nightmare due to FAA cuts. So for some Democrats, this combination of lacking a path to achieve their substantive demands, fearing the consequences of filibuster abolition, and worried, again, let's underscore that, fearing the consequences of filibuster abolition, not because they're worried about the Republican agenda that's going to get passed, but because they would absolutely love for all of that to get passed, and then they can run on it, and they don't have to actually run on their run on any sort of promise to like undo it or, you know, their own platform. They can just run on, I'm going to reverse this. It's literally not going to be any sort of opposition other than I'm going to revert back to the status quo. That's what they would love to run on. They don't want to get rid of it though, because then when they're in power, they're going to be expected to do things. They're going to have to answer to their constituents for their choices, and they don't want to do that. So those are the consequences of the filibuster that they are actually fearing. It's not the Republican policies. That's the part that they love, because then they could just run on, I'm going to undo that and nothing new. And worrying about increased pain caused by the prolonged shutdown spurred them to cut a deal. Many among the party's base are apoplectic, urging a continued fight, but for the Dems, this was always poor turf on which to battle. This is so stupid. It's not even true whatsoever. All of the evidence against this person. But they can own this, but the way that they frame it, they're trying to act like this is the natural conclusion when it's not. As I argued in September, so this is about being proven right. I guess something that they called back in September or whatever. This supposedly proves them right. Trump and the GOP were never going to cave here. Okay, so why help them? And the only ways in which this could have plausibly ended were the GOP abolishing the filibuster, Democrats caving. We got the cave. Okay, but like they had no reason to cave because voters just signaled in the blue wave that they were happy with their performance. They were more satisfied with it at the very least than what Republicans were up to. Why Democrats weren't going to win a shutdown negotiation and why they tried it anyway. Democrats decided to pick this shutdown fight for one basic reason. The party's base believed they weren't doing enough to fight back against the Trump administration. True, they weren't. This just proves it. The last government funding shutdown back in March ended with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and key Democrats backing off from their threats to force a shutdown, and the base was furious. They calculated that they couldn't do that again. They had to at least try a shutdown this time. So, much like congressional Republicans did back in 2013, they settled on an ultimatum strategy. They would not support government funding, they said, until the expiring Affordable Care Act subsidies were extended. In 2013, Republicans' demand was that the ACA be repealed. But the ultimatum strategy is a terrible way for a minority party to achieve its goals in Congress. Really? Because all evidence shows to the contrary. Trump was freaking the fuck out. They just lost in huge unexpected numbers in multiple different states, multiple different races. Blue wave, no one expected. Not Republicans or Democrats. Voters are blaming Donald Trump. He's more unpopular than ever. But this is a bad strategy. This is a bad strategy, according to Vox liberals. An ultimatum sparks off a highly polarized fight in which, if the majority gives in, it would be seen as a humiliating cave, handing over policy-making authority to the minority. So that it was literally for one single concession, one main concession primarily. So the majority has powerful incentives to not give in to hostage-taking like this, since if they do, more hostages will surely be taken in the future. Again, to frame this like anything other than Republicans' fault is absolutely disgusting, and this is the true MAGA propaganda, honestly. Doing the dirty work for them by saying that the Democrats are to blame for this. In the way that they're going about it, like for actually trying to fight and oppose Donald Trump with the leverage that you have, you're actually making it worse. You're helping him. What's more, the majority party does have an ultimate trump card. If the minority's obstruction continues long enough, the majority can simply change the rules, in this case by eliminating the filibuster. They wouldn't have done that. They don't have the votes. They don't have the will to do it. They don't want to do it. Some commentators argue that if Democrats held firm, they could win the war of public opinion and therefore bring Trump to the table. But Trump has long had low approval ratings and won't face election again. Short-sighted. And he's obsessed with maintaining his political brand for toughness and savvy negotiating, so he always seemed particularly unlikely to respond to an ultimatum from Democrats with a cave. He'd rather dig in. All of this was obvious to Democrats in advance, but they felt they had no other option but to please the base by giving it a try. Oh my God, can you believe that Democrats felt like they had no choice but to actually, give in to their base's demands, aka the people that voted them into office in the first place? What a fucking nightmare. Democrats for once having to actually listen to the people that got them into office, to the people that canvassed for them, to the people that fucking door knocked, to the people that did all the phone banking, to the people that donated. God forbid those Democrats have to actually listen to their voters. Crazy. Crazy times we're in. They did for 40 days. In that time, their polling improved. They drove increased media attention to the expiring ACA subsidies, and they did well in last week's election. But none of this seemed to drive the president or the GOP towards making policy concessions. It doesn't happen until it fucking happens. What is this like? Oh, why would they show any signs of caving until they just fucking do it? Why? Indeed, the only movement from Trump was that he got increasingly vocal that Senate Republicans should get rid of the filibuster. But he also acknowledged that it was killing them it was going to fucking kill them in the midterms because voters blame them for it. The Make Republicans Abolish the Filibuster gambit explained, so lacking any way to force concessions from Trump or Republican, this is how you do it. This is the closest that you can get to it. And if you can't, then you at least died trying and fighting. The real choice facing Democrats was, do they cave or do they hold out indefinitely until the GOP abolishes the filibuster? That is what they do. Or until the GOP capitulates and does a compromise deal and funds ACA credits, again, for less than a year, or they cap it to kick some people off. There is a strain of thinking among progressive commentators that forcing Republicans to abolish the filibuster to reopen the government would have been good, actually. Yeah, me, I'm one of those people. But also, Matt Iglesias, who used to own this publication. Is he a progressive? No, I'm not the only one. The high-minded version of this argument is that ending the filibuster is good for democratic accountability since it lets the majority party pass its agenda. But the more ideologically self-interested argument is that progressives think the filibuster is typically more of a problem for them than it is for the Republicans. True. They're dreaming of what they might be able to pass the next time Democrats retake the presidency and Congress, and they'd love the filibuster to be out of their way. But the thing is like, even with the filibuster out of their way, they still won't be able to do it. It's just going to be easier to, again, hold the holdouts accountable. This argument lands oddly at a time when there is such concern about Trump's authoritarian inclinations. The filibuster has been one of the most powerful constraints on what Trump can actually do in office. It essentially prevents the GOP from passing new laws, except through the convoluted budget reconciliation process. I love how it's like, oh my God, we can't get rid of it because God forbid Donald Trump gets his agenda through. Like they haven't gotten 50, like they don't break the law, push it through, do it anyway, do what they want, not respond to courts, ignore court orders. They do what they want anyway. They don't need the laws. The laws don't restrain them. They do whatever they want. And on top of it, even with this, the big beautiful bill, they passed that. They were able to get that done. They were able to gut Medicare and Medicaid. They were able to do mass deportations. They are funding Border Patrol over funding these programs and like Social Security for Americans. They have gotten 48% of Project 2025 done. Trump, for his part, seems to badly want this guardrail on his authority removed, saying last week that there's so many things he could pass if not for filibuster restrictions. Senate Republicans, though, seem to share progressives' belief that this would be bad for the GOP in the long term. Or perhaps they'd like to keep the filibuster around as a handy excuse to tell Trump they can't do this or that thing that he wants. Again, this is supposed to be an explainer, but it's just obfuscating. This is obviously what it is. This is obviously their motivation for not wanting to get rid of it. They don't want to have to buck Trump. They don't want to have to talk to their fucking constituents about why they can't get the things done that they fucking run on. This is the same party that's refusing to seat somebody who was democratically elected from Arizona so that they don't vote on the Epstein files being fucking released. A thing that Republicans made an issue. And is only an issue because they made it a fucking issue. Democrats don't really care about that. Regardless of what you think about the impact of filibuster abolition, the reality is that some Senate Democrats were not at all united around a deliberate strategy of forcing the GOP to get rid of the filibuster. It was not about forcing the GOP to get rid of the filibuster. It was about forcing the GOP to come to the table and have to negotiate about the ACA subsidies. It's just turned into a straw man. This is supposed to be an explainer. Again, this is supposed to help you understand things, but it literally just confuses you more. This was not about that. They turned it into that, but they were just, it's like they should have called their fucking bluff. They're not going to get rid of the filibuster. The other reality was that the shutdown is not at all an abstract political game. It was causing real and increasing hardship for many Americans, and the current Democratic caucus was not hardline enough to keep that going forever. How do you write this after you just acknowledged that they fucking won in a blue wave landslide in the most recent election? How do you write this? How do you conclude that? They had some I told you so type article, and that's what tells me this is about. Andrew Prokop is a senior politics correspondent at Vox. This is a senior politics correspondent at Vox, covering the White House elections and political scandals and investigations. He's worked at Vox since the site's launch in 2014, and before that, he worked as a research assistant at the New Yorker's Washington, D.C. bureau. Love that. Insane. This is the lib explanation for it. It's incoherent. I interviewed for them once. They were insufferable. Oh, man. Let's see. What is this $2,000 to Americans? Is this about like, we're going to give you money and then you can spend it in the marketplace how you want? So this is reported by Time Magazine today. Is Trump giving out $2,000 to Americans? No. Here's what we know. President Donald Trump has suggested that the majority of Americans could receive $2,000 in dividends, claiming that the U.S. is bringing in trillions of dollars due to an influx of tariff revenue. People that are against tariffs are fools. We are now the richest, most respected country in the world. We are taking in trillions of dollars and will soon be paying down our enormous debt. Record investment in the USA, plants and factories going up all over the place, claimed Trump via Truth Social. A dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, will be paid to everyone. Trump doubled down on this idea on Monday morning, telling his 11 million Truth Social followers that all money left over from the $2,000 payments will be used to substantially pay down national debt. A little housekeeping. We're going to balancing the checkbook here a little bit. This isn't the first time the president has floated the idea of paying some kind of stimulus checks or tax rebate to the majority of Americans as a direct result of the money raised from tariffs. But thus far, the promise is yet to be enacted by his admin. Here's what you need to know about the idea put forward by Trump, why experts have challenged the suggestion, and where things currently stand with the legal battle over the aforementioned tariffs. What exactly is Trump proposing, and where would the dividend come from? Trump is proposing a $2,000 payment for Americans, except high-income people. The president failed to specify who would qualify as high-income by his estimation. Convenient. The dividend would come from the funds gained via Trump's global tariffs, which the Supreme Court seems like they're leaning, no, this is not legal, which have been a source of revenue and controversy since he initially announced the various levies during a self-titled Liberation Day earlier this year. This idea that you can just say, oh, there's a fucking national emergency going on because there's immigrants in the country or whatever, it's fucking bullshit. If it were a Democrat, it would be so much obvious, so obvious to the people trying to defend this as legal or constitutional in any way, shape, or form that it's clearly not. Do you think that if Joe Biden wanted to say, oh, I'm declaring a national emergency, why? Because of climate change. Climate change threatens us all. It's an existential threat. And then uses that to launch these tariffs and then tries to use the money and the revenue gotten from the tariffs, aka a tax that he's effectively levying himself unilaterally, to fund like the Green New Deal. It would obviously be struck down that you're just trying to legislate from the fucking from the office of the presidency in a way that you were never intended to. The president said that the tariff that's because climate change isn't a threat to all of us. Okay. No. I am you're what's time out. I won't ban you, but I'm timing you out for saying that. The president said that the tariff revenue would also soon begin paying off the national debt, which is listed at over $38 trillion. During an appearance on ABC's This Week on Sunday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that he has yet to speak with Trump about his latest promise to supply most Americans with these funds. The $2,000 dividend could come in lots of forms. It could be just the tax decreases that we are seeing on the president's agenda. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans, said Bessent, listing possible ways in which the $2,000 payment could come to fruition. When has Trump previously floated this idea? Thank you. The possibility of most Americans receiving some kind of payment from tariff revenue has previously been floated by Trump. Hey, that's Justice Sotomayor's argument. What do you think? I got it. I listened to the oral arguments and I really thought that there would be more support from Barrett, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, but they seemed really skeptical that this is constitutional. When has Trump previously floated this idea? On July 25th, when talking to reporters outside the White House, Trump said, "We have so much money coming in from tariffs. We're thinking about a little rebate. A little rebate for people of a certain income level might be nice. Might be nice as a treat to have a rebate." Just over a week later, the president spoke again about the possibility of a rebate for Americans from tariff earnings. There could be a distribution or dividend to the people of our country. I would say that for people that would be, again, this is literally like, you get less out of this than what you lose by having these sorts of fucking tariffs and by it leading to the price fluctuations that it has and the way that it's weakened the American dollar, if that's not abundantly clear. There could be a distribution or dividend to the people of our country. I would say for people that would be middle income people and lower income people, we could do a dividend, he said. In an interview on October 1st with One American News, Trump again said that tariff revenue would be used to pay off national debt, but could also go towards a dividend. We also might be able to make a distribution to the people, said Comrade Trump. Floating the figure would be between $1,000 and $2,000. What challenges could Trump encounter, according to experts? An immediate issue that arises with the potential total of the dividend is how much it would actually cost. Should the payment be made to Americans from low and middle income households, this would include over 80% of the total U.S. population, per a Pew Research study from last year, or over 274 million people. Erica York, vice president of the nonpartisan think tank Tax Foundation, has warned about the lack of funds should such a payment be implemented. The president just proposed a $2,000 tariff quote-unquote dividend for each person, excluding high-income earners, she remarked via social media. If the cutoff is $100,000, 150 million adults would qualify for a cost near $300 billion. If kids qualify, that grows. Wait, kids wouldn't qualify. Only problem, new tariffs have raised $120 billion so far. The math gets worse accounting for the full budgetary impact of tariffs. $1 of tariff revenue offsets about 24 cents of income and payroll tax revenue, York continued, adding that adjusting for that, tariffs have raised $90 billion of net revenues compared to Trump's proposed $300 billion rebate. What is the current status of Trump's tariff battle? Trump's tariffs are currently being reviewed by the Supreme Court in a high-stakes case, of which he has been vocal in his disapproval. The court heard oral arguments last week, and a number of justices expressed concerns about how the White House justified Trump's import duties. Insane. Wait, what are you saying? UK person in chat. I'm under the impression now government reopens, they have the votes for the files, right? No, we have the votes for the files nominally, but Mike Johnson won't swear in a woman who has been elected from Arizona to get the files out. So, and he's like he's going to continue to not let her be in. So they didn't even get that. He wasn't the one negotiating. It was because Mike Johnson is in Congress, not in Senate. So he was saying, I didn't make any promises and I'm not going to bring that shit to a vote on the floor. Like, they didn't talk to me. They're off, whatever, doing their own deals. I'm not involved in that. And he like distanced himself entirely from it. So he's not going to seat that woman from Arizona who was literally elected already and won her race. She's the longest to not be seated ever. I have like an article that's already outdated. Let me see. And there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. Can he do that? No, he cannot. It is against the law. Who's going to make him, though? No one. So, and certainly not Democrats. This is from the Arizona Mirror. Johnson sets record for refusing to swear in this Arizona rep for 36 days after she won an election. This was October 29th, so it's only increased. It's literally in the 40s. So this representative-elect unwillingly set a record on Wednesday with a 36-day wait to be sworn in to represent the state's 7th congressional district. The Tucson Democrat easily won a September 23rd special election in the deep blue southern Arizona district, formerly represented by her father, who died of cancer in March. But Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the U.S. House of Reps, has refused to swear her in using a range of excuses, the most frequent of which is the federal government shutdown, which began October 1st. And that was his excuse, but he'll just find a new excuse because he's not going to seat this woman. Johnson initially promised to seat her whenever she requested it, but then backtracked and said he'd only do so after Democrats in the U.S. Senate agreed to support a stopgap spending bill to reopen the government. And just because this happened does not mean he's going to follow through on his word. He is a Republican. He's just lying. Let's see. All right, but let's do something fun. But before we do something fun, if you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me already, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when to go live. Same if you're watching on YouTube, and hit the bell. That way you can get the notification that I've launched from YouTube. If you want to watch any of my previous VODs, they're all housed on YouTube, and they are timestamped. That way you can easily skip around to my segments and don't have to scrub through multi-hour long VODs if that doesn't interest you. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or YouTube description box. Would really help if you subscribe to me on Twitch. You can give subs throughout the chat to other people. That way they can have an ad-free experience as well as access to cute emotes. You can also use your Amazon Prime to subscribe to me. If you want to send a super chat, please go ahead and head over to YouTube and drop one in chat. You can also send a super sticker. I will read out whatever message you send to me if you super chat me. And yeah, I'm at straighted underscore on everything. And now we're gonna do PBD. Let's see. Let's get just a little taste of how the right is celebrating this.
Rob, what?
Okay, so. Government shutdown. I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't just like play that intro, right?
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm so I could taste sweet victory. You know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
My handshake is better than anything I ever signed. Right here.
You are a one-of-one?
My son's right about it. I don't think I've ever said this
before. All right, so a lot going on, folks. Government shutdown. Apparently 8 senators on the Democratic side coming out, agreeing to the same exact thing that Chuck would have agreed to before. And Scott Jennings says, I think this was all about the special elections, just to show strength and use this as a story to win a couple of those elections. And then now they're going to go back and do the same thing. It was just a bunch of theater. And President Trump was at the Washington Redskins game. And while he's at the Redskins game and they're doing their thing, you know, there was some booing going on. Yeah. And we're gonna show that booing stuff that took place at the Redskins game. Congrats to the Dolphins. They beat the...
Thank you, Longshot, for the £5. Have 5 Great British Pounds from Ireland. Long story. Thank you so much.
Bills, which was a miracle. We were there last night.
Miracle.
Can you make one of the emotes an ugly beanie or a propeller hat, please? Do I need like a... like what Just did? He did like the propeller cap. And it's called like Just cap or something like that. Maybe.
A miracle. I don't know what happened, but good for them. Let me go through a couple of the stories for you guys that
Okay.
hope you guys had a good weekend. By the way,
Government
Rob, what
shutdown over.
videos do we have on the government shutdown? What videos do you have on the government shutdown? Because there's a bunch of different things going on right now in the government shutdown. We hear the video that comes out, the story saying up to 20% of flights can be canceled in coming weeks if the government shutdown drags on, as airports endure first day of crippling reductions. You hear pilots talking about a bunch of different things. You hear pilots saying, hey, you know, we have folks that are working right now that are not getting paid, but they're showing up today, et cetera, et cetera.
You hear pilots saying a bunch of things.
And there was a rare Saturday Senate session that ends with few signs of shutdown progress. So as of right now, Rob, the latest thing we know is what? The fact
Make
that
your sub emote the wig in your profile picture. That's not a wig. For most of my life, I have really, really curly hair, and me like doing it straight or whatever is like a new thing that I do. For the majority of the time, my hair is curly.
8 senators have agreed. Is that the clip right there, Rob? Okay, there we go. Can you go back to it?
Yep.
So the government shut down on October 1st. On November 9th, the United States advanced a funding measure by 60-40 vote. This is the first major bipartisan movement towards reopening the government. The measure would extend federal funding through January 30th, 2026 for some agencies, attach 3 full-year appropriation bill, agriculture, veterans affairs, and legislative branch as part of the broader package, guarantee a future vote in December on Affordable Care Act, health insurance tax credit issues, which has been a key sticking point. And it's important to know this, that with the Obamacare, Trump wants to give you the credit. He wants you to make a decision what you want to do with it, because all the promises Obama made that you're going to be able to keep your doctor.
Of course, he's fucking leaving out. He's literally using like 10-year-old talking points right now by being like bringing up the fact that like, no, you can always keep your doctor because they weren't always in network, because Obamacare is fucking stupid in a bunch of different ways that I can't even get into right now. But leaving out that premiums are about to fucking skyrocket because of this.
Not going to be costing you anything. Taxes will go up. We all know Obama lied on every one of those issues, and that's proven by the left and the right. So many federal functions that have been severely disrupted, the 900,000 federal employees that have been working.
I love the way he cites claims. It's just, we all know that he lied. This has been proven by the left and right. Anyway, it continues, not like no specifics, just makes this like very vague, grand, ambiguous claim. Moves on.
Without pay, SNAP, which is impacting a lot of people's lives, especially immigrants that are here taking advantage of it. Who some of them that they're relying on you, the hardworking people.
I don't even know if there's immigrants on the ACA. I don't really give a fuck if they are. My understanding is that they can get access to Medicare, Medicaid, but that's up to each individual state. That's not something that's happening at like a federal level. It's because these are like state administered programs for the most part. They get the funding because it's been appropriated by Congress, but they do it. They spend it as they please.
To take care of them. But Tom, where are we at with this?
Well, the Senate voted. You had to break the filibuster. You need to have 60 votes. And what the Senate did, they haven't ended the government shutdown, but they have put together something and they're sending it back to the House, and the House is all upset. However, this should be good news. But check this out. Look at the 8 people that voted with the Republicans. Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, Jackie Rosen of Nevada. Wait a minute. Both Nevada senators voted. Very interesting. We know Nevada was razor thin, and Trump got traction. Traction there used to be blue, but the election there. Also, look at this.
I need Tom Heads in chat. I need Tom Cats. Okay, this is like not a really good observation, because that is not the reason why these people crossed the fucking picket line. That it's primarily to do with the fact that they're not up for re-election for a while.
New Hampshire, Jean Shaheen.
But they'll probably use that as the cover.
And Maggie Hassan. Both senators from New Hampshire went with them. And this guy, I'm really proud of this guy. Dick Durbin of Illinois went with the Republicans to break this. And then Tim Kaine of Virginia. Tim Kaine.
Wow. Look, we finally found people that are proud of the Democrats. MAGA Republicans. Shocker.
Kaine was Hillary's VP candidate.
Yeah, fantastic.
And then, of course, the guy we expected for the last 3 months to be at the Republicans, John Fetterman.
Yep.
So those were the 8 that went, and they went with it. What's interesting, if you look at it, I believe the Republicans got about 80% of what they wanted in the Senate bill, whereas the Democrats got about 20%. For instance, Dick Durbin came across when he said,
that's too much. Democrats got FUCKL.
That Trump, that what they would put in there, and John Thune gets credit for this. Lonely, not very charismatic, just very effective and just a good person. John Thune, apparently...
Senate Majority Leader you're talking about.
Yep, got everybody together. But, John Thune has never been like the Schumer, the Pelosi, the camera guy. He's always just kind of just there working. Mm-hmm. And he got it done. But here's what he gave back to Durbin. He said, I'll tell you what, this is what we'll put in. All the federal workers that were fired during the shutdown, not the ones that were fired during DOGE at the beginning when we started thinning things out.
Not the ones that were illegally fired, the ones that we fired in different ways.
all the ones that were fired during the shutdown will get their jobs back. And there will be a provision to give them some back pay, which shouldn't be huge in American people because that back pay thing has really just kind of started. You know, it's not, well, some had started before, but it's not cataclysmic. It is to those people, but in terms of dollars to the U.S. taxpayer, you know, it's manageable. So he gave that back, and Durbin said, okay, Thune, I'm in. And they went in. And so it was very sensible, but what's really important.
This is the equivalent of having your wallet stolen, and then the thief says, here's the negotiation that we're going to do. How about I just keep the wallet? I just keep the whole thing, right? And then you're like, no. You can keep all of the cash in it, all the credit cards, okay? Everything else in it, I just need my ID back, okay? Just like, give me the ID back. And the thief says to them, I will give you the ID back on a later day, I promise. At least that. And then runs off. That's pretty much what happened.
Back, and these are my estimates, Pat. I think the Republicans got about 80% of what they wanted. Specifically, they didn't want the Obamacare subsidies just to roll over as this $1 trillion wave in the American people. They got that. They got what they wanted. So I think the Republicans got 80%. I think the Dems got 20%. And people like Dick Durbin got the unionized federal workers get their jobs back. And so they got their 60.
So here's a tweet. No more money. Hundreds of billions of dollars to the Democratic support insurance companies for really bad Obamacare. The money must now go directly to the people. Taking the fat cat insurance companies out of the corrupt system of healthcare. The people can buy their own much better policy, much less money, saving for themselves.
The fat cat insurance companies, like, just this language from a fucking Republican is fucking hilarious.
Absolute fortune, President Donald J. Trump. And while this is going on, Scott Jennings, Rob, can you pull up the Scott Jennings clip where he's talking to Abby? And on that clip, do you know which one I'm talking about? I may have put it in the PBD podcast if you want to look for it. And he's saying, look, you know, I mean, the reality of it is, you guys got what you wanted, right? You know, you were able to use this as for the election. There you go. You were able to use this for the election, the special elections that was taking place. And watch how she answers this. Look at this. Go ahead, Rob.
Republicans going to use leverage in their fight with Democrats.
Those 8 are MAGA-crats who voted for the shutdown to end. It's that simple. But I kind of like that. What do we think of that, chat? MAGA-crats? Or is that lame? And I'm laughing at something that's very lame. I think that's funny.
When the Democrats are actually the ones with the upper hand in the eyes of voters.
Well, I'm sure Democrats will be more than happy to open the government now. The election's over. Right. I mean, part of the reason they shut it down was to get through tonight.
I mean, I would suspect they'll be opening up by the end of the week. Adam Schiff, he was like, hold the line.
There's lots of rumors of
she
people
said, hold the line. Look, I don't see what is the incentive for Democrats to back down when voters are basically saying Trump's not doing enough. It's the Republicans' fault, and then they basically handed the keys in this past election to the Democrats. It's
entirely correct.
Where's the leverage?
Again, these are blue states electing Democrats, not a shock. Sure. Democrats clearly wanted this shutdown to get through Election Day. I do think they are facing pressure from their internal coalitions. The unions, the air traffic controllers, the government employee unions are desperate to get the government back open. They're feeling a little bit of internal heat. But again, the election's now over. I'm sure tomorrow morning phones will start ringing and it'll be open soon enough. This was a political shutdown.
I mean, PBD actually thinks, and Republicans as well, thinks that a convincing argument to Americans is you shouldn't have ACA subsidies because, God forbid, a quote-unquote illegal might get that. So that's why your premiums have to skyrocket, because we'd rather have that than, God forbid, a single person who's in this country and is not fully a U.S. citizen yet get access to anything, even though they pay taxes.
And that's what they did, and now we're through the election.
So now, by the way, while this is going on, you know, Rob, Adam, I'm going to come to you. I do want to show something, because what he said right there is these were all blue states. These were not this one, Rob. The other one, the one with the link, not the one that goes to X, but the one that goes to YouTube.
Okay.
He also thinks a Comedy Central roast of Israel will create peace in the Middle East. Dude, he will not stop talking about that. He has it. He keeps talking about it.
That is showing what happens when they lose the special election. Yeah. And then if you don't mind, Rob.
So we'll get back to that, because I saw another, I'll show you guys the additional video that he filmed talking about that.
Go fast forward to, keep going. Go from right there. Go back a little bit. Go back.
Straighterade, I noticed that you cover PBD quite a bit. Any reason you choose this show? It is uniquely horrifying to watch. It is I can't look away. It gets ridiculous viewership. You would not even fucking believe. It gets, again, this was streamed live 10 hours ago. 361,000 people watch this already. They have 2.79 million subscribers, and PBD just has a beautiful mind. Okay, and I have to bear witness to it practically every stream because there is no shortage of. It's like a bad take machine. It's the gift that keeps on giving. I must document it. I must record and react to most of it.
When that starts, play it from right there. Okay, so watch this. So now, is there any patterns to show what this means to midterms that's going to come up in a year? And watch what Anton says here. And by the way, whether you like Anton or not, he is fair, okay, when he's going through some of these numbers. So you can't just like him when the polls are...
PBD is a beautiful mind. Imagining him with a chalkboard and floating numbers like Russell Crowe. I mean, you're seeing that live right now.
Good for you. And then hate him when they're not.
He's the Dave Rubin to your Sam Cedar. Exactly.
Watch this one here. Go ahead.
Do well. I mean, just take a look at the House special elections.
Because unlike the rest of like the MAGA pundits or whatever, where like you can like predict generally what their positions are going to be, but the way that PBD goes about arguing for the typical MAGA like positions is easily the best. Okay, it's not canned, it's not rehearsed whatsoever. It's clearly all impromptu, off the cuff. Literally does not know what he's talking about. Basically on anything, and his justifications and post hoc rationalizations for everything, his ideas, just amazing. Where else can I go where you're going to have somebody actually think that calling for the roast of Bibi Netanyahu was a good idea? Only PBD, man. I can only expect that from Valuetainment, from the Value Entertainment movement.
Here, the 2025 House special elections. Look at those in which Democrats outran Kamala Harris. There have been 5 House special elections so far this year. In every single one of them, across the board. Virginia, Texas 18, that was on
Twitter. Is the Finkelstein of documenting PBD. I am simultaneously documenting their human rights abuses as well as subjecting you guys to it by forcing you to watch it along with me.
Tuesday night, Florida 6, Florida 1, Arizona 7. From blue districts like Arizona 7 to red districts like Florida 1 and 6, what we are seeing are clear shifts towards the Democratic candidates in all 5 of them. And we're talking about shifts on average, Kate Baldwin, of about or north of 15 percentage points from the 2024 presidential baseline, which is even larger than the shifts that we saw in both Virginia and New Jersey.
Watch what happens here.
Keep going. And a million things can happen in the year.
Like, why did Tom just say she's going to throw that coffee?
Until the midterms. With that caveat, what are you seeing?
A year is a very long period of
She's probably going to like throw that coffee right in his face. She's probably going to take the lid off and go like that.
time. But you know, we've spoken about this. I like going through history. What do these...
Watch this. Watch what magnesium does to your body.
Is this a joke?
Magnesium guy. Magnesium, bro, stop it.
Your elections usually forecast for the year ahead for the midterm elections.
PBD, multimillionaire that he is. No YouTube Premium, I guess.
Well, I mean, we take a look at the House special elections, right? If a party outperforms in House special elections 5 out of 5 times, what do we see? They've gone on to win the U.S. House the following midterm every single time since the 2005-2006 cycle. So when you see, of course, that the Democrats are outperforming in all of them, historically speaking, that means they go on to win.
I'm getting live Live and Learn updates. Hutch and Pisco just started arguing. I don't know. I just don't feel like covering Live and Learn myself is like the beat that I want to do. I feel like I just don't know, you guys. I don't know if I can put myself through that.
U.S. House of Representatives in the following midterm. And then, yes, New York, New Jersey, Virginia. Yes, these are blue city in New York City. Yes, the blue states in Virginia and New Jersey. But historically,
they're so boring. Like doing it like a live reaction is like I'd watch it off stream and see if there's any highlights, you know.
Speaking, when you sweep all three, you go back since the FDR administration.
Tom, do you agree with him?
Well, yeah, history is absolutely, he is accurately recounting history. And what happens is the special elections here usually are not about the candidates.
The guy on the news accurately repeating history, confirmed by Tom.
If you go deeper into it, and I know exactly what he's talking about, and he is faithfully showing it without spin, so hats off to Mr. Enton. The issue is there's usually an overriding issue that goes beyond the candidates, because all those candidates are different, yet 5 out of 5 races move. Make sense?
Yeah.
So, wow, is this a candidate? So it also shows that the down ballot effect by Kamala Harris was actually negative, not positive. She had a negative impact on the down ballot races. No, she didn't help it at all. It's like, stay out of my state. I'm running for myself. I don't need your help. I don't want you here. Well, guess what? The issue right now, the number one issue, when you talk to all the core voters, and Enton has talked about it, I've seen polls on it, is affordability. That's the word. It's James Carville all over again. The core Americans is on affordability.
Oh my God. Tom giving credit to James Carville, a dude that like his claim to fame is working on like the Clinton election back in the fucking like 90s. and helping at that point. That's like the last election that I'm pretty sure he like worked on and won successfully. Why Carville is still touted around as some sort of like guy who has his, you know, finger on the pulse of what the Democratic Party wants when he clearly does not, and he doesn't even have like an impressive rap sheet is remains a mystery to me.
And the mainstream media really did it's terrible, it's capricious, but they did a pretty good job of pushing economic down out there on the American people and American voter. And you've got these angry women.
Angry women. Oh my God. Swy. Thank you so much for the Canadian 5. Any Live and Learn coverage should be done with Pisco as the co-host. That would be fun to subject him to.
Under 40. Adams talked about it. I've talked about it. The polls have talked about it. So those.
But
are
I would literally have to like sneak it in there. There's no way. I don't think you would ever agree to like do it beforehand. We had like discussions on it briefly of Just Press Play, but I don't think we ever like live reacted to certain like or like watch back certain segments of it.
Three things: American people and American voter, and you've got these angry women under 40. Adams talked about it. I've talked about it. The polls have talked about it. So those are the three things. Affordability is the top issue. The movement of basically angry women under 40. And then you've got...
Does Pisco still come on weekly? No, he had to bail Just Press Play because he's got too much going on offline and he's like barely even had time to stream himself, let alone like just too much inconsistency is happening with Just Press Play. So I will be bringing on a new temporary co-host because it's like we're officially on hiatus. It's not like ended, but until his schedule allows him to do more episodes consistently, we're on hiatus right now. But like I have a temporary co-host play coming on.
The mainstream media that wouldn't get off economic topics.
Got it. Adam,
the
thoughts?
ghost of James Carville comes back.
Adam.
It's the economy, stupid.
So this whole government shutdown thing, to me, they say James Carville, the economy, stupid. To me, I don't even call it a government shutdown. I call it a government showdown. Because I feel like we've seen this.
Where's that like, is that supposed to be a clever or a joke? Do I need to like pull up the fucking like Joker? Like literally how he sounds being like, I call it a government showdown, not a shutdown. Got him, Adam. Thank you.
It's that Groundhog Day with our tax dollars. Every year, every time they do these government showdowns, it's the same thing. It's theater, it's politics. They waited till Tuesday elections were done. And all it ends up being is a short-term fix. I'm so sick of these short-term fixes. Every year, it's the same movie. It's showdown time, continuing resolution time. What are we going to do? Filibuster time. And it's actually just getting annoying at this point. Can we get a long-term solution? So we stop doing this every single year. We know this movie. We've seen it every single time. We know what the government's not going to shut down forever. And how many lives are affected when it shut down for 40 days? It only started moving the needle after the election was over, one. And all of a sudden, everyday people are getting affected because their flights are getting canceled. So unless it affects...
Everyday people are not being affected by this government fucking shutdown because of TSA. Holy fuck. They cannot help but demonstrate every single episode with their just the subtle things in their commentary that show how fucking out of touch they are. The reason why it's primarily impacting Americans outside of the TSA is because of fucking SNAP. Is because of WIC, because of these fucking like government assistance programs that help feed people, dumbass.
People. The politicians have no problem.
He means people that he knows. I mean, like, yeah, that's his Vietnam and all of this, right? Is having to deal with, TSA pre-check taking a little bit longer than normal.
Problem basically playing chicken with your tax dollars. Once you start saying, dude, I just got my flight canceled. Hey, buddy, I'm going to miss a meeting. Can we get this thing figured out? That's when
like
they'll start
most people are not flying around to meetings, Adam.
Moving. Until then, they don't really give a crap because they're getting paid.
Of course they are.
Politicians are getting paid. But the everyday worker isn't getting paid. That's
the old bill compared to the new bill is nothing. And the fact that I want Democrat voters to understand that your missed paychecks, your flights, your SNAP, and all that is because the left was using it as leverage so they look good during their runs with Virginia and all that nonsense. And even the...
What he just said, that is literally what every single Republican is going to be screaming until the fucking cows come home. And it will be able to stick, at least in some critical races. Watch it.
Hill did a piece that said Democratic senators fear getting hammered after no kings for ending government shutdown. They have nothing. You know what Just like remember with the border bill, Tom, they were like, no, we're not going to give you what you want unless you give billions of dollars to Ukraine.
The bipartisan border bill where Democrats capitulated on everything, doing the same stupid fucking strategy where let's give in to every single Republican demand and then expose them to the American people when, shocker, they don't actually vote on it because they'd rather, what was it again? Run on a problem than run on a solution. Yeah, how'd that work out? What came next was the demand for mass deportations, which are currently underway.
Dollars here, billions of dollars to like Israel and all these places. And it's like, bro, like what? I don't like this hostage stuff. I agree with you 100%. Right. It's actually a hostage negotiation. But Tom, right now, the Republicans have the House and the Senate. I don't feel like they're doing enough to not only go after everybody. That's
this is literally the hostage thing. One, that's kind of just politics, but two, that is literally what Mike Johnson is doing with that congressional seat from Arizona by just shifting the goalpost every single time for what he'll do to swear her in.
Has been screwing Trump.
What needs to happen. Well, first she needs to ask me for it. She asks him for it. He won't do it. He won't swear her in. Oh, well, they need to end the shutdown. They end the shutdown. She's not getting seated anytime soon.
Been screwing us for the past 8 years. They're not doing enough to put stuff in place, Tom, that's going to last. You know what I mean? He makes a great point. Every year this is going to change. Every year they're going to keep doing the same thing.
This is our government, but I think you have to remember the fog of what happened in the election is fogging over all the wins.
Yes.
Look at the wins that have been happening on international trade deals. Look at the wins that have been happening on rare earth minerals. Look at the wins that have been happening
at the wins that have been happening in international trade deals and rare earth minerals. They're minerals, Marie. That's the cornerstone of Donald Trump's pitch, apparently. Rare earth minerals. What the fuck is this? This dude ran and won on being America first, so literally saying that he's not going to be entangled in all these foreign deals that he obviously was always going to. And then rare earth minerals? What? What are you talking about? People just care if their fucking eggs are cheaper.
Energy.
These are not even this is why I fucking love PPD, because these are not even the talking points that Trump goes with. He's not going around touting this as fucking wins. He goes around saying that Walmart having a fucking crappier Thanksgiving meal that's cheaper because they included more great value shit. That's because of me, and that's supposed to be a good thing.
Drill and the cost of oil and heating oil. When the Northeast Democrat voters have lower cost heating oil this winter, I hope they remember who made that happen. Ooh. I hope they remember that was President Trump keeping his promise to drill, baby, drill, which translates to your fuel tank, to your airline ticket cost, and to your heating oil. I think all these wins are getting covered by the fog, and I think the administration needs to do a PR tour reminding us all of all the good things that happen, while at the same time they offer some concrete...
Correct. I invite MAGA to go on a fucking tour bragging about their policy accomplishments. That'll definitely end well for MAGA Republicans who have an incredibly popular agenda. Yeah, everything in the big, beautiful bill, Americans just love that. It was definitely not the most unpopular piece of legislation that's probably ever been passed in the walls of Congress. Definitely not that. People just love that we are killing random fucking Venezuelan farmers and people that are not farmers, sorry. They're random people doing fishing in fishing boats. So we can do a regime change there. People love that. He should go around talking about that. He should talk about how he held Snap hostage. Great. That's awesome. And a record-long government shutdown that he could brag about.
Dates behind all this 1.5 trillion coming in to build more jobs in America. When are those jobs coming? And to get after affordability.
Hutch just told Pisco, you are spending 20 minutes litigating your hurt feelings. Ooh. The play-by-play update from YouTube chat on what's happening on Live and Learn is actually enjoyable.
And I
just want the highlights if I can't see it live.
President should go on the offense about this. He's got a lot of good stuff to talk about.
I do think the affordability is something that needs to be focused on. Every time we have Brandon on, when he talks about it from the younger standpoint, these are guys that want
but that word doesn't even mean anything though. That's the thing, is they love talking about affordability, but what's affordable is a relative concept. I trust Mamdani far more. He's still a politician at the end of the day, so to say that I trust a politician sounds bit of an oxymoron for me personally, but I trust him far more that when he says affordable, he truly means affordable, or someone like Sanders, as opposed to when Hillary Clinton or any central Hillary Clinton talked about affordability, and she kind of tried to talk about that in her 2016 campaign very, very briefly towards the end once Bernie's campaign started to pick up momentum. Or if Kamala Harris talked about affordability, again, a relative concept.
Want to have families and want to get through the next phase. But one of the topics that was brought up is, who gets a lot of the SNAP benefits? And here's CNN. This fellow shows stats on what's going on with who is getting the benefits the most. This is Vinny. Watch this video here. Go ahead, Rob.
Illegal immigrants are not the reason why our healthcare system is broken.
Yeah, it's not deflection at all. In fact, I brought receipts. So
I saw this on TikTok. She's like talks about getting her eyebrows done or something like that, and people are like, "Oh my god, that you're not supposed to spend your SNAP benefits at a hair salon." A thing that she didn't say happened.
The CMS, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, right here with their press release earlier this year saying they were having to increase their oversight on states like California who were abusing Medicaid and classifying it as an EUSA, an emergency system, when it wasn't. You've got the average state spends 5% of its Medicaid roughly on emergency services. California, 35 to 40%. Why would that be? Because California passed a state law that says we will fund Medicaid for illegals, and then, oh, by the way, we'll raise our provider taxes, and then, oh, by the way, we'll use that as a match to draw down federal funds. And they're using this whole cavitation process.
An accounting trick to put it on the taxpayer.
Money is fungible, and California's loophole is
She looks like a Who from Whoville. This woman on the right. I think it's probably because of her botch nose job.
abusive.
All right, back from CNN. Ooh, that was a lively one. And they hate it when you bring receipts. But let's talk about that Medicaid thing for a minute, because what you have right now is a thing called the California.
I thought they were going to include the clip from that roundtable where this woman was like, "Oh, I was at the salon where I get like my eyebrows done, and there's less patrons there." The obvious implication being that the reason why is because people can't, spend the money that they typically be saving by having government assistance, by being fucking welfare queens or whatever, on getting like their eyebrows done or their lashes refilled. And that's so fucking it's so stupid to assume that that's what she meant when this shutdown also impacts people's ability to get access to pay, especially their fucking federal employee.
Loophole. Liberals hate it when you bring receipts. But the California loophole is real. And the reason why the left wants to get this whole spending package revised right now is because they want to be able to fund Medicaid for illegals like California is doing.
Pause, right. So you see, this is the thing about receipts when you bring it up.
It's literally just that meme of, where it's like a comic. I mean, they're not even trying. It's just this image. Careful, mate. That foreigner wants your cookie. It's PPD, who's a multimillionaire scam artist who got rich off of a fucking MLM scheme where he has people selling like fake life insurance or life insurance that doesn't actually pay out. That's all they're saying. And the clip that they watched, that was literally the same fucking pitch, which is you don't want Medicaid because an illegal gets access to that
in front of them, and then they don't have an answer for it, right? Tom, what do you think about what he just said right there?
He's exactly right. We've talked about it on this podcast. You and I are from California. We speak of what we could actually see. And you had things like the hospitals that were downtown, South Central, or close to USC, that were actually providing services to students, local residents, and yes, South Central Los Angeles. There's emergency rooms that close. Why did they close? Because California created Medi-Cal. Let's do the math and go through the steps that he's talking about. Medi-Cal says, okay, you do it. And when he talks about emergency services, he's talking about a bleeding, unconscious, shot, stabbed, car accident. They're not asking for an insurance card in those hospitals. They're taking care of you because you're a critical patient. The paramedics are bringing in. Paramedics are there to preserve your status and stabilize you to get you to an emergency room. Emergency room does it, and then they find out, this person is whoever they are, but they have.
Wait till someone tells Tom that there are people who can visit the hospital and the ER, and they do not have to come in a fucking ambulance. They also don't need to be having a medical emergency that's present. Anybody can show up to the fucking hospital and can ask to be seen, and they will allow them to be seen.
No insurance, no means of paying, no nothing, but the services were provided.
I volunteered at an ER, at a hospital for over, I think, close to 2 years, and I remember hearing from not only a nurse that was supervising me, but also from a ER doctor that they were like, the majority of people that come through these doors do not need to be here. They are not facing medical emergencies, but they don't have a PCP, so they come here.
That's Medi-Cal doing that. Then they use the loophole. He said the loophole to get the matching funds from the federal government. Did you hear him say that?
Yep.
That's how Newsom knows that the American people are paying the Medi-Cal gap to provide Medicaid services in the state of California.
Nurses are stupid as fuck. Hot take. Nurses are not stupid. They are sometimes very, very arrogant depending on what nurse you get, but they are critical. They keep the hospital running, as do PAs and orderlies. Without them, doctors would literally not be able to do their job. And that is a person that you are going to interact with far more than you will with your doctor, who you might see on rounds if you're admitted, like very, very briefly.
and then they put a tax on the hospitals. Remember we covered this, Pat? They threw a tax on the hospital and said you can't charge more than 8 cents for an aspirin or whatever it was. And guess what happened? Emergency rooms closed. So thank you, Gavin Newsom. Your trick and what you did in California not only is a loophole and the tax on
the moral of this is apparently emergency rooms closed in in California hospitals. Did emergency rooms close in California due to Cali Care or something like that? I work in a hospital. A lot of nurses are very dumb. Yeah, but that's literally like if that's your outlook, I promise you that's the case with every single profession. Every single profession, like whether it be fucking lawyers, whether it be in the medical field, whether it be in education, you will find dum-dums. Some have closed, not a direct cause. Medi-Cal's low reimbursement rates have been cited by doctors in lawsuits as a contributing factor to hospital financial strain and closures. Multiple studies have linked low-income areas, which often have a higher concentration of Medi-Cal patients, to a higher risk of emergency department closure. The closures are attributed to a combination of financial pressures, including low Medi-Cal reimbursements, with hospitals in rural and underserved areas being particularly vulnerable.
People of America.
Like this doesn't surprise me whatsoever because I would need to look into like what Medi-Cal is, but I mean we have a fundamentally broken healthcare system in this country where we pay more for worse outcomes, like long waiting times. Would not surprise me if in some ways like it exacerbated it just because more people having access when we already have a shortage of like doctors and resources in the first place. Yeah, that can cause strain.
You lost emergency rooms that went bankrupt in the communities that could use that loss the least. Yeah. That's what I think of that. He brought those receipts.
And so while that's going on, the president goes to the Redskins game, right? Washington Redskins. Just back in the days when they won the Super Bowl with Mark Rippon when they were the Redskins. He goes there. And this is what happens. The reaction to the audience at the Redskins game that he's at. I just want you to watch this here, what happens. Listen to the booing because this is all they're playing everywhere right now. This is a very viral, exciting clip for the people on the left. Go ahead, Rob.
Oh my God, he's debunking this? Yeah, apparently he was like, he's booed. But if he's going to call it the fact that he says, and state your name or whatever, like he was swearing people in. So what he was reading was not him accidentally reading something that he shouldn't have. Like he did deliver it correctly, but out of context, it looks like he didn't insert the name like Donald J. Trump when he was supposed to. But maybe that's not what they're going to say.
Support any man. The Constitution.
I'm not gonna die on this hill. I meant it to be a side comment. The discourse that you've started on whether or not nurses are dumb. I will say though, it is unfortunately not hard to find nurses that are anti-vax.
That was President Trump at halftime of the Commanders'
But
Lions.
that's just like in general, because that corresponds less to them being a nurse and more to the fact that they're Republicans. So if you find Republicans, you're going to find them being anti-vax.
NFL game, receiving significant and sustained boos as he was featured on the stadium's jumbotrons, swearing in members of the U.S. military to honor Veterans Day. Trump is attending this game in Maryland on the 40th day of the government shutdown, affecting so many people in this region. And it comes after ESPN reported that the White House has had back-channel communications with the Washington Commanders, where the president has expressed interest in having the team's new stadium here in D.C. named after himself. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying in a statement that it would quote, surely be a beautiful...
Oh my God!
It's so unlike Trump to put his name on a building. That's crazy.
Yeah, but also think about it. That's DC. Okay,
of course.
DC is the number one city where they have the biggest percentage of people making the highest salary on average, and they have the biggest percentage of people making the least amount of salary, the poorest people. Weird. It's the biggest difference on those two demos that you look at. So of course they're not going to like that. It's filled with liberals. It's filled with government employees.
They're not filled with liberals and government employees as opposed to the wealthy people that are supposed to be showing complete loyalty to Donald J. Trump.
Not happy about what's going on there. Rob, which one is this? What is this?
So this is during the game yesterday when the Lions scored a touchdown. The entire team did the Trump dance.
Stop.
And
He points at Trump.
And watch.
He points at Trump. Yeah. Good. Right in everybody in Washington's face. You're trash.
You can pause it right. That's hilarious.
I don't know if you guys saw the flyover, but the flyover.
Flyover
it was
was
epic.
legit.
By the way, it was lower than
gasoline, aluminum oxide all over everybody's face.
Look at this. It's so bad.
Apparently, ESPN reported that the people at the operations at the stadium felt that that was lower than they thought it was going to be.
Yeah, because when you look here, take a look. Look how low they're right over the stadium.
Good. Gangster.
High above.
This is us still talking about apparently snap fraud being exposed. Looking at videos of a plane. Okay, I want to see them talk about Trump's $2,000 tariff dividend, though.
Guess what? President wants to send.
And then also, NYPD officers leave NYC over Mamdani.
$2,000.
Okay.
He says he'll issue $2,000 tariff dividends to all except high income earning people. Rob, has that been announced or no that he's going to be doing that? Is that a...
He announced it yesterday. I have...
he announced it yesterday? Yeah. So let me read this to you for some of you guys, if you haven't received it yet, on what 800 number to call. President Donald Trump on Sunday gave his cell phone number to call for the $2,000 tariffs payments that at any point you can text them. That's a joke, folks. I'm not giving you his phone number. Claim the dividend check of at least $2,000 will be paid to Americans except for high-income earners, saying the country is now wealthy as a result of his tariff policies. People that are against tariffs are fools.
Okay, so we know that this isn't true. This program would at least cost $300 billion to get off the ground, leaving no... And he also claimed that on top of the fact that everyone except high-income Americans would get this, and we'll just restrict it to adults, not even including kids, right? Restricting that to adults, there's also going to be money for that, as well as money to pay off some of the national debt, to get that, be aggressive about that debt, be responsible with household spending. Let's see if they fact check any of it and just start, or just off to the races with daydreaming about this $2,000 check, even though they were just shitting on people, or like they obviously have contempt for anybody who has to be on like government assistance.
We are now the richest, most respected country in the world with almost no inflation and a record stock market. 401ks are higher than ever. We are taking in trillions of dollars, and soon we'll be beginning paying down our enormous $37 trillion debt. Record investment in the U.S. plants and factories are going all over the place.
Again, $37 trillion debt. That's what we're going to be paying. A debt that was expanded. I can't remember if it was the deficit or the debt. Fuck. Under the big beautiful bill.
Dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high income people, will be paid to everyone. I wonder when. Can I give a guess on when I think the payment will be made?
Never. That's never happening. Literally never going to fucking happen. They don't have the money. Even if they did, that's not how it would be spent, because Republicans control it. And they're not, if the Republicans that won't even let fund SNAP are not going to be giving out $2,000 checks to every American.
There's the midterm.
They didn't even want to do that during a global fucking pandemic.
Of 2026.
Yeah, right before the midterm.
Yeah, exactly.
Smart.
In an ABC interview this week on Sunday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that he has not spoken to the president about the proposed dividends. The $2,000 dividend could come in a lot of forms, in a lot of ways. Bessent told anchor Stephanopoulos, it could be just the tax decreases that we're going to see in the president's agenda. And, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. Tom, how important is this, Tom?
That was also a lie. The whole no tax on Social Security thing is complete bullshit.
Well, I think it's very important, and I think people that want to call that number 1-800-86-NANCY to put their name on the list. I think it's stepping back a minute. I think it's important because he said there's going to be a benefit for all Americans, and I don't think this is George McGovern's $100 trick that didn't work. I don't think this is the stimulus package that Biden put out, where he basically printed money. And don't throw the comments out. I know we don't print anymore, but George
McGovern $100 trick. What's this? What is he talking about? Like, I know, and I should know about this because I've read about the McGovern campaign. But what is he referring to? $100. I don't even know where to start with this claim.
Doing digital. It's going to be a benefit for all Americans, and I don't think this is George McGovern's $100 trick that didn't work. I don't think this is.
Okay. I am watching a podcast commenting on Trump's 2K check policy proposal. One of the co-hosts mentioned this is not going to be like George McGovern's $100 trick. What is he? What is he on God's green earth referring to? Like, it was $1,000. What? Okay, so the co-host was referring to Senator George McGovern's 1972 presidential campaign proposal, which was widely and mockingly called the $1,000 giveaway or the $1,000 check plan. Here's what that was about. In his 72 campaign against Nixon, McGovern proposed giving every American citizen a $1,000 annual demo grant, basically a universal basic income funded by tax reform. I was going to say, this sounds like UBI. This really sounds like what Yang proposed. The idea was to replace parts of the welfare system with a guaranteed annual income for all Americans. Although McGovern's team later revised it to a more targeted program, the initial $1,000 for everyone line stuck in the public imagination. Nixon's campaign and press mocked it as a simplistic vote-buying giveaway scheme, and it hurt McGovern politically. So when your podcast... He's not my podcast co-host, that's not what he said. Trump's $2,000 stimulus proposal won't be like McGovern's They probably meant... Oh my God. So he actually thinks that this wouldn't read the exact same way as that. It was obvious that, like, Trump has already done this as well. He literally put his name on the stimulus checks.
The stimulus package that Biden put out, where he basically printed money, and don't throw the comments out. I know we don't print anymore, but issuing digital currency. I think this is real, and I think he's trying to help people, and I think he's throwing in that little bit, but not the people that are over wealthy. You don't need that. This is for the people.
Let's hear what Mr. Besson has to say. Go ahead, Rob.
I love this guy. His main argument, though, seems to be that it's about taking in the revenue, and he also promised this morning a dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high-income people. How is he going to pay that dividend?
How much was that, though? Inflation calculator. $1,000. And it was 72, I believe. Even though he's talking about gutting welfare, this is something that's been proposed. UBI is something that's been championed by Andrew Yang. It's been championed long before that by Martin Luther King Jr. It's been championed by Milton Friedman. There have been people all over the ideological spectrum that have championed UBI for different reasons. Milton Friedman concluded that we should gut all welfare, and then you can just have the UBI, and that would be cheaper. It has the same buying power as $7,902.68 in September 2025.
Of $2,000 a person.
It's not about taking in the revenue, it's about rebalancing. And the revenue occurs early on, and then as we rebalance and the jobs come home, then it becomes domestic tax revenue.
Are you worried that the president's focus on revenue, though?
That's good policy to me, because the amount of safety nets that you'd have to gut to be able to pay to give people that much money at that time monthly would just not be worth the trade-off, in my opinion.
Is what he's been focusing on in his public statements is going to hurt your argument at the Supreme Court?
Not
at that point, just do a tax cut.
At all. It's completely consistent that the revenues come in at the beginning, then as we rebalance, which is the goal of this, bring back high-paid manufacturing jobs to the U.S., then it will then morph into domestic tax revenues. President Trump has consistently fought for the American worker, and we are seeing trillions of investments in the U.S. that would not have occurred.
I hate when people have shaky voices like this.
Without the tariffs. The other thing, too, is the authority that he uses is called IEPA. It is an emergency authority.
Are you sure?
And he used that emergency authority. He got the Chinese to the table to negotiate on stopping the precursors for fentanyl drugs. If fentanyl, hundreds of thousands...
China is not even how the majority of fentanyl makes it into this fucking country. It is brought in by Americans through different ports of entry.
Thousands of Americans dying every year is not an emergency. What is? On October 8th, Chinese threatened to put export controls.
So do you think good idea or bad idea? Send $2,000.
I think it's a good idea.
Tell me why it's a good idea.
I think it's a good idea because...
It's not buying votes, though?
No, Tom, you already committed to the position that this is not like what McGovern was doing, which is trying to buy votes by enticing people with a UBI of sorts or stimulus check. Explain how it's different. Look at this look of concentration. I know my boy Tom's not about to let me down.
I think lowering taxes is
You
buying
almost
votes.
beat Adam on the pause.
No, I think...
this is what I just said. Lowering taxes is buying votes. Is it not? It's a shitty way to buy votes, but it's effectively you promising you're going to be able to keep more money, so vote for me.
Yeah, I think anything a politician does can be said to be.
The base materials come from China and are processed in Mexico and a bit in Canada, then is brought over the border mostly by U.S. citizens, but China is the origin. Yeah, but wouldn't they be able to, if China cuts them off, won't they just find other ways to get it?
Buying votes, but there's fair ways to do it, and there's not fair ways to do it.
Because that's what they're going to criticize.
Oh, so this is when Donald Trump buys votes, that's fair. He's going to do it the fair way. When Democrats do it, they do it the unfair way. They do it like how McGovern did it.
They like,
sure,
he's just.
They're acting like Donald Trump hasn't already done this again, putting his name on those stimulus checks.
And all these years,
that his party did not really want to fucking pass.
Fun of what Democrats do, that all they do is buy votes, and then at the end of the day, that's what Republicans.
Obama phone. They're talking about these lies that like undocumented migrants and stuff are like given phones, which is not true.
Look, you go on TV with George sucking octopus, and you're going to get that response.
Whoa, Tom.
You're going to get that response.
You're really going low today.
Tom. George sucking octopus. Tom's going crazy.
No, it doesn't matter what you do. It's going to be, you're going to get hit either way. It's you do it and you're buying votes. You don't do it and you don't care about the little guy. That's the way it's going to be spun. It's going to be spun.
By the way, what do you think? How does Stephanopoulos even have a job? Like, if you were sued for however many
there's an
$1 million
expiration date on his career.
Oh, okay. Oh my God. They settled because of it. He shouldn't have even been sued in the first place, but they settled because it was cheaper than fucking like actually battling it out in court.
Yo, bro, you're not
just keep watching. You keep watching. It's not going to be tomorrow. It's not going to be this year. He's another one of these guys with the big contracts that are getting truncated. Good. And the contracts are going to be lower, or he's not going to be in the chair. Mark my words. You know what? Tag this, and let's go 12/31 of next year and go see what has happened.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you what's happened in the media landscape. You wait and see. Allen Conference is coming.
We can't wait.
Yeah.
You said, what do you think?
That was another pause. You're about to go over Bidenville again.
Go. Sorry, my brain is
like a malfunction.
You're going to start shaking hands.
I'm telling you, you're going to be like functioning normally today. I'm going.
You're going to be unburdened.
I mean, Adam was already gone for a week and he sounds really bad. I don't know if he was sick or something, but he sounds like he's fucking. I assumed he was like hungover or something.
Do I think that they should send $2,000 stimulus checks to people? Hell no. You know how much money they send to people? Zero. Absolutely zero. Stop giving people money.
You can get a phone through social service assistance. That's Obama phone. Is it true? I thought, like, I looked into this one time because their claim is not just that you can get a phone. It's like that illegal immigrants were just given phones for free, like no questions asked, and they didn't have to apply for anything like that. They were just given the phone.
Stop printing more money. It doesn't work. It's
never. Obama phone is real. I know if the claim is that you can get it as an illegal by not doing anything except coming into the country, I don't think that's true.
Worked. These stimmy checks where you're sending people $500, $1,400, $3,000.
Used to be able to get a really bare minimum phone. I don't think from what I heard, you were able to get the newest version of the iPhone. You could get like an iPhone Pro Max. All you had to do was come across the U.S. border illegally, and then as soon as you step foot on this side of the border, they were like, "Okay, here's your phone. Here's your new phone." Direct from President Obama himself. Obama, who absolutely loved undocumented people coming into this country.
You're making the country broke, and you're making broke people feel somewhat wealthy for about 5 seconds. And then they go spend that money, and it circulates back to the economy, and that broke person who doesn't know how to spend their money stays broke, and the money flows where? Up or down, PBD? Flows to the top.
Oh my God. What are you supposed to do with $2,000? If you the reason, if you're broke, it's by definition you don't have disposable income, and it's going to have to go to some necessities or towards that at best, or you don't spend it well. But like, even if you spent it, you're not going to turn $2,000 into like $100,000. Even if you did, that's just 1 year's salary.
Stop printing money. Zero. The COVID stuff, $5 trillion. The
just
CARES
put it
Act.
into savings. Unironically, saving it would be like the smartest thing.
The TARP, the American Rescue Plan. Enough with giving people money. Yeah. It's not about buying votes. It's about we're $37 freaking trillion in debt, and you want to give every American $2,000.
So here's the challenge.
Save that money.
This is a guy who literally said that he told his mom that she needs to go back to work because even though Adam has talked about being like the wealthiest that he's ever been, and his mom, who's partnered, his stepdad just died earlier this year, he was like, she doesn't have money to retire. And of course, he doesn't follow that up with, so I'm giving her the money so she can. He said, I told her to get back to work because I want her to be around for a long time.
Idiots. Yeah. We're not giving you any more money.
So here's the challenge. The challenge with that is, as great of a common sense message it is, I get it. This is the challenge right now. And I challenge is you've already brainwashed everybody into where we are today with the debt system. Right after we got off the gold, it's where we are today. This is America, right?
Yeah, right after we got off the gold standard.
This is the new America with debt. For somebody to come in to want to pay off the $37 trillion of debt, you almost have to be a 5-term president. You need 20 years.
Trump 2045, everybody.
You need 20 years to be able to put that together. So let's just say you save the money. Next guys come in, they spend the money, and then they win. We're going to give you free. We're going to, lower. We're going to give you free. We're going to give you free. And it's like the back and forth.
I love the muttering in between.
You know what happens every single time? Debt increases whether it's a Republican or Democrat. It's not like, now the difference here is this tariff thing is so sexy to me.
Okay, the debt increases consistently. I think that's what it is. But the deficit is what consistently has like decreased under Democrats and like raised under Republicans. Has the debt increased consistently under both parties? Yeah, this one has the deficit. There's one that shows like what it looked like under like a Democrat versus a Republican.
Let me tell you, it's so
like an infographic, but I can't find it.
Exciting and sexy to me because I think it's a real way for us to pay off some of that debt. That excites guys like me. But unfortunately, if we were to get Tom, if we were to get a land, okay, real nice mountains.
2K is not a tiny amount of money if you are poor, lol. Yeah, that's true. But like they're making it sound like it's enough that he was like they wouldn't spend it correctly, as if it's like an issue with like how they budget, or as if you could really do that much with $2,000
on the water, both sides, and you were giving us 10 million people.
As far as like investing it or something like that, which you couldn't.
What we would do, Tom? We wouldn't allow everybody to vote. We wouldn't. We would. You would.
Okay, I get distracted by that for 2 seconds, and all of a sudden PBD is talking about disenfranchising voters.
If we were to get a land, okay, real nice mountains, on the water, both sides, and you were giving us 10 million people, you know what we would do, Tom? We wouldn't allow everybody to vote. We wouldn't. We would treat it like a company. Shareholders get to vote.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. PBD comes out in favor of like totalitarianism, openly stating that if he had an island to himself that inhabited 10 million different people between himself and Tom, that some people wouldn't be allowed to vote, even though they should be eligible. No.
Anybody else? You don't get to vote.
Literally would run it top down like a fucking dictator, which is how businesses and private enterprise functions. But let's fuck the whole democracy thing, right?
Are going to be made by people that contribute.
Yeah, he's going back 250 years. Landowners only.
To society.
For sure.
That is the biggest problem we have in America, because common sense policies won't permanently win because the way you get to vote in America.
I hope this doesn't upset you, but we should put the link to something you did, I think it's now 7 years ago, which was in the analysis of who gets to vote and how many votes you get.
Yeah, this is what it was. Like who adds to it. Thank you. Democrats versus Republicans, who has more national debt? Republican presidents have added more to the national debt per term, but Democratic presidents have added more debt overall. This is the average amount added to the national debt per term, party of the president since 1913. So 1.39 trillion by Republicans and 1.22 trillion. Let's see. However, Democratic presidents added more inflation-adjusted debt overall. That could just be because Democratic presidents were in power for 9 more years than Republican presidents in the period since 1913. Overall, Democratic presidents have added a total of $18 trillion to the national debt since 1913, adjusted for inflation, while Republicans have added $17.3 trillion, so very, very close. How does a president and their administration affect debt? Average amount added to the national debt per term, like Trump, it's huge. Obama, it's Trump is at 7.1 trillion, Obama 5.6, Biden 2.8. But what about the deficit? I thought this was going to be the deficit, not the debt.
It was
it just consistently increases, but under both parties for the debt.
Rod at the time, but maybe put the link in the comments here. People go back and look at that because it talked about, hey, stakeholders and contributors, you vote.
That's such an old video, Tom. It was, well, let me tell you, if I put
literally just like only landowners should be able to vote.
That up there. Here's what I made. Rob, we may put the unlisted version of it. Here's what we'll do. If for those of you guys that are on the PBD podcast circle, if you're in it, that video I don't think is.
Is that it, Matt?
No, that's not it.
Could you imagine not being in the PBD podcast circle?
It's a different one. That's not it. It's a different one. Rob, if you can just text it to me. Text it to me if you can. No, that's a conversation that we had. But I'm going to find the old one where
you laid out the logic.
I did, but it's gonna piss off so many people.
Good.
Not the people that read the logic.
And remember, I shot this video April 15th of 2014.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
This is how many years ago? 11 and a half years ago. Wow. And guess what jersey I'm wearing? How weird is this? Look at the jersey I'm wearing. This is like you know what jersey I'm wearing, Vinny?
Sabonis?
No, I'm wearing a
Arvidas Sabonis?
I'm wearing a Yankees jersey.
Wow.
I love it.
Okay, forecasting. Look at this.
I love it.
You know what? I'm gonna post it, Rob. I'm gonna post this in.
It was April 15th, right?
April 15th.
And it was 4 in the afternoon after you'd written the check, so you're in kind of a bad mood.
Can you imagine? It's like he's wrong. You better go earn the right to damn vote. If you want to see it, Rob, give him the link to the circle, and I'm gonna put that link. I just want to make sure we made it unlisted and not private, because I don't want it to be. I think it's an unlisted video. If Humberto's listening, Humberto, if you can make it unlisted, that will be great. And then just text me back the video. I'll text it to Humberto so he has it as well.
Peg, just really fast about the tariffs, Tom. Like, do you know how, every single thing that the president has been trying to do, they have to oppose it. Every single thing, right? Even the tariffs.
Name one thing that you agree with Democrats on, Vinny. Give me a break.
They go to the Supreme Court that they're trying to fight to reverse what he's doing and bringing in billions of dollars every single month.
Clearwatch, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Because of the ex's GF, who is Romanian, I am well aware of the horrors that unfolded when, I don't know how I'm going to say this, decided to try to pay off all their national debts. How do you say it? Curacao? Is it Curacao? All of their national debts, the austerity measures led to famine and triggered a revolution that ultimately resulted in his execution on live TV. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. That's crazy.
But you morons are out there like, no, we don't. This is unconstitutional.
Chowchess. Q.
Constitutional, and they're literally, I think November 5th, they heard.
I do need like a phonetic spelling to be able to get it correct.
Arguments about it. They're trying to reverse the tariffs where this freaking guy is trying to make us money. What the hell is wrong with what's wrong with the Democrats?
So let me see. The Democrats want the Supreme Court to say you didn't have the authority to do that. So the tariffs get pulled back. So the economy becomes.
Yeah, the Supreme Court that's not run by Dems. The Supreme Court that's run by the right, by Trump appointees, by Kavanaugh, by Gorsuch, by Amy Coney Barrett, all Trump appointees.
It's really worse. And it goes to from almost crap to complete crap in time for the elections next year. So tell me what you don't understand.
Oh, now that you clarify like that, I'm good.
That's exactly right.
I'm good.
And by the way, to 350 million of you, the hell with you guys. We're going to get power.
Yeah, exactly. So good for you.
Yeah.
He says this as he just said that he just laughed along and basically agreed with PBD saying only landowners should vote. But now in the next breath, we're complaining about a lack of Democratic representation, even though we're arguing for the Republican positions that are minoritarian in nature because Republicans do not actually constitute an ideological majority in this country.
It's not a Rubik's Cube.
No.
I'm going to go to this next story. Vinny, what do you know about this pipe bomber story?
Okay,
that doesn't add up. Can you tell us about
Are you ready
the
for
story?
this?
Yeah,
So, Pat,
tell us.
Okay, we're not doing this pipe bomber story. What we are doing is another update on the roast of Bibi Netanyahu. So the original idea brilliantly was conceived live on the PBD podcast by Patrick Bet David himself. Here. The roast of Bibi Netanyahu.
Stupid things. Now, by the way, you some people, that's one style. All right. It's like only child syndrome. You knew. Was there, and especially if you have more kids, had money.
To do.
He said
This
like
person did give
Israel has like only child syndrome or something like that. Okay, here it is.
That Big Brother?
No.
His name.
You know what Israel, you want to know what Israel needs?
Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, you know what Israel needs? I'm going to tell you what Israel needs.
That Big Brother?
No, let me tell you what Israel needs. Oh my God, they need this. If they have the brass to do it. If they have the brass to do it. Are you ready?
Okay.
This is going to be the craziest idea I'm going to put out there.
No one was ready for this.
And please, if you support it, cut it, clip it, put it on X, and let's see what people say about it.
Guys, get ready. Start screen recording right now.
I believe the way to save Israel, for them to be humbled, is Israel needs a roast like the Tom Brady roast.
Wow.
Put Netanyahu in the middle, bring Kevin Hart, Andrew Schultz, Dave Smith, bring, who's the guy, Kill Tony, who's the other?
Bibi Netanyahu needs to be roasted. Let's get Mr. Beast in there. Let's get Putin probably. Let's get Hassan Piker. Let's get Finkelstein. Let's throw Finkelstein in there. We can have Adam in there, lighten him up as well. Somebody who, is involved with The Hague, perhaps, could probably also be there.
The other guy, who's the other guy that plays Biden?
Ilan Pape.
Not Tony Hinchcliffe, the other guy. That was
Shane Gillis.
He was Shane Gillis. Bring Shane Gillis. Bring all of these comedians and let them do a 3-hour roast on Israel. Let them make so much fun of them.
We can host it in NYC. I was thinking The Hague, personally. That's where I was thinking would be like the good place to roast Bibi Netanyahu.
So much of it. And if you can take it, then the world is finally going to be like...
roasting... Well, he won't say it's for the genocide, but it's for the PR fallout of doing a genocide is why Israel needs a roast. This is going to help their global standing, apparently, not actually stopping the genocide or stopping killing Palestinians or a two-state solution. Nothing of the sorts, of course. A roast, like Tom Brady or Donald Trump, Something tells me it's not going to land the same as it did with Tom Brady because Tom Brady didn't do a genocide, but that's just me. What do I know?
All right, let's move on. We got it out of our system, but they won't let it happen.
No.
Did you understand what I just said?
Yeah.
Of course. It's the flippin' only child syndrome. I'm somebody...
The flippin' only child syndrome.
...that knows your enemy.
Yeah.
Is that how we could have defeated the Nazis without a war? Just roast Hitler? 100%. Yeah. He just needed to be roasted on live TV. That was it.
I lived with your enemy for freaking 11 years. This is just give me a flippin' break. Man, it's like this is so much. Stop it.
Even if they agreed to it, it's let's roast the most sensitive people on the planet. That'll go over really, really well. That's going to improve their public standing. And then I see this, and I don't even know why when he filmed this, but he's going around still talking about this. And it looks like he's outside the Valuetainment headquarters building, still pitching this to people.
Crazy idea for Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel as well as the world. If you like it, tag the world, share it with everybody. If not, just move on. I think the world...
Those are your options. If you like it, tag the entire world. If you don't, just move on. Don't talk shit, okay?
...needs a comedic roast of Benjamin Netanyahu, sitting right in the middle with the greatest comedians in the world from America, from the Middle East, from Egypt, from everywhere, just making fun of Benjamin Netanyahu for 2 hours.
Maybe we can get all those comedians that took Saudi money. Maybe they can do the roast of Bibi Netanyahu.
Like they did with Trump many, many years ago, just like they did with Tom Brady. And Tom doesn't like stuff like this. Neither does Trump, but they took it. And what happened? All the people that hated Brady, they moved on. All the people that hated Trump were like,
well, if they could forgive Tom Brady, maybe they could forgive this genocide heir.
Go to the next person now. I think the temperatures are very high.
He thinks he ate with this one? He did. Do you have a better idea?
What's going on there and what's happened there?
Those Palestinians holding up the bodies of their dead children will be very happy about this suggestion. I mean, I would imply, PBD is a man of principle and integrity, and you can't tell me that if his kids had lost the geographical lottery and they had been born in Gaza and they had been killed by Israel, that he wouldn't be calling for the same thing. Obviously. If Israel unalived his kid, he'd definitely be like, that's what Bibi Netanyahu needs. The guy who's responsible for killing my kids, a roast.
It's terrible. It's not slowing down. People are going back and forth. Why not create a setting for people to say everything they want to get it off their chest? So nobody sits there and says, well, I feel like there's nothing I can say about Israel because if I do, I'm going to get canceled. Here's your opportunity to come and say whatever you want to say. Number two,
He like very briefly touches on the fact that, yeah, criticism of Israel leads to people getting canceled, leads to a ton of unwarranted backlash, gets you smeared as a fucking anti-Semite. But he is graciously proposing the idea that if you want to criticize them without any consequence, what if we did a roast? You know, people maybe could comment on it, but then no more criticism of Israel. That would be it.
Here's Israel's opportunity to say, you know, listen, we don't walk on water. We also have issues. Make fun of us. Let's move on. Trust me. There's a lot.
He did not think to run this idea past someone before going live. What? I mean, who would he run it by? I'm pretty sure he is like the CEO of fucking Valuetainment.
A lot of people that are going to hate this idea.
This is what the people come for. You're witnessing Valuetainment right now. Are you not valuetained by the idea of what Israel needs to do in light of the genocide that they committed is get roasted?
Absolutely hate this idea. But I think the world needs a comedic roast of Benjamin Netanyahu. And quite frankly, I also think Israel and Bibi need this as well. What do you think? If you like it, retweet. Bibi, question for you. Are you up for this idea?
Question for you, Bibi. So again, tag the world, as he said. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all, obviously. But yeah, everybody, Bibi Netanyahu roast, make it happen. That's what we need to do. Yeah, Joe Rogan can host, or Lex Friedman. Okay, this is more. I do want to watch more of their
Trump
Mamdani cope. Okay, this is 3 days old, but still timely because they will be molding about Mamdani before he takes office, until when he takes office, after he takes office, after he's left office. It's gonna happen. Lost Zoe, thank you so much for the resub. You're on a 5-month streak. Really, really appreciate that.
Calls out Mamdani's very angry acceptance speech, warns communism never worked anywhere. Here's the president.
I'm so torn because I would like to see the new mayor do well because I love New York. I really love New York. When I left New York for Washington, New York was doing...
You need to do the Ziwe Eric Adams interview today. No more delays. I'm doing that after. I'll do that after this.
Really well, but there were some bad signs. The bad sign was a guy named de Blasio. So the signs of de Blasio, that was the beginning, and it was bad. This one, we're going to... look, for 1,000 years, communism has not worked. It just... communism, or the concept of communism has not worked. I tend to doubt it's going to work this time. Did you see his victory speech? It's literally never worked.
The thing that was communism, which was invented a couple hundred years ago, has not worked for 1,000 years.
Yeah, I thought it was a very angry speech. Yep. Certainly angry toward me, and I think he should be very nice to me. You know, I'm the one that sort of has to approve a lot of things coming to him, so he's off to a bad start.
Tom, thoughts?
So I think he's speaking for a ton of people. You know what was crazy? On the Democrat side, you didn't see like this unified cheering section.
No, you did not.
You did not at all. And Trump is leading what a lot of people are saying. I mean, in the story rundown that you just did, 5 minutes ago, Pat, 4 minutes.
Those incendiary rocket donations create a very hot, bright fireball and a burst of radiant heat. Now it's your turn. Essentially, your people got roasted. Now we will engage in a humorous roast. Quite literally, that is his proposal. But that would, I mean, like, he didn't even go that far because that would mean acknowledging suffering of Palestinians, which he was never going to do.
Minutes ago, there's all of these things where people are talking about, I'm upset, I'm leaving, I'm moving out, people in Miami. And so I think he was measured.
I'm always talking about this. The people of Miami that are threatening to move out of New York City now that Zoran Mamdani has become the mayor. One more time from Tom.
In the story rundown that you just did, 5 minutes ago, Pat, 4 minutes ago, there's all of these things where people are talking about, I'm upset, I'm leaving, I'm moving out, people in Miami. And so I think he was measured.
Yeah, people in Miami are going to be moving out of NYC.
And I think he made a point to people, communism doesn't work, gang. You may be upset, but how you voted has consequences. It doesn't work. And he's reminding them what they voted for. And I think, if anything, the president was measured and showing some leadership here, not going off the way we know Trump.
Wow. Yeah, the president was so measured when you grade him on the curve of how he typically acts, which is like a fucking child that's smearing shit all over the walls. When you compare it to that, this is actually him being restrained. And he only talked about communism being failing for 1,000 years instead of 1,000,000 billion, like it actually has in reality where we all live.
Go off.
Yeah, I thought so as well. By the way, you know what I liked? It's a very weird combination of the next video I'm going to be showing you guys. Next video is a video of Scary Moochie, who is not a fan of the president.
I love how the caption says Scary
Moochie. Video I'm going to be showing you guys. Next video is a video of Scary Moochie.
Scary Moochie.
who is not a fan of the president.
No, not at all.
But watch what he said about Mamdani, and he teaches a little bit of his.
He's not a fan of the president, but he was, in fact, his press secretary for 2 seconds. Like, how Scaramucci has managed to remain like relevant, even though he was only his press secretary for like 2 seconds, and I'm pretty sure he also it led to him getting divorced. Beyond me.
History here about what happened to New York with a mayor in the 60s and how long it took for New York City to recover from it. Go ahead.
Is by 2% on people earning over $1 million. That's what he said he's going to do in exchange for free buses and free healthcare and free childcare.
I understand that, but the last time they did that, the city and
no matter the stream, just child smearing shit on the walls. No matter the streamer, I always come in on the worst lines after stepping away for a while. Okay, the thing is that I'm American, and we Americans cannot help but invoke poop, shit, anytime we are trying to insult people, generally speaking. So that's probably going to keep happening, to be honest.
state lost
for free buses and free healthcare and free childcare.
And I understand that, but the last time they did that, the city and the state lost 600,000 top people that moved into places like Texas and Florida, and they're spending 185 days in those areas and less time in New York. And so that hurts the whole economic ecosystem. So he could do that, but he's got to get Governor Hochul's approval. He's got to get the Assembly and the state Senate to do that in Albany. But there's another big problem. If you examine his campaign, it's very similar to John Lindsay's campaign in the late 1960s. People don't remember John Lindsay, but what he did was he borrowed a tremendous amount of money to put through a lot of free services. The tax revenues went down, the base went down, and by 1975, his successor mayor, Abraham Beame, was stuck in a financial crisis, and they had to effectively declare bankruptcy for the city and then restructure the city. It took 15 years. It wasn't until 1990 that the city actually started healing.
I have no idea if any of this is true. I generally don't take Republicans at their word on anything, which Scaramucci is, so no reason to start now.
So we'll see. People from Wall Street that have met with the new mayor, the mayor-elect, are saying that he's arrogant. So we'll see.
He wants to raise taxes.
Oh, okay. People from Wall Street, they say he's arrogant. Now I'm really shaking in my boots. You're telling me that the mayor-elect is pissing off people from Wall Street. You know, that's really going to be hard for Zoran Mamdani to field now that that's out in the open.
What do you think about what Scaramucci said there?
I think Scaramucci's right, and I'll give you...
Why are we listening to this guy?
Personal reflection on it. In 1976, I was in middle school, and we had a field trip. We were
1976. Tom was in middle school.
Going from Connecticut, took a bus into New York to go to two museums, Museum of Natural History, it's been there, and just museum stuff. And my mom was worried about it because New York was on one side of New York were these things like museums, but the other side of New York was like a cesspool. There was this thing called 42nd Street. And if you look up 42nd Street in the 70s, it was a cesspool. It was worse than Main Street Amsterdam with prostitution and peep shows and pornography, advertised right on the street.
Peep shows?
It was
okay, just so we're not losing track. In 1976, Tom went on a field trip from Connecticut to New York City, and he went past 42nd Street, and there was seedy parts of the neighborhood or something.
Really bad.
Wow.
Really, really bad. And this is 75, and that's exactly when Mayor Beame came in. And I remember as a freshman in high school sitting in Connecticut, and we had a economics and sociology course, and they were talking about the plight of New York City, that this incredible city and it's all this thing that was in such trouble. And they weren't in trouble. They were looking for federal support. They were looking for help. And I'll tell you, he's right. Scaramucci there can sometimes be very blustery, but he is correctly talking about what happened in the 60s. And all of a sudden, 1975, Mayor Beame inherited this.
I love how his citation for why Scaramucci is correct is because on a field trip, his mom said, "Don't go past 42nd Street," which was probably never going to happen if it was guided.
He was followed by Mayor.
This is how he knows that Scaramucci is accurately recounting history. He witnessed it himself. He was basically, even though we're like just trying to describe the plot of like Taxi Driver, yeah, Tom saw that live.
He's right. It took until the 90s to get the city on its feet.
Wow.
And then remember, Rudy Giuliani took it up a level and went after the mob, went after the waterfront, and went after things and took it up a level. So look how long it took. It wasn't just
I don't know if
Mom said is the best knowledge source. I mean, name another.
everybody is thinking how long it's going to take to recover, but some people are just excited about it. Adam, your thoughts on this here?
So, as someone that is the biggest advocate for Miami, I kind of feel grateful because, they say finders, keepers, losers, weepers, or, one man's loss is another man's gain. I truly believe we're about to see the decline of New York City. And it pains me to say that because even though that I'm...
Okay, breaking news. Adam Sosnik, the advocate for Miami, says we are about to see the decline of New York City. Even though we literally just had somebody give a personal anecdote about a time where New York was far seedier, far dirtier, had far more crime back in the 70s than it does now. And you're not about to see it be plunged back into that fucking descent. If that does happen, it's because Donald Trump withholds federal funds illegally or tries to mobilize the National Guard and other national services that literally nobody there wants or needs. And it will plunge parts of the city into chaos potentially, but you still wouldn't see this sort of like backsliding into what it was previously.
Born and raised in Miami, and I love Miami. This is where I want to be. New York City is my favorite city in the world. I've been to London, I've been to Paris, I've been to Rome, I've been everywhere. New York City has something so unique about it. And to see a self-proclaimed Democratic...
I thought only New Yorkers were genetically predisposed to believe that that city is the greatest city in the fucking world, even though he's been to cities that are probably far better.
Socialist / communist / Islamist / pro-Palestine terrorist sympathizer be the mayor.
But he wants to be in Miami. He reps Miami. Heavy as the head.
Of the home of capitalism, the home of Wall Street, the home of the new...
I think Tom has watched Death Wish one too many times. I mean, that's like, you could literally make that argument for literally every MAGA commentator, because most of their commentary literally is just trying to like ad-lib scenes from Death Wish.
New York Yankees, and we know an owner or two. It's sad, but it also tells you that New York has to look in the mirror and say, how did we get here? And I said this before. I think that when they did the what was it? The organizations they did in the Wall Street thing. What do they call it exactly? Occupy Wall Street. At the moment, that movement did not dissipate. It only grew. And you have these 35 and under crowd who...
Yeah, the Occupy Wall Street movement is bigger than ever, totally thriving.
Genuinely hate what America stands for. They hate what capitalism stands for. All they know is socialism. And if you look...
You mean the same movement that included Tim Pool? That movement that didn't actually do much?
At Gen Z, they empathize way more with socialism. So we're starting to see the cracks in the vase that is New York City. And it doesn't make me happy to see it. But as someone that lives in Miami, I know that realtors are salivating. I know that business...
I did not see that Jillian Michaels started a show with Dave Rubin. Please link.
People are salivating. So, and the future looks bright in Miami.
Here's what President Trump had to say when he said turn up the volume. When Mamdani said, President Trump, I know you're watching this. Turn up the volume. Go ahead, Rob.
At one point he says, turn the volume up.
So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
How do you respond to that? Does that affect anything you're going to do?
It's a very dangerous statement for him to make, actually. And, you talk about danger. I think it's a very dangerous statement for him to make. He has to be a little bit respectful of Washington, because if he's not, he doesn't have a chance of succeeding. And I want to make him succeed. I want to make the city succeed. I don't want to make him succeed. I want to make the city succeed, and we'll see what happens.
Did you see reaching out to him?
I would say he should reach out to us, really. I think he should reach out. Right. I'm here.
PBD, how do you process?
Let's get a little preview of this, featuring Russell Brand not completely clothed in bed, apparently.
I just don't see how a closeted gay Mexican is the best representative of white nationalism. But
Awesome.
I don't know. Maybe I'm old school. I don't know.
How are people closeted today?
Oh my God, Nick Fuentes fucking owns you, little bro. You're like completely fucking irrelevant, and the idea that Dave Rubin's brand of grifting conservatism is gonna win over Nick Fuentes's, no, that's not gonna fucking happen.
That works. You know what I mean?
Well, apparently not that well.
Oh my God. I can't watch this. No, I'm not watching this right now. I'm saving this for Just Press Play. Holy fuck. I don't know how this was not on my radar already. 5 people collaborated with this.
Is that because to me, that's a very mature diplomatic statement when you could eviscerate him? How do you interpret that?
That's what we were talking about. It's what I said last night. What I said last night when I said he's at level 100.
Why am I seeing Brand Snips? Because he literally could not be bothered to get out of bed or put on a shirt for that fucking appearance, but he could be bothered to turn on his camera.
Having gone through the fire, mentally tough. Vinny, what are you thinking?
Well, first and foremost, on the Mamdani situation, how he spoke, I want people to understand the sudden switch. Did you see Van Jones when he was on whatever show he was on? And he's like, I can't, this is literally the moment he wins, he gets behind the mic, and you hear the anger, do you hear the bitterness? It's almost like I got you. And it's people like Van Jones that got buyer's remorse because they were talking so proud about him 5 minutes before, Pat, and they were duped. He said, he goes, he used to be calm, warmed, and embracing. Yeah, that's what you get. He exposed his true Marxist attitude. He was angry. Is this it, Rob? Can we play that, Rob, Pat?
Yeah, of course.
I think he missed an opportunity.
Missed an opportunity.
I think the Mamdani that we saw on the campaign trail, who was a lot more calm, who was a lot more...
This is Van Jones talking. The guy who likes to make jokes about dead Gaza babies is going to turn around and tone police Zoran Mamdani for his victory speech that was triumphant and not angry.
Warmer, who was a lot more embracing, was not present in that speech. And I think that Mamdani is the one you need to hear from tonight. There are a lot of people trying to figure out, can I get on this train with him or not? Is he going to include me? Is he going to be more of a class warrior even in office? I think
if he is being inclusive, he would be. Being a class warrior is inclusive. The majority of people in New York City are working class. They're not fucking capitalists, dude.
He missed a chance tonight to open up and bring more people into the tent. I think his tone.
So his tone, and it's like weird. And what happened, Pat? What is it always
Whose
about?
tent, Vinny?
I'm sorry?
Whose tent is Van Jones talking about?
Which one?
When he says bring more people under the tent.
Which tent?
He's talking about the Democrat Party tent.
How is Van Jones Marxist again? Because he works for CNN. That's literally where their argument starts and ends, even though if they actually bothered reading anything about Van Jones, he actually used to be a Maoist, but long gone are those days.
Of course.
Mamdani is not building that tent.
No, and who voted? And I was trying to think, because we saw the numbers, and I saw a chart to Rob. Who voted? Who were the majority of the people that were voting for him were who? The working class? No, it was angry, white, liberal women and the younger people that are getting promised free stuff.
Vinny's so close to being correct for once. A lot of Zoran Mamdani's base is white men, correct. But that's a good thing for Democrats, who they're always complaining don't ever reach out to men, can't get men's votes or whatever, that only Republicans get men's votes. Literally, the one thing that he was almost correct on, which is a good thing as far as Democrats being able to expand their big tent, because it proves to you that you can stand up for economic populism and talk about, you can be an open democratic socialist as a Muslim and also be for human rights, for trans rights, for queer rights, for women's rights, and you can still get men.
And you made a great point, Pat. And this is the third time that I'm talking about it. Everybody's talking about the mass exodus. Okay, all the millionaires and billionaires that Bernie Sanders talks about. And you said it last night. Again, who's going to be moving to New York? Okay, illegals, because he's going to be soft on.
Like, you get whiplash from like the fucking impressions that they just launched themselves into. He just like had to throw in like a Bernie impression randomly.
Mass exodus. Okay, all the millionaires and billionaires that Bernie Sanders talks about. And you said it last night. Again, who's going to be moving to New York? Okay, illegals, because he's going to be soft on crime and he wants to empty up the jails. Number one. Number two.
Yeah, this was PBD's first reaction to this, is that criminals are going to be moving to NYC en masse. The same way that you had different immigrant populations from different ethnic backgrounds come to New York City, you're now going to see that with criminals that are, I guess, sick of doing crime in fucking Alabama or like Topeka or whatever. They're going to be packing it up and they're going to head to NYC to get up to some mischief because of the reign of Mamdani.
All the criminals, all the illegals, everybody wants to come because, you know, why be in jail? He loves illegals because it was a sanctuary city. And then, honestly, the Muslim community.
Great, we can hang out.
And I want everybody to understand one thing. I criticize Christians, I criticize Jewish people, Israel, and don't think for 2 seconds that I'm not going to criticize
the major religions, guys. Christians, Jewish people, Israel.
Muslims.
He's an equal opportunity here.
As well. This is October, Pat. This is a father walking through the Bronx, and if you don't think this is going to start happening, you're an idiot. This is a guy in the Bronx, and I'm all for everybody having your religions. They're in the middle of the street doing this type of prayer. Go ahead,
He's
Rob.
all for everyone having your religions, like Israel.
Play this. October.
But you cannot take us. Who said? Me. What gives you special privilege? You cannot take us. Who said that? You cannot do that.
Tolerant. Boom. This is in the Bronx, New York. A father's trying to walk.
Now in the Bronx.
This is the Bronx. And if you don't think this is going to start happening more and more and more.
I guess you're supposed to be terrified because we're seeing non-white people in the city that they were born in, probably.
You are insane. And can I make one? Bob, you can stop it. And then did you see his intern? Mamdani's intern?
Yeah,
how her attitude is about... Oh, you guys already played it? Okay, so we don't have to play it. But I'm just telling you, Pat, I feel like this guy is going to be the beginning, and it's going to start happening.
God forbid people have fit. God forbid people be brown. That's really what this is about, for being real.
More and more and more, and I give it 2 years, and people are going to see what New York is becoming.
Like, who the fuck do those Muslims think they are, openly practicing their religion in this country where you can do that?
It backwards. He's correct, but he has it backwards. He said this Mamdani was the Mamdani that we saw, the warm and toned down a little bit during the campaign, is not the Mamdani we saw here. You need to understand, Van. The Mamdani you saw here is Mamdani. That's the Mamdani you didn't see during the campaign.
Exactly. And Rob,
this is the real guy.
They will never get his name right. It's always Mamdani. They always want to say Mamdani. And it even rubbed off on me. I've already mispronounced his name because they so frequently and casually mispronounce it.
The box is open, and the rope you just paid for it. Now you got to open the box and see what you really bought.
And for everybody that's in New York, and I'm gonna pray for you, and I'm sorry, you were like, he's all the free stuff, free buses. We're gonna tax the rich. What did he do the very next day? He's asking for your money. Play this, Rob.
I just want to play this really quick since that's Vinny's Islamophobia, right? Podcaster addresses Muslim women in airport. This was uploaded a month ago by Adam Sosnik on his dead channel for a show that was canceled by PBD because nobody fucking watched it. He literally just films these Muslim women going about their day in an airport, and you're just supposed to be scared by that. I'm not exaggerating.
What's up, guys? Here in Detroit, and just want to bring you into speed on what's going on here.
You're so funny.
In Detroit, I want to be very clear that I'm in Detroit, and I'm in an airport, and these are my people sitting near me in America.
Damn, man, you're getting close.
So I'm in there.
They might know. They might recognize you.
Practice whatever religion you want. Do whatever you want in America.
He's so tolerant, filming these women that are just minding their business, going about their day without their fucking permission, in an airport. Normal behavior. They're definitely the ones causing a problem, as you can see, not Adam for being a fucking weirdo, for just filming them because they have headscarves on.
Freedom of speech, freedom of religion. We're done with the face covering thing. There's people in Detroit covered up as if they're going to Mecca today.
You have freedom of religion, but not like that, though. When nuns do it, it's fine. When Muslims do it, that's not okay.
This is a little aggressive to me.
What's up?
He is too stupid to know that Michigan has has like literally one of the largest Muslim American as like Arab American populations in the country. But addresses Muslim women in airports. Did anybody say anything? How? Oh, well, at least there's pushback. This found the wrong audience. How could they how could they dare to exist? How frightening, says the middle-aged man recording women at an airport without their consent. We need more women like that. Girls are thotting it up. I mean, honestly, what disagreements does the hard right really have with the Taliban, other than the fact that they're trying to get they're trying to institute it because of Islam instead of because of Christianity? Don't be a clown, bro. Could say the same thing about Jews in New York. Very cool. Anti-Semitism coming from the PBD audience. It's freedom of expression and speech until I don't like it for these clowns. Live streaming is bigotry. This is a diverse audience. Okay, Jew. All right. Okay, we're done. We're done there.
Oh. Good morning, New York City. Thank you. Yeah. Last night we made history, and today we begin the work of making a new administration. Welcome to the transition.
Great.
This is the period over the next few months where we build a city hall that delivers on the promises of our campaign. To make New York City affordable and to make government accountable to the people.
Okay, where's the free stuff?
As we prepare to govern, we'll start announcing the leaders who will help implement our agenda. People like deputy mayors who oversee entire areas of government and the commissioners who carry out the critical work of city agencies. These appointments will be driven by excellence, integrity, and hunger to solve old problems with new solutions.
Ready?
Talking to organizers on the front lines of the fight to improve our city, government veterans with proven track records, policy experts from around the country and the world, and working people who know better than anyone what our neighborhoods deserve. And this will be a period, like the campaign we ran in the city hall to come, defined by transparency. Because New Yorkers deserve a government they can trust.
Yep.
On January 1st, I will be your mayor.
Yes.
New Year's Day, and a new era for this city.
What is he gonna say?
Oh, one more thing.
One more thing.
You have to wait.
Remember how I told you a few months ago to stop sending us money?
Guess what?
You can start again.
Yeah.
This transition
money.
requires staff, research, and an infrastructure that can
We
reach this
need
moment.
money. Stop.
And
You
it
stop,
will be
Rob.
made possible
All that. Think about all the build up. We're gonna do this. We do this. But I need your money now.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not surprised. I will tell you. When this is
The hypocrisy is somehow it's hypocritical or it's like I don't know if it's hypocritical because the Democratic Socialist is asking to be crowdfunded to support the transition, or it's hypocritical because question mark. I don't even know what the point we're being made, or it's supposed to be like typical socialist, always asking other people for money.
happening. The biggest question is what level of action families will take. We were at a dinner last night. Everybody was speaking about this. They're walking by our table. They're talking to us about what's going on in New York City. Ladies got.
Do you think that this is where this dinner, the meeting of the minds that he's referring to, is where he conceived of the idea for the roast of Bibi Netanyahu?
A 65-unit apartment that her father gave to her in her inheritance that she took over. She sold in January. She says, you know what some of the laws were in New York?
You should only be taking donations behind closed doors and from billionaires. That's what I've been saying. Do it the old-fashioned way, the right way.
Just people didn't have to pay rent. And they're like, nah, I don't have to pay rent. But you make money. Based on the new laws that they have, I don't have to pay rent. I saw a clip, Rob. I don't know if I sent it to you. I don't think I sent it to you. I'm gonna forward it to you.
Based on new laws that they have, you don't have to pay rent. Where is this in the United States of America, please? Name, details, location. I'd like to know this.
Can go to like the 40-second mark when I forward this to you. It's a video of him saying he's highlighting this apartment where the owner is not taking care of the tenants, which makes sense. You know, there are owners that don't take care of the tenants, and the tenants have the choice to leave to go to a different place. You don't have to stay there. But watch what he says, which is the most powerful part, folks. And if you can fast forward, Rob, and go to right about there. Play it from right there. Watch this. Go ahead.
The mayor's office to protect tenants, bringing code enforcement under one roof and making sure that agencies are working together to hold bad landlords accountable. Starting on day one, we will expand the city's special enforcement programs, doubling fines for hazardous violations and tripling them for conditions that are immediately dangerous. And when a really bad landlord, like this guy, refuses to fix it, the city's going to step in, make the repairs, and send them the bill.
Watch next.
If that doesn't work, the city's taking over the building. We're putting the worst landlords out of business. And we're going to transform...
You're supposed to hear this and be scared. They actually think that their audience... Again, this got like 444,000 views, that all of these people are probably like majority landlords and aren't going to hear what Zoran Mamdani is talking about and be, oh, I'm kind of okay with that, actually. My landlord sucks ass. I pay so much fucking money. And even though it's technically their responsibility to deal with the upkeep of the apartment or the like building that I rent in, they don't. So I guess this is supposed to be like exposure therapy to their audience, and you're supposed to be scared of this.
5 seconds. Go back 5 seconds. Go back right there. Say it again. Listen, folks. Go ahead.
Like this guy refuses to fix it, the city's going to step in, make the repairs, and send them the bill. If that doesn't work, the city's taking over the building. We're putting the worst landlords out of business. And we're going to transform...
Correct. You should not be able to be the arbiter of who gets housing or in charge of it if your buildings are not up to code. If they're not safe for your tenants and your residents, you refuse to respond to the government, and they have to step in and pick up the slack where you wouldn't as a private landlord. And then, yeah, why should you get to keep it if you're going to benefit from repairs but not pay it back?
311 by bringing the latest in cutting-edge technology.
Yeah, Ben Phillips, shout out to him. He sent this clip to me.
This is literally just enforcement of existing laws. This is not anything fucking new.
And he says, we're going to take over the building.
So it's theirs. It's the city's.
So you mean like...
Correct. Did you know, this is like being shocked that if I told PBD, did you know that if you park illegally in New York City, or literally anywhere, they have the power to impound and tow your vehicle? That they can put a boot on it and that they can charge you a ticket. And if you don't pay that ticket, they're going to possess your vehicle and they're not giving it back until you do. It's their property until you do that because you violated the law. The same goes for housing. If it goes for that, why wouldn't it apply to housing?
Seize the means of production like communists?
Wait a minute.
So he's saying...
Seizing the means of production is when you do code enforcement against slumlords in New York City.
The quiet part out loud,
yes,
and people voted for it.
Wait till he hears what car reposts like.
That's right.
Bravo, New York City.
But the point is, you know what that means.
Yes.
You know what that means. Challenge is, he's going to need Albany to get some of this stuff done. That's what this family was saying last night. He's going to need Hochul. What's the likelihood of Hochul agreeing to the 2% increase on the rich?
Very low. She's up for
Did you know that mayors don't actually have to ask governors for permission to do everything? Did you know that mayors actually exercise a lot of control and power over their jurisdiction?
She's up for re-election. Does he need her help also to be able to increase the corporate taxes? Same thing, he's got to go through Albany?
Of course.
Tom, yes?
Yes, some of it. And I'm diving into it with Brendan so that we can really know step by step what he can and can't do. Some of the things he can do with the stroke of a pen, similar to a president's executive order.
Some of the stuff
other things he can't. We're going to put the list so people can see.
We're going to see. And remember that one mayor that Scaramucci was talking about, Lindsay? Pre-1971, you know, this guy apparently used to be a Republican guy. Then he became a Democrat, and he stayed with the party. Can you zoom in a little bit, Rob? Go down a little bit on his political affiliation. Okay, right there, go up. 1971, during his term as a mayor, Lindsay switched from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party. Same year, he launched a brief unsuccessful bid for Democratic presidential nomination. In 1980, he made an unsuccessful bid for Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate. So this has been tested out. The only difference with this guy is he wasn't a a Muslim himself. He was, what happened?
Look where he went to
school. Oh my God. I thought he was literally about to say he wasn't an open democratic socialist or something like that. But no, the only difference there is that he wasn't a Muslim himself. That's the critical thing to underscore, that it was a white guy doing it.
You're right. Keep going. But look where he went to school.
What's that? What school are you seeing, Tom?
The Buckley School, highly liberal, St. Paul's and Yale.
Yeah, but here's...
Is the Buckley School highly liberal? Also, this idea that like old academia is like inherently liberal, it's like such a misnomer. Like the students are liberal, right? Or like they'll have more progressive like students because it's full of young people. But these are old school. Like this dude went to St. Paul's School, Yale, and Buckley School. These are some of the most conservative institutions that you can find in this country because of how old they are. This is like thinking that like Vought from The Boys is like genuinely progressive because they have fucking commercials that try to portray them as such. But old academia is literally, it's funded by a bunch of like wealthy fucking people and benefactors and old guard admins running it.
Next one, and then we can kind of move on from Mamdani because he's officially yours. New York, congratulations. We're very happy for you guys.
New York, Mazel Tov.
Yeah, so Zoran Mamdani taps big tech antagonist Lina Khan, co-chair.
Oh my God, he's so close. Lina Khan, dude. How do you not Lina Khan?
Mayoral transition team. You should see his transition team. He doesn't believe in hiring men. Okay. It was. Did you see this? Rob?
It wasn't intended to be an all-female transition team. It just happened to be that way. So if that's the standard, anytime a woman is left off of a transition team or is not occupying some sort of committee, like a place in a committee, are they hostile to women? No. What's the difference, PBD? Please explain to me in great detail.
Is it Lina Khan? What's her name?
Lisa Khan. Lisa Khan.
Lina. Okay, finally got the last name correct. Gentle correction from Adam there. Oh, what's the name? Is it Lina Khan? You already knew her name. He's just gently correcting him. Lisa Khan. Got it. Oh, Mike K, 138. Thank you so much for the $3. I recently read about the concept of ultimate communism, which seems to be more libertarian in nature. Would you consider yourself to be left libertarian or more authoritarian, where the state has to seize the means of production? Thank you so much for the $3. I don't know. I probably more left libertarian, but like it feels silly to talk about those sorts of more esoteric ideas because it's like, yeah, none of that shit's gonna fucking happen in my lifetime ever. But if I didn't adequately answer your question, you can ask me more in chat. I can try to give you a more concrete answer. Thank you so much for the $3.
I'm sorry, Lina Khan. Yeah. Play this clip, Rob.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you all. I want to start off by just congratulating our mayor-elect Mamdani on an incredible victory and a just remarkable campaign this last year.
He doesn't know Lina Khan. My God, I know. Like, that's already embarrassing enough. But even if he did, like, we're being deprived of the fact that, like, he would, like, shit his fucking pants over the, like, her just, again, enforcing antitrust laws, enforcing existing laws.
I think what we saw last night was New Yorkers not just electing a new mayor, but clearly rejecting a politics where outsized corporate power and money too often end up dictating our politics, and a clear mandate for change where New Yorkers can get ahead and where all workers and small businesses can thrive, not just get by. I think what we saw through the campaign was an operation that showed extraordinary discipline, rigor, talent, and I know that Zoran has the vision.
You can pause it right there. Okay, just so you know who she is. She's the former Federal Trade Commission chair, and she's going to be serving as a co-chair on the transition team. And the 36-year-old Democrat who brought major cases against Meta and Amazon while running the FTC from 2021 to 2025 surprised some onlookers on Wednesday as she appeared alongside Mamdani at his first post-election press conference. Tom, why is it so important to businesses in New York City?
Because he has picked somebody who is picking on businesses. And by the way, this was a pick that, in my opinion, of everything I've read, that was an Obama-influenced pick that was made by Biden.
Wasn't she FCC chair? Does he think she's not qualified enough? Well, he doesn't know anything about her, for one. For two, she's a liberal, and she's a woman heading this all-female transition team. So on that basis alone, regardless of anything else that he knows about her, already too much for him to handle.
Because she was named to the Federal Trade Commission. And my opinion, based on what I've read, is that Biden didn't really understand everything about her, and she was kind of pushed through by other people that were working with Biden to get it done. And all she did for her time there was question every merger. All mergers aren't bad. Sometimes mergers save jobs by creating a single, stronger organization out of two. And she picked on people, and I'm not against that. Some of the things
everything that he's saying is completely correct. Lina Khan is a fucking bully. She picked on me personally. She called me names. She teased me. I've even heard her say that she doesn't think that there should be total corporate monopoly, major and consolidation of capital. These are very, very disreputable things that she's done.
Things that Meta was asked to answer for, like the stuff they were intentionally trying to hook young girls to get.
I'm hearing in Twitch chat, Lisa Khan gave me a swirly. Another, of course, I'm sure that happened. That sounds just like Lisa Khan.
Them to stay on, and they were suffering, depression and psychological effects. That's where government steps in to do good things, like OSHA, right? OSHA stepping in. But what she was doing,
Oh, come on. Shit on OSHA. I need somebody on this panel to shit on OSHA.
See, this was her mandate. She was anti-capitalist. So it wasn't just the FTC, Pat.
Enforcing antitrust laws is capitalist. That does not mean you're anti-capitalist. That you cannot have functioning markets if you have monopolies and monopsonies. It's kind of the one feature of capitalism that has to be regulated, because if you don't, if you have consolidation of capital, if you don't have market competition, the entire thing breaks down.
Trying to make good decisions about businesses to protect citizens and investors and things. She was actively anti-capitalist, and I believe that she was put there by other people, and that Biden didn't really know what he put there. And now she, no surprise, the lady picking on business is now picked by Mamdani to lead his transition.
And one other thing to think about. I mean, listen. There's two ends of the spectrum. She's a progressive, and she's very aggressive when it comes to monopolies and antitrust laws, which we understand. We don't want monopolies in this country.
Oh my God, Adam's so cucked, trying to gently push back on all of these people, being like, remember, even if you're a capitalist, you're actually supposed to be in favor of some of these regulations at the very least, and that this does not mean that she's anti-capitalist whatsoever. That's a very, very stupid conclusion to draw from somebody just because they are aggressive about enforcing antitrust. What you can do is complain about the application of it, but you would be very, very dumb to try to suggest that you are anti-capitalist for enforcing existing U.S. law that was passed by a bunch of fucking liberal capitalists. These are not socialist policies. Were you an economics major? No, I was a biology major.
Also what it would appear to be very anti-capitalist. So I think she made her name really advocating against Amazon. And if you remember what happened in New York right before COVID, you have a representative in New York named AOC, our friends in New York know her, who was vocally and politically opposed to Jeff Bezos moving a headquarters HQ.
Tim Pool was just bringing this up already. Who was the conservative that recently brought this up? Because they're bringing up something from 2018 in 2025, and they're doing it at the same time. And this is completely random to be doing. It's not. It seems almost too not random. This can't be a fucking coincidence. They're getting it from somewhere. Somebody has recently had a tweet go viral or drawing attention to this.
Exactly, to New York. Do you know how much money this would have brought to New York? You know how many jobs this would have brought to New York? Do you know much more opportunity?
25,000 jobs at $150,000 average salary.
You don't think New Yorkers want that job? You don't think New Yorkers who are struggling with affordability and the wage gap and the wealth gap wanted those jobs? So it's okay to be antitrust and anti.
Oh my God, literally, hold on. There was a fucking article that I had talking about this. Because the straw man was that AOC didn't understand that that money was not the tax incentives or whatever that were being provided, or it's not the same as actually having a fungible amount of money to be using or something like that. I don't know. AOC fires back at critics who question her understanding of Amazon deal. This was back in February 2019. Attacked by financial commentators and fellow Dems for allegedly not understanding how the Amazon tax incentives were structured and for lacking pragmatism. The criticism grew over the weekend following an interview by Chuck Todd of Meet the Press that raised doubts as to her grasp of the proposed deal. In it, AOC said, if we're willing to give away $3 billion for this deal, we could invest those $3 billion in our district ourselves if we wanted to, she added. We could hire more teachers, we can fix our subways, we can put a lot of people to work for that money if we wanted to. So they wanted to give tax breaks to incentivize Amazon to come participate in one of the largest economies in the whole world, which is already stupid on its face because Amazon doesn't need tax breaks to want to participate in the fucking New York City economy, which is already dumb. And critics were actually trying to argue that, oh, she doesn't understand how incentives work, and she doesn't she believes there was a pot of money that could now be spent with the deal being off, when obviously any revenue that you could have been generating through taxation of a wealthy multi-billion-dollar corporation is almost no different and indistinguishable from having used those funds poorly because you failed to collect them. Here's what she said, like, this was the thread. I've been telling at AOC critics that she is smart, but what do I say when she says nonsense like we could invest those $3 billion in Amazon tax breaks in our district? We could hire more teachers. She quote tweets and says, not sure how many pundits talking about Amazon even read the deal or where it was going. $500+ million of the deal was capital grants, as in the city was going to be giving that to Amazon. $2.5 billion in tax breaks. It's fair to ask why we don't invest the capital for public use, plus why we don't give working people a tax break. And then on top of it, this is Data for Progress saying why AOC was right about this. This was back in January 2020. While searching for a site to locate their second headquarters, dubbed HQ2, Amazon undertook a nationwide hunt for which city would hand them the biggest bag of money. States and municipalities created competing proposals for Amazon, with theatrics rivaling the Super Bowl halftime show. One location offering a hefty tax incentive package was New York. Between state and local governments, Amazon was offered $3.5 billion in benefits in exchange for both an agreement to create 25,000 jobs over 10 years and $2.5 billion in development investment in a Long Island City campus doing a lot of work for what is going to be a fucking Amazon corporation gulag. Some simple back of the napkin math shows this incentive would equate to about $140,000 per job handout. And the thing is that tab that I just closed down, there was a Democrat who was criticizing her, being like, these are good jobs. The average salary is $150,000. And it's like, yeah, the average, not the median. The average is going to include the salaries of executives, which could be in the fucking millions. Obviously, that skews it. The median salary working at a fucking Amazon fulfillment center, it's going to be jack fucking shit. And it's also going to be hard labor. Over the past decade, we have seen this scenario play out time and time again. A corporation promises to deliver X amount of jobs and Y amount of investments. Cities and states provide massive tax incentives to do so, and the corporation fails to deliver. Examples abound. Taiwanese electronics company Foxconn was offered $4 billion in incentive to bring 13,000 manufacturing jobs to Wisconsin, only to quickly and dramatically scale back their plans, claiming the global market environment that existed when the project was first announced has changed. In 2016, Switch, a Nevada-based operator of data centers, came to Michigan promising $5 billion in investment and 1,000 new jobs over 10 years, and even though those numbers have proven unrealistic, the company still has a deal exempting them from most property taxes. In 2017, Chinese retail corporation Alibaba announced plans to create 1 million jobs in the U.S. before backing down following trade disputes between the two countries. Even American giants like Intel, IBM, and you guessed it, Amazon, have failed to live up to their promised job creation and investment in the past, despite incentivization from local and state governments. For Amazon specifically, the opening of new locations does not lead to increases in private sector employment. Corporations love to tout outrageous figures for what kind of investment they can bring to a new region, but they almost never meet those expectations. For that reason alone, government shouldn't be so eager to craft one-sided agreements with corporations who can choose to observe or ignore them as they please. While in the case of Amazon's initial New York deal, the failure to deliver promised jobs would have halted the financial incentives the corporations would have received from the government. It wouldn't restore the time, effort, resources, or money already invested in the project. So you literally can already have losses just by extending these if the corporation doesn't make good on them. Likewise, it's like not just a matter of like, oh, like some proposal on paper or whatever that's like yet to be fulfilled or anything like that. It can still already be a waste. Likewise, without all of the 25,000 jobs over 10 years that was originally negotiated for, or the possible 15,000 expanded employment opportunities beyond 2028, which Amazon erroneously publicized, outlook on the deal would have no doubt shifted. Look at it this way. Amazon is only being offered such enormous tax credits because of their equally enormous obligations in job creation and investment. If employment growth would have slowed below the agreed-upon threshold after 2023, for example, the company still would have collected 5 years' worth of benefits. It is likely the city and state would have negotiated for more modest tax credits had the number of jobs promised been lowered to a number that the corporation would be more likely to fill. In the end, after stern objections from prominent officials like AOC and New York City Council Speaker Corey Johnson, Amazon decided not to develop an HQ location in New York. Nevertheless, the company recently announced... what's happening? Two Fat Buns, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to October 666. Really, really appreciate that. In the end, the stern objections from prominent officials... Amazon decided not to develop HQ in New York. Nevertheless, the company recently announced it would bring 1,500 jobs to New York. Despite no offer of a tax break, that is meaningful for a number of reasons, but first, it's crucial to understand what such tax incentives actually represent and why early criticism of the deal was so harsh. High-profile proponents of the original Amazon deal, including New York Governor Andrew Cuomo and New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, initially pushed back against AOC's criticisms of the tax incentives, with Cuomo saying, "This is a big moneymaker for us. Costs us nothing, nada, niente," and de Blasio agreeing with NBC's Chuck Todd that the tax breaks did not represent money you had over here and it was going over there. This is money that didn't exist. But the argument that, but again, there was literally $500 million in capital gains that were going to be given to them. But the argument that the city would not literally pay cash to Amazon is superficial and semantic. Objection to the tax credits was rooted in the fact that New York taxpayers would be subsidizing Amazon's activities in the city by surrendering $3 billion in would-be tax revenue to the corporation. Money that the city and state governments would need to offset the enormous hidden costs associated with Amazon's residents. The resulting deal would ultimately have made Amazon over $3 billion richer, while the burden of necessary city and state-funded programs, projects, and initiatives reacting to the problems Amazon would have inevitably brought to the city would have fallen hard on New York citizens. It goes on and on like this, of all of the different ways that these sorts of like incentive structures and like corporate handouts or whatever don't even pan out in the way that they say that they will. Clearwatch, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Don't forget that Jeff Bezos donated $100 million to Van Jones through his Courage and Civility Award. Is this the thing that was reported by Dropsite that he's like some sort of like mentorship thing that he's in?
I get it, but wage
or average salary.
You don't think New Yorkers want that job? You don't think New Yorkers who are struggling with affordability and the wage gap and the wealth gap wanted those jobs? So it's okay to be antitrust and anti-monopoly. I get it. But when you're anti-capitalist and anti-business, that's where people have a problem with people like this.
And Pat, just FYI, today, Stefanik, since you guys are talking about governor, she just launched her gubernatorial.
Oh my God, this was in 2021. Bezos donates $100 million each to CNN contributor Van Jones and Chef Jose Andres. Jeff Bezos, the Amazon founder and world's wealthiest man, said Tuesday after flying to the edge of space that he plans to award $100 million each to CNN contributor Van Jones and Chef Jose Andres. Bezos said that Jones and Andres were free to do what they want with the money. They can give it all to their own charity, Bezos said at a press conference after his trip to space, or they can share the wealth. It's up to them. The money, Bezos says, was tied to a surprise philanthropic initiative he wanted to announce called the Courage and Civility Award. Jesus Christ. So he just gave them, why would he just give them $100 million? Was tied to a surprise philanthropic initiative he wanted to announce called the Courage and Civility Award. The award aims to honor those who have demonstrated courage and tried to be a unifier in a divisive world, Bezos added. We need unifiers and not vilifiers, Bezos said. We need people who argue hard and act for what they believe, but they do that always with civility and never ad hominem attacks. Unfortunately, we live in a world where this is too often not the case, but we do have role models. Jones, accepting the award, said that sometimes dreams come true. You bet on me and I appreciate it, Jones told Bezos, later adding that it was money for him to give to others who have a similar spirit. These people will do anything but allow the tax code to be enforced. Holy fuck. Yeah, the guy who's making jokes about dead Gaza babies. Yeah, not divisive at all. Money well spent.
Race for 2026. And she said, when New Yorkers were looking for strong leadership from a governor, not to bend the knee to Zohar Mamdani, Kathy Hochul bent the knee. So it just started today.
Yeah, but the question again is Mamdani going to be able to do the things with taxes with the support of Hochul? Hochul was asked about Mamdani, tax the rich, tax the rich. Did you guys see this clip or no?
No.
Tax the rich. And she said, settle down, settle down, settle down. And then afterwards, when they asked her, what do you think? Because she started getting upset at the audience that were chanting, is this the one, Rob? Oh, that's the one. Go ahead, Rob. Play the clip. Watch this.
New York's first mom governor, we need more child care. Universal. Child care for everyone who wants it.
And then you hear tax the rich, tax the rich. Young people with no jobs.
I can hear you.
PVD fears this.
Yeah. Afterwards, when they asked her, are you going to tax the rich? She says, I don't really know what they were saying. I thought they were saying something like "Let's go,"
Brandon.
Yeah, no,
Let's go, Brandon.
Actually, she said that.
Are you serious?
No, not Brandon. She says, "I thought they were saying let's go New York, let's go something like that." So look, who knows? But let's look at business owners and what type of action they're taking. Here's Dave Portnoy. Okay, New York, attitude, energy, media, vocal. Here's what he said about what he's planning on doing with what do you call it, Barstool Sports, and his reaction to it, because Barstool, I believe they're in New York City, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, definitely New York City.
He destroys
He's in
Mamdani
Florida, I
after
believe.
election. He lives in Florida, but I think Barstool is in New York. Destroys Mamdani after election and threatens to move Barstool out of New York City. This is his tweet that he's
Oh no! What will New York City do if they lose Dave Portnoy?
saying perfectly what is not perfectly New York City. Thank God I don't live there anymore. A relieved Dave Portnoy says he thankfully no longer lives there. Mamdani, just 34, got elected after Mamdani. On Scott Jennings, Brandon, a great actor on X, concluded Scott Jennings sums up Mamdani perfectly. But if this is what the people of New York City want, then so be it. Thank God I don't live there anymore. Portnoy has previously expressed his disdain for Mamdani and his left-wing ideology. And Rob, is this him talking about the Barstool, or he's talking about the fact that he's an actor?
This is the Scott Jennings clip.
Scott Jennings talking about that Mamdani's an actor? Yep. Go ahead and play the clip.
He's the greatest actor you have. He turned himself into a hood ornament for the poor and the downtrodden. He's a rich kid who is a great actor. He play acts.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I can understand why you'd be leery of an actor in politics.
I'm just saying, there's no other obvious Democrat. He has all the energy behind him. You talk about slicing and dicing the electorate. He's going to slice it and dice it in one way: oppressors and oppressed. No. And I want to find out if he has it in him to give it up. I don't think he does, because that's the energy in the Democratic Party. It's oppressed.
Yeah, that's the energy in the Democratic Party. Always fighting for working people.
And oppressed. That's why the Jews in the city feel scared, because they know he has labeled them as the oppressors. That's why people who create jobs in New York City are leery, because he labels them the oppressors. That is the
You got a quote for that, buddy? I know you don't.
Worldview of the energy of this campaign, and it's also the worldview of the energy of Democratic primaries across this country.
I love it. Like, stop talking, bro.
Oh, by the way, he's going to be in the 2028 elections. Jennings is going to be running as well. He may be a president, VP. He's going to do something.
I just think everybody who can string a sentence together, no matter how stupid it is going to run for public office.
Hey, is anyone leaving New York City? Is anyone leaving New York City? Watch this.
No. They're not.
Families are fleeing New York City. Private schools following Mamdani's victory, competing.
This is what fucking Cuomo was saying as well. And this idea that, like, again, to the extent that you're seeing people flee, it's people that were probably already going to do that. And they have because they have the means to do it.
For coveted Miami.
How is it that you're going to, like, you have people, does he not realize how fucking expensive and annoying moving is?
Spots. Adam, I'm coming to you with this one, and then Tom right afterwards to you. So, they're not going to leave New York City, Vinny.
I remember hearing that
No
somewhere.
one's going to.
Okay, we're not doing this part, though. Holy fuck. All right. Eric Adams, Ziwe. Let's see. The interview we've all been waiting for. But before we do that, if you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me already, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live, which is Monday through Friday at varying times. If you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and subscribe to me. Like the stream. It really helps push it out to other people that are could get it in their algorithm, for all we know. If you want to watch my past VODs, they are housed on my YouTube channel, and they're also timestamped. That way you can just go right to exactly what you want to view and not have to skip around through a multi-hour long VOD. If you want to support me, you can donate through the links in my description box and YouTube, or pinned in my Twitch chat. You can also subscribe to me. You can also give subs throughout the chat. You can also use your Amazon Prime to sub. You can also send a super chat on YouTube if you are inclined to do so, as well as a super sticker, and I will read it out. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything, and this is Eric Adams is an iconic guest. This is a Ziwe interview with the current mayor, Eric Adams, soon to be ousted by Zoran Mamdani, now that he's mayor-elect. And yeah, Eric Adams, again, he is an iconic guest. And I guess we're going to see just how iconic. I saw clips of this. This is an insane interview. Just in the little that I saw, so.
Shut up. Tonight, one jokester and a national joke sit across from each other in a bombshell interview.
How do you think this went?
My conversation with you?
Yeah.
That's sure to be iconic.
Oh my God, his fucking, like, the socks.
My conversation with you?
Yeah.
That's
he's like, they look like kente cloth socks.
Sure to be iconic.
I would marry capitalism. Up in this administration, we had a lot of chocolate.
How could anyone platform the disgraced?
I got some good quotes.
Allegedly corrupt.
queens get the money.
Allegedly self-serving.
I stated I'm going to make y'all careers.
Allegedly horny man.
I'm not hitting on you. I'm interacting with you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh my God. Is that really going to happen in this interview? He literally just had somebody who like came out and somebody was working in like the mayor's office, a woman, like a mistress of his. I don't even know if he's married or something like that, but he was like, I can't run for mayor without you. Is he married? Tracy Collins. This was not the fucking mistress. If I put like Eric Adams mistress, the New York Times. Former City Hall. Hidden relationship.
Now to an I-Team exclusive. A former staffer for Mayor Adams sitting down for her first TV interview. Tonight, she tells our Chris Glorioso she believes she was one of the key witnesses in the federal corruption case that consumed City Hall last year. And she is previewing a book that also details a romantic relationship with Eric Adams.
There was a moment where he was...
Oh my God, I just saw. Amy Goodman's peace sign. Thank you so much for the $20. This is for the Mamdani Monitor Fund. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you again.
It's like, you're going to be my wife. And I was like, okay.
In her first TV interview since leaving City Hall.
Holy fuck. Eric Adams with the Riz. You are going to be my wife. Just very forward, very blunt. He doesn't fucking mess around.
Former staffer Jasmine Ray told the I-Team about a 6-month romance with Eric Adams and their breakup 6 years before he became mayor.
Around January 2016, it ended abruptly. He ended it. In front of him, I said, okay. But then I went to my car and I was boohooing like a baby. Yeah.
Ray opened up to the I-Team previewing her forthcoming book, Political Humanity. She just
this AI cover, Jesus Christ.
Describes it as an insider's look at her hidden relationship with Eric Adams, marked by intimacy, sacrifice, and betrayal. In the interview, Ray...
Probably also written and edited by fucking... Like, she probably wrote the meat of it, but I wouldn't be surprised if she fed literally every chapter through fucking ChatGPT, if that's what the cover is. Yes, I'm literally judging a book off of its cover.
Also defended the 6-figure City Hall job she just resigned.
I want to give you a chance to confront those people who will say it just doesn't look good when the mayor hires his former lover to a high-level City Hall job.
I've been doing the work for over a decade. So you will be foolish to question my capabilities, my record, my passion.
Yeah, there's no conflict of interest here.
And you'd be foolish to do that.
Last year, the I-Team first reported on Jasmine Ray, revealing she not only worked as Mayor Adams' Director of Sports, Wellness, and Recreation, but that the mayor also obtained a conflict of interest waiver, allowing Ray to consult for a childcare facility with city contracts. City Hall defended the arrangement. Then, Tuesday, City Hall confirmed Eric Adams and Jasmine Ray had a personal relationship roughly a decade ago, but stressed there have been no romantic engagements since the two started working at City Hall.
Are you still in contact with the mayor? And what
okay, so nothing, and it's been 10 years since something happened, apparently.
Think about the book.
Yeah, right.
His first response was, I really like the way you unpacked those difficult topics.
One of those difficult topics the book addresses is the corruption investigation that consumed City Hall last year. In an advanced copy of Political Humanity, Jasmine Ray writes that Mayor Adams warned her about the feds. You're on a short list of people that have frequent contact with me. I just wanted you to be aware, she wrote, quoting the mayor.
You wrote that Mayor Adams warned you that you were on the radar of federal investigators.
Yeah.
Did he ever encourage you to lie or to not tell the whole truth?
So
careful. Don't get yourself in trouble, girl.
No. In fact, it was very painful for me because once I said, hey, I just got interrogated, the first thing he said to me was, we can't talk.
Jasmine Ray told the I-Team she gave federal investigators...
And that's when I decided to write the book.
...access to her phone. She says she was...
This is so messy and like fucking stupid and hilarious at the same time.
4 times and testified before a grand jury multiple times, but she says she is still perplexed by the bribery indictment against her former boss that was ultimately dropped by the Trump DOJ. Adams has denied wrongdoing, and his attorney called alleged bribes courtesy travel upgrades. Ray believes accepting travel perks may have been in bad taste, but she's not sure the conduct was worthy of an indictment.
Oh my God.
I don't know if it's illegal. I think that's up to a judge to decide. I don't know. But
he took like free flights from fucking Turkey and like way building code regulations. It was like textbook corruption and bribery.
Jasmine Ray stepped down from her City Hall job 2 days before Mayor Adams announced a suspension of his re-election campaign. Ray's book is scheduled to be out this weekend. Chris Glorioso, News 4 New York.
And history's going to be kind to me.
Because he's the mayor. Ziwe News Network starts now.
This is an honor, a pleasure. This is American history.
Love it so well. And look on these walls. You would think there is no history with us if you just look at these walls.
This is so incredible. It's easily the best content that I'm going to watch this week. It's a nice respite from all of from the cesspool that is electoral politics to just see Eric Adams be interviewed by fucking Ziwe.
But my face is going to be up with David Dinkins.
Oh, your face will be up with David Dinkins. I believe that. I received that, and I hope to get a copy of your portrait.
Yes.
May I start the interview?
He is so weird to her. He doesn't know how to be any other way. I have literally never seen Eric Adams be like natural or normal.
Yes, you can.
Hi, I'm Ziwe, and my next iconic guest is the 110th mayor of New York City, baby. Please welcome Mayor Adams.
Thank you.
May I call you Eric?
Yes, you can.
And do you have a bag of cash for me?
Wow,
No.
first name basis. I already know what she's referring to. She's referring to the fact that like a staffer for his put money inside of a potato chip bag and then tried to slip it to a reporter as a bribe. I don't know that I had this in my stream thing, but I never covered it. Eric Adams' advisor gave reporter potato chip bag stuffed with cash is suspended from campaign. Winnie Greco was outed by news outlet The City for trying to give cash surreptitiously tucked inside a Harris sour cream and onion ripple potato chip bag to one of its reporters. This was reported August 21st of this year. Longtime ally advisor and fundraiser for New York's Mayor Eric Adams was suspended from his re-election campaign after she tried to hand a local journalist a cash-stuffed potato chip bag. Winnie Greco was outed by a local news organization, The City, for trying to give cash surreptitiously. We read this less than a day after the Greco incident. Another former advisor to Adams, Ingrid Lewis-Martin, was indicted on new charges in an alleged bribery scheme Thursday morning. Winnie Greco and the bag of chips. According to The City, the reporter Katie Honan initially refused the potato chips, which she believed to be a genuine snack offer. It was like an empty bag. I would have assumed that somebody was trying to pass me garbage. But Greco insisted. Upon discovering the wad of cash, which reportedly included at least one $100 bill and several $20 bills, she immediately contacted the Adams confidant to return the unwanted gift. Why the fuck did they think that this was a good idea? That it was slick? That it was anything but fucking stupid and wasn't going to be leaked and outed immediately? To a journalist! Why would you hand that to them?
Not at all. I left it downstairs.
Now, Mayor Adams, you spent your tenure as mayor waging war against the rats.
Oh my God, look behind Adams at the back. What are these called? It's not is it a Birkin or whatever? Yeah,
Unfortunately, you've dropped out of the race. Would you say that rats have won?
Not at all. Just the opposite. Rat complaints have decreased in the city. We containerize garbage. They told me it's going to take me 5 years. We did it 3.5 years. And I hate Mickey and his crew.
Oh.
And if anyone ever bumps into a rat, they think about it all day. Don't tell me you like rats.
If anybody ever bumps into a rat, that's all you think about all day. He's a man of the people.
I don't like rats.
Okay, if you lifted your toilet seat and Mickey popped out, you'll never sit on that toilet seat again. If you take your garbage lid off and Mickey pops out, you'll never take that lid off again.
Mickey is a mouse. Why is he calling a rat Mickey?
I did a great favor for you and other New Yorkers. I took one hazard.
Cheap to top it off. That's the bigger offense is, like, again, how little they were offering that fucking reporter and such a clunky bribe.
Out of your life. The rats.
You've said New York City is the Istanbul of America,
yes.
The Athens of America,
yes.
the Islamabad of America.
Yes.
Which international cities would you compare to the following boroughs, like Staten Island?
Staten Island is the Little Italy of America.
Oh, and the Bronx.
The Bronx is the Puerto Rican, Dominican of America.
Those aren't cities. And Manhattan.
Manhattan
I was
is
say Puerto Rico's not a fucking city, dumbass.
probably the United Nations of America.
Oh, okay. We're just listing things. Brooklyn.
Okay, yeah, we're not doing the city's prompt, I guess. Manhattan is like the United Nations.
Brooklyn is the everything of America.
Everything of America. And finally, Queens get the money.
That's right. Queens got the money because I gave them the money. And so they should be the most appreciative of America.
Please, to camera, if you could tell Queens to appreciate you more.
Queens, you should appreciate me more. You got the money because I gave you the money as the mayor. Queens get the money.
Insane that this man was the mayor of New York City.
What's your favorite subway stop to stop and frisk?
all of them when it's used correctly. It can't be abused because I didn't go to federal court to sue with Floyd versus NYPD for it to be abused. But every stop is the right stop if it's used correctly.
What is Floyd versus NYPD? Oh, it's this, yeah. I've read this about this, how like it's literally how effective these types of laws are is inversely correlated to how constitutional they are, because the only basis that you have to be stopping and frisking people is obviously going to be heavily fucking racialized or without extending proper due process rights to somebody, because you're going to be making a ton of unjustified assumptions to be able to justify like patting people down, essentially. Floyd versus City of New York is a set of cases addressing the class action lawsuit filed against the City of New York, Police Commissioner Raymond Kelly, Mayor Michael Bloomberg, and named and unnamed New York NYPD defendants, alleging that defendants have implemented and sanctioned a policy, practice, and or custom of unconstitutional stops and frisks by the NYPD on the basis of race and or national origin in violation of Section 1983 of the Title 42 of the United States Code, the 4th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution, and parts of the Civil Rights Act and Constitution laws of the state of New York. So, holding, the court held that the city was liable for violating the plaintiff's 4th and 14th Amendment rights due to the police department's widespread practice of suspicionless stops and frisks of African-American Latino suspects. That was the other thing. It like literally wasn't even effective as policy. And a separate order, like the constitutionality aside, it like wasn't even good for what it was attempting to target. In a separate order issued the same day, the court ordered a series of remedies, including the appointment of a monitor, immediate reforms to the stop and frisk program, revisions to training programs, changes to stop and frisk record keeping, changes to supervision and discipline, the institution of a pilot project providing for the use of body cameras by police officers, and a joint remedial process to ensure continued community input.
Because when you're on the train with that beautiful outfit you have on,
thank you.
And all of a sudden you see someone hanging out there, and they have a bulge on their side, and not the bulge that others was talking about.
Oh wow!
Then you want to make sure they stop and they frisk.
That felt like a threat.
Or you may think he has a weapon.
What are you saying right now?
I don't know. What are you feeling right now?
I don't know what you're saying. Okay, we're moving on.
He is like so flirty with her. It's insane, man.
Coming up, question for you. You once said, New Yorkers, I'm like broccoli. You're going to hate me now, but you're going to love me later.
I got some good quotes. You know that? What about I let my haters be my waiters when I sit down at the table?
Well, that's coming up, but do you want me to skip around? I have a float in my interview.
When you look at what I've done and the criticism that have come with it, now all of a sudden they realize how good the Adams broccoli is.
The Adams broccoli.
Yes.
Now, you said that you believe that Gracie Mansion was haunted.
Yes.
What are the ghosts saying to you?
You hear them all the time. I hear them all the time moving around. There's one room in Gracie Mansion where there's a lot of banging on the wall, like 3 a.m. in the morning. You know, I don't know what the...
It is quite disturbing that people were far more upset. People are far more upset over Zoran Mamdani destroying New York City, and like nobody was sounding the alarm bells about fucking Eric Adams.
Heck, that's what it's all about. Every time I comes in, it stops. There's downstairs in the kitchen, you hear pots move around all the time. You hear people walking and chatter and noise. Now, normally mayors wouldn't say it. I bet you all the mayors knew it was haunted, and they wouldn't say it because they were afraid on how they were going to be perceived.
Yes, you are the first mayor visibility ghost.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
But I'm the first mayor to do a lot of things.
You've called yourself the mayor of swagger.
Yes.
What do you think New Yorkers need more? Swagger or rent freeze?
I think that you should have rent freeze and walking with swagger because you got the rent freeze.
Oh, got it. Okay, 2 for 1. I'm going to give you some quick fire questions and you tell me which you prefer.
Got it.
0 bond or 0 crime?
0 crime and 0 bonds, and then all of my nightlife.
Oh my God. Okay, if we're just going to answer every question this way or whatever, like, he has not been responsive to a single question. She said, like, compare these, like, the boroughs of New York to, like, different cities, and he, like, couldn't stick to that. Then she's saying, choose either or. I'll just choose both, and plus a secret third option that you didn't give me.
Airlines or Turkish Airlines?
Turkish Airlines with a lot of good spirit while you're sitting in with more leg room.
Dirty Sprite.
Still defending it, probably still getting money from these, like, Turkish businessmen he was taking bribes from.
Or Dirty Cop?
What was the first one?
Dirty Sprite.
Sprite?
Yes.
Soda?
Like the Future song.
Oh, okay. So listen, I don't know.
You're in the
You gotta
club.
break it down with me, you know? Or I want clean on both ends.
Okay. Turkish lira or the Saudi riyal?
The lira.
Okay. Okay. Coming up, you said regarding the election that no matter what happens, Eric isn't going anywhere. When is your next trip to Istanbul?
Well, I'm looking forward to getting back there. You know, the Grand Bazaar is one of my favorite places.
For someone who's been to Turkey so frequently, you never got the hair transplants. What is that, stylistic or?
No, there's something about having a bald head that I just think, you know, bald-headed men got it going on.
Now, you said this is the city of nightlife. I must test the product.
Yes.
After New York's cooling centers, where's the coolest place in New York to start your weekend?
Oh, God, so many. I would start at the Summit at One Vanderbilt. Sometimes they have entertainment, but it allows you to see the whole city.
Oh, okay.
And then I would go to Chez Margot.
Oh, wow.
Yes, you know, Crane Club.
Oh, my gosh.
You know what people don't realize?
What don't they realize?
They took my evening out and say, oh, he's just hanging out. You know, no, listen, Dad said if you're going to hang out with the boys, you got to get up with the men. And I do it all the time.
I don't know what that means.
A city that never sleeps.
What was that?
Evening out.
If you go out with the boys, you got to get up with the men?
Oh, he's just hanging out. You know, no, listen, Dad said if you're going to hang out with the boys, you got to get up with the men.
Okay.
And I do it all the time.
I don't know what that means.
A city that never sleeps, a mayor can't even take a nap.
As the nightlife mayor, what
brother's just trying to take a nap over here. That's all he was trying to do.
time does the club really get jumping?
It depends on where you are. Some of these crazy laws restricted the times that they can stay open. You go to other places and they have a 24-hour district.
Got it.
I think we need a 24-hour district.
24 hours of partying with Mayor Adams? What do you say to critics who think that maybe a 65-year-old man is too old?
Get up early and work, that's what it means. I know, but I want to hear him say it in his own words.
Or embarrassing to go to the club.
Ozzy.
Well, first of all, let your haters be your waiters.
Okay.
As you sit down at the club night of success. You know, I'm not sure why do people think 65, you should not be out. You know, when I get out of the shower and take a look at myself and my six packs and the firmness of my body, I'm living the 65 life.
Why is he doing this?
If you'd like to show your six pack to camera, please. If you could wine and dine the Statue of Liberty on a date, where would you go?
On a picnic somewhere. You know, I like to cook myself. I cook a nice plant-based meal.
Oh,
and then
vegetarian, vegan?
Well, it's just plant-based. It's eating the majority of my meals are plant-based.
Got it.
But I will cook it and show how well I can cook.
And would your haters be your waiters there?
Yes.
Okay. And would you buy the Statue of Liberty drinks? The bottle?
Yes, I will.
Would you try to hook up with the Statue of Liberty that night?
I'll do a single malt scotch and a cigar. And find out what she likes to drink also.
Got it.
And wait a minute, I'm not trying
so smooth.
Hook up with her. She's not hooking up with me.
Oh, this Lady Liberty.
Yes.
And if you could talk to this camera like it's a shorty from Rockaway,
yes.
How are you picking them up at the club?
See what happened to you, shorty from Rockaway? You should have hooked up with me and you would have been the first lady of the mayor. You didn't. You know, so you're still on Rockaway, taking that A train, and I'm here at City Hall.
Speechless.
Wow. Coming up. If you were to DJ at Mar-a-Lago, what would you play to get everyone moving?
New York, New York.
You play Frank Sinatra?
Yes.
And how does
he would play Frank Sinatra at the fucking
go? How does it go? Could you give me just one bar?
These small town blues. There's only two type of people. Those who live in New York and those who wish they could. This is New York.
How are you an ally to young, attractive black women that need jobs?
When I became mayor, black unemployment rate was 4 times the rates of white.
I want him to take the bait. I can't believe he didn't on that one. She's obviously getting at the fucking conflict of interest thing related to that aide he had a relationship with 10 years ago.
We dropped it by 20%. And not only that, I led by example. First time in history, we have 5 women deputy mayors. Ooh. First African-American to be a chief of staff, second to be a chief of staff. They'll go through the list.
Wow. Multiracial corruption, high-ranking female staff.
Wow. Wow.
Yes. Up in this administration, we had a lot of chocolate.
I must ask, did you appoint Jasmine Ray as the city's first director of
a lot of chocolate,
sports, wellness, and recreation because she was your ex-shorty?
Because she was good at her job and she did it well.
And she had experience. It does change things for me that like they had the relationship 10 years earlier, but the thing is that interview left out the fact that he said to her personally, like, I can't run for mayor without you. So it also seems like they continued to have some sort of flirtationship.
If you met someone 10 years ago and you hung out with, and you decide 10 years later you wanted to bring them on because you know how good they're at their job, you should do so. That should not be a disqualifier. I'm pretty sure all of your booze, you didn't abandon them merely because you had a relationship with them once.
I've abandoned every boo, for the record. Coming up. Now,
Flirtationship. I mean, I don't know what I would call it, because she maintains that like they didn't have anything there, but then she included quotes like that, and it does sound like it was more than just a professional relationship or even a friendship.
Luther King had a dream that we would not be judged by the...
He gives off that probably harmless but still inappropriate uncle vibe.
...color of our skin, but by the content of our character. What do you say to people who think that only white men should be allowed to take bribes?
Well, I don't think anyone should. White men, black men, Chinese men, German men, I don't think anyone should.
You want to go from the party mayor to party doctor and pursue a doctorate. What field do you plan on studying exactly?
I want to do my doctorate in fixing cities.
Oh, that's a doctorate.
Yes, that's the topic that I want to look at.
Would you say that the former mayor going to grad school is like a recession indicator?
No, not at all. I'm a lifetime learner. Right now, I'm being schooled by you.
Oh, speaking of schooling, you are New York's first mayor to be federally charged while in office. You were charged with 5 federal counts of fraud, bribery, and soliciting illegal foreign campaign donations. How many of those counts were due to racism, do you think?
I think I'm the first mayor that had to fight the federal government to defend this city from a $7.2 billion hole in our budget that would impact low-income New Yorkers, and had to pay the price for that. And history is going to be kind to me to see the valid effort that I had.
This dude is so delusional. It's like Trump levels of fucking delusion.
Not only as a police officer, but also as their mayor.
How many black friends do you have?
I can't keep count. Many.
A better question would have been, how many white friends does he have?
15, 20?
500,000.
500,000. Yes. All the black people in the city.
And more. We have more than 500,000.
How many do we have exactly?
I don't know the exact number.
Oh, damn it. I wish you did.
But he's friends with
How many black friends have you ever arrested?
None of my black friends I've arrested.
Do you plan to
Except him himself, of course.
Office
Actually, was he ever arrested? He was hit with indictment charges, but I don't think he was ever arrested.
Again, as a Democrat, Republican, or foreign asset?
Man makes plans and God laughs.
They are both slick with it. The way that she just like keeps like adding in these fucking these little quips, and he's like not taking the bait, just strategic dodging. Have I ever watched Power? No. Should I?
Turn on my GPS every morning. My guard position is satellite. He drives my life, and he'll determine what I do next.
Amen.
Okay, she just asked him if he's going to be running for anything else, and we launched immediately into a Jesus quote.
You're anointed, really.
Bible verse.
Are you jealous that George Santos is the president's new favorite criminal?
Whatever his favorite is up to him. I have my favorites.
Look up the Power theme song and play it while Eric talks. It fits perfectly. That's it's gonna get me copyright struck, or I'm gonna have to erase the audio.
Coming up. Now, when you were saying that you were going to clean up the city, did you mean by getting your aides and close allies indicted?
No. We've cleaned up so many areas. This has been a home run of an administration.
Play ball. And you are the second black man.
He really said no regrets.
To be elected mayor of New York. What advice do you have for young black kids from the hood who dream of one day becoming mayor and maybe taking a ride by accident?
Ignore the noise. There are many people
Don't let the haters get you down.
Who sit on the sidelines and they're not happy you're there. Cassius Clay, who later became Muhammad Ali, a woman stopped him when he got out of the ring, one of his fights. And she said to him, Mr. Clay, I never missed any of your fights. And he said, you must be my greatest fan. And she said, no, I want to be there when someone kills you in the ring. There are a lot of people around you as a young person that are there merely because they don't want to miss you falling. Don't give them the opportunity to see you fall. Never give up. Continue to fight, and you're going to hit some bends in the road. It's not the end of the road. Just make the turn.
That was a little violent.
I think a lot of people were really moved when he said that.
for advice for a child, but thank you. In 2010, you unveiled a city campaign called Stop the Sag in hopes of getting young men to stop sagging their pants. How do you picture a criminal in your head? What do they wear?
Wait, is this real? Stop the Sag, Eric Adams. This lore I didn't know about. Stop the Sag press interviews. Senator Adams addresses the press about his campaign to stop the Sag. This is like a thing I associate more with like white boys and like Justin Bieber, not black people, I'll be honest. Raise your pants, raise your image. We are better than this. Stop the Sag. And then there's like a photo of Eric Adams.
Of this campaign for you? The campaign is already successful.
Tell me you've seen the Adams video in the kid's bedroom about hiding drugs. Not only have I seen it, but I frequently quote it. Maybe one day somebody will understand one day what I'm referring to when I say something as simple as a crack pipe, because every single time I've tried to quote it in person, it just led to me having to, the person going, what? And me having to explain.
An issue that was ignored and we became used to.
Oh my God, he's like a boy here with like a mustache.
It is now on the forefront.
Yeah, convenient knapsack with many locations.
Free people should not duplicate the behavior of those who are incarcerated. And we should never reach the point where our communities become a permanent misery.
If you're incarcerated, aren't you in a jumpsuit? You're not wearing loose pants. What?
Show where we allow our young people to walk around showing their underwear, or in some cases actually showing their behind. That's not acceptable. That's not a standard that adults should allow to take. You will see the success when young ladies tell their men, I don't want you calling me out of my name. I don't want you putting your hands on me. I want you to go to school and become better. I want you to pull your pants up and raise your character. That's the indicators of success. You will see them long before I will see them.
This guy is like a local moron who somehow managed to ascend to become the mayor of New York City.
Because you now...
I shouldn't be surprised because, again, this is the same office that at one point has housed Bloomberg as well as Rudy Giuliani. Bloomberg, it makes sense, though, because he's like a business mogul. So people like, you know, do the like, oh, he's going to run it like a business. He knows what he's doing. He knows money. But then, like Rudy Giuliani, moron as well. But that really wasn't as evident. He was more like evil during his tenure as New York City. That wasn't evident until like many years later. But Eric Adams is just always kind of fucking crazy.
As young journalists and young students, you have to now carry this on and say, this is what I expect for the man in my life. This is what I expect for the men that are around me. So I can only start it, but you have to end it because it's your generation.
Next to the fucking death is a funeral or death at a funeral poster. That's amazing. 15 years ago, someone let Lamont de Grizzly let the comment, Eric, get your goddamn priorities in order. We are broke, little money coming in and tons of it going out. We have to establish a statewide budget and fill the abyss of our deficit before Dave shut the state down. Budget, Eric, not boys' asses. Focus. If only he had heeded Lamont de Grizzly's words, okay? He would never, from this moment forward, ever change his priorities, because as far as I can tell, Eric Adams has always kind of centered his campaign around really, really stupid, like superficial culture war shit like this.
What's
something as simple as a pant sag.
Words do they speak in? What's their race?
Well, think about it. People laughed at me and they called me names when I did that campaign. Are you seeing?
He was a victim of bullying.
In it now?
Saggy pants?
Are you seeing?
In September 2024. One, not the number. Thank you so much for the resub. You're on a 2-month streak, and I really, really appreciate it. So this was in 2024, but she calls it out all the way back in February 2023, and the reason for why she felt like it was obvious that Eric Adams was corrupt in some way, shape, or form that was unbeknownst to us was because of his fashion. Let me see if I put Eric Adams was, I think, here. I think, of course, fucking Bill Maher defends him.
Eating on the street is so gross.
Well, this is our present mayor, who is horrible.
Is horrible?
He's horrible.
Eric Adams?
Horrible. I didn't vote for him. I voted for the socialist candidate. I voted for the socialist candidate. I'm not a socialist. I don't remember her name. I wouldn't recognize her in a crowd of one. But I did not want to be 1 billionth responsible for Eric Adams. Not a billionth responsible.
What is so horrible about Eric Adams?
He is a crook.
A crook?
Well, let's put it this way. You may or may not notice. You don't live in New York.
I don't.
But 7 times a day he changes his clothes. He wears.
Why does that make him a crook?
He has his clothes made. The mayor doesn't make enough money to buy those clothes. I'd like to know where. He's been in public service his whole life, okay? He's been in public service his whole life.
Oh no, did my thing drop out for a bit? Oh no, hold on. Here I was thinking, I was talking to you guys and you guys might have been missing it. I don't think she even realized. No, I was captivated by Miss Fran Leibowitz over here, obviously, but I'll go back a little bit. I should have known though. Give me a second, let me fix it, 'cause it will... My stream could have been that bad because when it is that bad, it like fucks the title up. Yeah, but it's okay now. Okay. Well, I'll restart this then. From where it was. Yeah, I don't know how far back you guys didn't hear me. But the reason why I'm even pulling this up is because Ziwe just asked Eric Adams about like his clothing, or he just bragged about like she mentioned his clothing and he was like, oh the Stop the Sag thing, and he was like, I miss when men used to be wearing like nice suits and nice clothing or whatever. And that reminded me that a solid year, like over a year before Eric Adams was indicted with the corruption charges related to like the Turkey bribery and shit. This is in February 2023. Fran Leibowitz is calling him out for being a crook and like suspecting it on the basis of how many times he like changes his clothes and the outfits that he would wear. Let's see.
Your thing about the smoking on the sidewalk, it's not even the smoking, just eating on the street is so gross.
But this is our present mayor, who is horrible.
Is horrible?
He's horrible.
Eric Adams?
Horrible. I didn't vote for him. I voted for the socialist candidate. I voted for the socialist. I'm not a socialist. I don't remember her name. I wouldn't recognize her in a crowd.
Bill Maher likes him because he reminds him of himself, a man that's too old to be acting that way, probably. I think Bill Maher also like kind of likes to instinctively defend men that are like controversial and not Republicans.
I voted for the socialist. I'm not a socialist. I don't remember her name. I wouldn't recognize her in a crowd of one. But I did not want to be 1 billionth responsible for Eric Adams. Not a billionth responsible.
What is so horrible about Eric Adams?
He is a crook.
A crook?
Well, let's put it this way. You may or may not notice. You don't live in New York.
I don't.
But 7 times a day he changes his clothes. He wears.
Why does that make him a crook?
He has his clothes made. The mayor doesn't make enough money to buy those clothes. I'd like to know where. He's been in public service his whole life, okay? He's been in public service his whole life. He shouldn't be able to buy those clothes.
I find that to be...
She's totally fucking vindicated on this.
Preposterous. First of all, public servants sometimes make a very nice salary.
Not if you live in New York, and he doesn't. I mean, now he lives in Gracie Mansion, but he doesn't.
Well, he's from Brooklyn.
Yes, Brooklyn's pretty expensive.
Okay, but
if you live there, which he doesn't.
But I wouldn't be surprised. And he was something of a celebrity in town. I mean, to run for mayor, he had to be.
Dude, look at the media. Like, how much you have to fucking make to afford to live where Bill Maher is talking about? These are not like slums.
Borough president or something.
He's a borough president.
Okay. These are like expensive zip codes and gentrified to shit areas that have high costs of living.
He won the same reason Trump won. Here's what happens. When the parties control the primaries and stuff. The party should not allow there to be 20 candidates in a primary. Because if there's 20 candidates, the loudmouth always wins. That's how Trump won. There were 20 candidates in that in the primary. He's Trumpy. He's very Trumpy.
Well, let's get back to he's a criminal because he's got 7 nice suits.
No, like he's 100 suits.
He's Denzel in Training Day, and he's going to stick up Scott Glenn and take the money under the floorboards. That's where the money came from.
I don't know where the money came from. They might have given the clothes, but you're not allowed to do. You cannot take these things if you're the mayor.
Of all the problems,
which is exactly what he fucking did. He took bribes for like stupid shit, like in exchange for like letting them like being lax or like building code regulations or something like that.
In the world, this is what obsesses you. You don't think that this...
Because I mentioned something doesn't mean I'm obsessed by it.
Okay.
I was giving you an example I thought you would understand. The clothes are an example of
This episode is so good. She knows how to handle Bill Maher so well because she does not ever get like her blood pressure and heart rate never really goes that high, like ever. So the entire time she just like calmly dismantles all of Bill Maher's like stupid go-to talking points about woke and about how Democrats have gone too far and like trying to like shoehorn in all of his like boutique little pet culture war issues. And she's like, yeah, no, that's stupid. Or who cares about that? Or I've not heard about that. That seems like it's very niche.
The money. I don't like him.
But
all right, I don't like him.
Okay, just say that. Yes,
I did say that.
Okay,
I didn't vote for him. I don't like him. And the restaurants in the streets, which were supposed to come down when you didn't have to eat in the street, he announced they're permanent. My thinking is permanent. You know what's not permanent? You. Nothing's permanent. So the restaurants are in the street. I object to this now. When you had to eat outside, fine. This is a takeover of private ownership of public property. They don't own the streets. They put the restaurants in the streets.
That is pretty fucking ridiculous if he like granted them the ability to just like to maintain like again like tables and shit like that, extending all the way onto like public sidewalks and shit.
Restaurants that have 100 seats outside, without paying for the space, which in New York, that's what you're paying for all the time. But also, he keeps announcing like we didn't know there's an unusually high rat problem in New York now.
Yeah,
I mean, there's always rats, but now
there a guy who volunteered to
They're
be.
talking about the rats. I didn't even remember this. It was literally one of the first things that he talked about in the fucking interview.
Is rat czar?
Yeah, there's someone who's now.
Curtis Sliwa.
No.
Yes, he volunteered to be.
Oh my god, a Curtis Sliwa name drop here. Deep cuts. How is it that he doesn't know much about Eric Adams, but he knew about Curtis Sliwa?
Here, but he didn't get the gig.
Really?
The gig was given to this
woman. Oh my
woman.
god, Curtis Sliwa volunteered to try to be the rat czar and could not even get that. This man, he loves New York so much, but no one will give him any fucking power. Can we please let Curtis Sliwa at least just let him be the nightmare for Staten Island or something? Give him a borough, see what happens.
Whose last name is Tish. She's married, I guess, to one of the Tishes of a big real estate family in New York.
Yeah, Tish, sure.
So they have, and there's like, we don't know why there's all these rats. And I thought,
Tish,
really?
and like the commissioner, this is the commissioner that Zor Mamdani is keeping on.
I mean, my belief is that the rats.
Have you seen the YouTube video about Curtis Sliwa cats? Oh yes, after I think the first debate or second debate, we watched it.
New York are calling rats all over the country, saying, you can't believe what's going on here. They bring you the food. They tell you the specials. I mean, there's restaurants in the street. That's why there's rats.
That is funny that he is like so obsessed with this rat problem and like doesn't realize that like, yeah, if you allow people to eat outside and there's excessive litter from these meals outside, no shit, you're gonna attract rats.
But see, that's why I never really warmed up to New York. I mean, I have a certain.
Okay, that was gonna be Bill Maher rhapsodizing about himself, but.
What's the color? How did we go from the era of my dad when they had on fine wearing suits to the days that we're walking down the block with a jail culture?
He just always wanted to look nice.
And no one was talking about it. And I said, no, I'm not going to walk around and act like I don't see this. This is wrong. Step the sag, pull your damn pants up.
Is this how you pick up girls at the club?
It's so funny to like leverage your public position to like enforce this like just completely unimportant like launch this like unimportant like culture campaign. Not even like try to influence like some sort of like Boys and Girls Club type, public works service or whatever, like, oh, like incorporate this into like helping kids dress and look professional at a young age, like some way to shoehorn it in that's more natural than just no, I personally will take up the mantle of trying to launch this campaign to stop the SAG. Bill Cosby, it's like Bill Cosby's policy platform. Yeah, exactly. Bill Cosby also had this campaign.
Wild! You sound like my dad.
Without reflecting why that generation felt they had to dress that way. And it wasn't just them. The thing is that like this idea, like this obviously roots back to these people thinking that like poverty in the Black community is like primarily the result of like personal failure and not systemic inequality.
But they're not sagging anymore.
Yeah, some of them are. You see Billie Eilish? She sags. You like Billie Eilish?
You know as well as I do what it was like.
Billie Eilish dresses like Chingy.
Brothers are now concerned about how they look.
Yeah, Billie Eilish dresses like Biggie most of the time. It's weird.
You look at them now, they're tailored their clothes, they're stepping up their game. You see even some of our rappers are wearing some fine cut suits. That's what we should look like. Because you know as well as I do, before you eat a meal, you see the meal. And there's no way you're going to allow someone coming to you that's not looking impressive. You want to look like this, and you're going to have somebody walking down the block with you.
Keep referring to my appearance.
Yeah, well, I can't. You took time to dress up to look nice.
God.
You know as well as I do, you appreciate the fact that I'm acknowledging how well you are put together.
Let's change the subject. Coming up. Now, you've compared yourself to Gandhi, saying, I am like Gandhi, I think like Gandhi, I act like Gandhi, I want to be like Gandhi. How exactly are you like Gandhi?
There were moments when he was like me, perfectly imperfect, but he was dedicated.
Oh, actually, Gandhi was like Eric Adams.
And I think his life was cut short. And when you go to India, you'll see his footprints are in the concrete. It is my job is to continue that journey so that bullet did not destroy that journey.
From India to New York City.
Yes.
Favorite Gandhi quote?
I don't have a favorite quote from Gandhi.
God, there's no way he could even, gun to his head, he still would probably not be able to name one.
Said, sometimes when I wake up in the morning, I feel like giving myself the finger. Mm-hmm. Is this one of those days?
Not at all. Not at all.
How do you think this went?
My conversation with you? Listen, when I first stopped you, we spoke on the street and you had that nice dog. That's what got me. I love dogs.
You love dogs?
Yes.
Do you have a dog?
No, I want one so bad. I'm going to get one as soon as I finish office. I couldn't spend time with the dog. You know, a dog needs time. And look how you were holding your dog.
This is like the first moment where he's been like human and not like weird. Not like eccentric or like quirky, just being actually normal for once.
Oh, your dog loved you. Now, did you see how your dog responded to me? Because dogs can tell.
And what do you think my dog thought of you?
Your dog adored me. Come on, tell the truth.
Okay.
There's no way you didn't go home and your dog did not give you that look and say, I want to see Eric again. Don't even try that.
I spoke too soon. Why did he have to parlay it into that?
Your dog loved me and we got a picture to prove it.
Yes, and we're going to show that picture in this interview. Wow, oh wow, oh wow. I am gobsmacked by your brilliance. When you shake hands with people, do you
These tense moments.
Look for a $100 bill ever?
I look for the firmness of their hand and do they make eye contact with me to see how sincere they are about greeting and meeting.
Greeting and meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, what I appreciate about you is that everything you say is so memorable. Like you are like a modern day Sophocles.
You know, I don't think people realize what's in a person's eyes.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my God. I knew he was going to take it there. Jesus.
Any last
Go back to that for a
minute. He's still the mayor. He's still technically the fucking mayor.
Goodness, I just don't want you to hit on me or something that makes me uncomfortable. What were you saying?
And you know what's interesting is that whenever a male gives an authentic conversation, it's automatic hitting on you. I'm not hitting on you. I'm interacting with you. Okay. You have some good energy and you know that.
Okay.
So why can't you appreciate me telling you that?
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate me telling you that.
To be kind to me.
You should be nice. You should be flattered that I'm flirting with you, even though you don't want to be flirted with.
Nice. I think, bald-headed men got it going on. That beautiful outfit you have on, do a single malt scotch and a cigar. I'm not trying to hook up with her. She's not hooking up with me.
This is American history.
And not the budge that others was talking about. When I get out of the shower and take a look at myself and my six packs and the firmness of my body, I'm living the 65 life. Before you...
What's he like in private after a few drinks? I'm surely very respectful.
Eat a meal, you see the meal.
Thank you, Mayor. And you know that we've met before. We met at Zero Bond like 4 years ago. You don't remember?
No, I don't.
You were looking at me like this.
I interact with a lot of people all day, every day.
Okay. I need a job, so hook me up. Do you have any last words for Zorn Mamdani's New York?
This is New York. It's not Cuba. It's not China. It is the center of capitalism.
You tell him, Eric. You tell Comrade Mamdani what's what.
Not socialism. Can't take it backwards. We made too much success. Got to move forward.
Got it. Marry, F, kill, communism, socialism, capitalism.
I would marry capitalism, Israel, socialism, and
what?
Marry capitalism, Israel, socialism.
We're doing fuck, marry, kill, capitalism, socialism, and communism, and he just said I would marry capitalism, Israel.
Socialism and communism, I would kick to the curb.
Just throws Israel. I mean, why not, right? Just for the hell of
list
it.
of things that you love. Marry, F, kill, and the Black community, NYPD, Israel.
What's that, bro? It had been more than 5 minutes since he'd brought up Israel.
I would marry...
It's like he has an EXE program that just automatically forces him to say that.
Marry and love all three of them, and I would add on to them Ghana, Senegal, Nigeria,
shout out,
South Africa. Exactly. I love them all. Love is love, and I've shown it to all those communities.
Love is love. Thank you so much, Mayor Adams. It's been a pleasure chatting with you.
Oh my God. Oh, bro only got the handshake, not the hug. I was really expecting him to force it.
Look, he's got the money in the bag.
I thought he said it's real, but it sounded like Israel to me. I just figured it was his way of speaking. It sounded like Israel to me. I don't know.
Bye. We'll see you on YouTube. He didn't take a book.
Good Lord.
Oh my God.
He hates rap.
So he and I
Amazing.
in the car, and I love dogs.
Oh, how beautiful. I love that.
They tell me you're
Even though he doesn't own one.
time influencer.
Yes, an influencer. Sure, yeah, I'm an interviewer who would love to have a chance to talk to you.
Let's do that.
I love that.
So this is how this happened. I was like, wouldn't his team have done research into it and known that he was going to get trolled? I mean, she's not like aggressive, like a journalist or anything like that, but that there's ample opportunity, and you're far more likely to be humiliated on stuff like this than on the news.
Okay, perfect.
And so
that dog couldn't care less. I know he was really reaching with that, being like, "Oh, your dog loved me."
Is a dog that's just
he literally saw a woman he found attractive and said yes. I mean, men are hopeless when it comes to resisting the aura of Ziwe. Let's be real.
We hate rats. And we're going to make sure they're packed.
Exactly, and we love trash cans.
Okay, love it.
He wants to be here.
Oh,
Perfect.
man. Real
Nice to
pleasure.
meet you.
Good to see
Amazing.
you.
Ziwe, what's your opinion on the mayor?
What an icon. Now, as an ally, can you tell people to like and subscribe and follow big-time influencer Ziwe to camera?
Like, subscribe, and follow big time influencers.
Ziwe.
Ziwe.
Oh my God. Amazing. Okay. Last time. If you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me, please go ahead and do so. If you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe to me. Please like the stream. It helps push it out to other people that may or may not have seen it already. Hit the bell, that way you can know when I go live. If you want to watch my past VODs, they're timestamped, housed on my YouTube channel. If you want to support me, donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or YouTube description box. You can also subscribe to me on Twitch, give subs throughout the chat, or use your Amazon Prime to sub to me for free. Get access to an ad-free experience, as well as cute emotes. Yeah, you guys, I think I'm gonna call it for today. If you're on YouTube, you're heading over to Pisco to watch him destroy conservatives. And fuck it, let's do Cereal's live. I've never rated Cereal for every meal. Lainey, even though I don't know that she's rated me, but she is reviewing a Andrew Wilson debate. So good time. Say hello to everyone that I send you to. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Don't know when, don't know what time. But I will see you guys then. And until next time, bye.